With this session, we are going to start our journey with Python. Okay, so this is going to be our first chapter where we will study about the introduction regarding this programming language. Now this will be the outline of this introduction chapter. We will be covering this chapter in 4 video sessions. In the first video session, which is this one, we will introduce you to Python. We will also understand what is the meaning of a keyword, an identifier, and a variable. In the next session, under this chapter, we will study about various data types supported by Python. In the subsequent session, we will study about operators and expressions in Python. And in the last session, we will study input and output function for making your program interactive, and also how to do a type conversion between data types and how to debug and correct errors inside your program. With this slide, we are going to introduce Python and also some key terms related to computer programming. Now, the first thing that we are going to see is what do you mean by a binary machine or a low-level language. Now, next we will study what's a high-level language. Now, after that, we will see what's a programming language, and then what do you mean by a program, and what's the difference between a compiler and an interpreter. Now, let us take an example to understand each of these terms in detail. Now, we are going to take a small example to understand these key terms. Okay, so here, as you can see in the picture, we have a programmer on the right side and we have a computer on our left side. Now, the first key term that we are going to study is called binary language. Binary language has only 2 elements inside it, that is 1 and 0. Now you should understand this is the only language that can be understood by the computer. So if you want to write a program or whatever it is, it has to be converted to ones and zeros before your computer can read it and execute it and show the result on its screen. So you should understand binary language is the best language for computer, and computer loves it. Now let us see what is the problem with binary language as far as a programmer is concerned. Now we see programmer is a person like us. Now if you ask a programmer to write a small program in binary language using ones and zero just to add 2 numbers, he might have to sit in front of the system for 2 days to complete that program. It is almost impossible. So the language that is most comfortable for the programmer is the natural language that we use to communicate among us, right? For example, we say English. So this is the language which is most comfortable to us. Alright, but for the computer, the most comfortable language is binary language. So here we have a problem. So the language which the programmer knows very well, the computer cannot understand, and the language which is most comfortable for the computer, it is very difficult for the programmer to write a program with binary language. So how you can solve this problem? Now over time, the computer engineers or computer scientists have come up with many programming languages to solve this problem. Now some of these programming languages are called high-level languages. I will write it as HLL, high-level languages, because these languages are so close to English. So a person who understands English and elementary mathematics can read the code and to an extent understand what this program will do. So those computer scientists have created many high-level programming languages. For example, Java is a high-level programming language, C is a high-level programming language, then Python is an example for high-level programming language. So these programming languages are comparatively easy to learn and work by the programmer rather than ones and zeros. Now I would say high-level programming language is somewhere between. Now you have to make some effort as a programmer to come halfway to high-level programming language by learning it. So if you want to do a program on Python, you have to learn the constructs of Python, and that is the purpose of this course. We will be studying how to create a variable, how to write an if condition check, how to write a for loop. You have to study the way in which you have to write the code so that Python can understand it properly. Okay, so that is your job. So that is why I told you you have to come halfway, right, until here, right? So once you learn Python, you can write programming code inside a file, okay, using Python construct. This will not be written in ones and zeros. This will be written with Python programming constructs like if, for, while. That is why I told you it has much similarity with English and elementary mathematics, right? Less than, greater than, equal to, all these symbols will be used inside the program. So as our programmer is ready to do his part, he has taken the extra effort of learning Python, and then he has written a program using Python programming language. Now all the files that you have written using Python programming language should end with .py. Name of the file you can give anything. I will just give the name of this file as first. So this file name is first.py. So please remember that all Python code should have extension as .py. So now you should understand the programmer's headache is over. He has learned a high-level programming language and he has written his code in high-level programming language such as Python, and the file is ready. But still we have a problem, right? This file doesn't have ones and zeros inside it. So if you give this file readily to the CPU inside the computer, it is not going to work. So somebody has to convert this program into ones and zeros. So finally you can see this is the code that is written by the programmer in Python. So this file, you can call it as the source code. Okay, so the program file which is created by the programmer in high-level programming language, you call it as a source code. Now this source code, whatever the programmer has written, cannot be directly given to the system or the computer to execute it, because computer can understand only ones and zeros, and whatever is written inside this particular program is not ones and zeros, right? These are constructs inside Python. So now you should understand somebody should take this source code and convert it into ones and zeros equivalent program. So now you see that is this extra job. Okay, somebody has to take it from the source code, convert it to another file, and this file should have ones and zeros, which is actually equivalent to the program that you have written inside first.py. So who is going to do this job, converting the source code into binary code? Okay, now to do this job we have two options. You can either give it to a compiler or you can give it to an interpreter. Now it is up to the person who developed a programming language to decide that whether his programming language will use compiler to do this job or his programming language will use interpreter to do this job. Now the person who developed Python has decided that all Python programs will be using interpreter to convert Python code into corresponding binary code. Now let me explain to you how interpreter works. So now our programmer has written a Python source code, and this is the source code file. Now when you give this file as input to the interpreter, now interpreter will select the first statement from your program. Interpreter will read it, and then interpreter will convert that statement into corresponding ones and zeros. It will provide it to the computer. Computer will execute it, and once the execution is finished, the interpreter will go to the next statement. It will pick the next statement from source code. Interpreter will convert it to a different bit pattern because the code is going to be different, and that will be provided to the computer. Now computer will execute it. After that, interpreter will pick the third statement. It goes like that until your program is finished. So you should understand, interpreter works line by line. It will pick one line from your source code at a time. It will convert it into binary, execute it, then come back, take the second line. That is how interpreter goes, right? Now let us see what's the difference with the compiler. Alright, so now we have a compiler over here, and now assume that the programmer has programmed it using some other programming language called XYZ. Maybe it's a C programming language or Java. So now what compiler does is that it will accept this entire source code as one unit. Okay, it will read the entire file, and then compiler will create actually one big file as the output, and you call this file as object code. Now inside this file you will have binary language equivalent for this entire file. Okay, and once this entire object code file is created, now this entire file will be given to the system to execute at once. So now the system will finish executing everything, and now your program will finish. So that's the fundamental difference between a compiler and an interpreter. Interpreter takes one line at a time and execute it. Compiler converts the entire source code into object code, and after that only it will be provided to execution. So as far as we are concerned, we are interested in studying Python, so you should understand we will be using interpreter to convert our source code into corresponding object code for execution. So now let us continue with the slides. Now we will see some of the key terms with their definition. Now what is a program? Program is an ordered set of instructions for execution by a computer. Now this is trivial, you can understand what's a program. Now what do you mean by an ordered set? Now assume that you are writing a program to add two numbers together and print the result. So if I write A is equal to 10, B is equal to 20 and C is equal to A plus B, and after that I give the command to print the result of C. Now you can understand this program is logically correct. The order is proper. First I have stored value 10 into A, then I have stored value 20 into B. We will see how we can do this. Just now understand it logically. Now we are adding A plus B, so value 30 will be stored into C, and finally you are printing C. And now if I write the same program in a different order, for example, if I write C is equal to A plus B, print C, after that I write A equal to 10 and B equal to 20, you see this program is not going to give any proper result. Because once you try to add A and B, we don't know what is the value of A and B now, because the value of A and B is obtained at the later statements. So you can see in the first option, the order is correct. In the second option, the order is wrong. So what I wanted to understand is that program is an ordered set of instructions. If you mess with the order, then your program will not give the proper result. Now what do you mean by a programming language? That is language used for writing these instructions. Okay, so using a programming language, you can actually write a program. Now what is a binary language? Now it is also called as machine language or low-level language. So this is the only language that can directly understood by the computer, right? And it always has only zeros and ones inside it. Now what do you mean by high-level language? These are easier programming languages created for the comfort of the programmers. So it's easier for the program to write programming language. Now examples are Python, C++, Java. It's a big list. Okay, if you Google, you can understand there are hundreds of high-level languages already in play, and we are just trying to learn one, which is Python. Source code is the program written in high-level language. So that's what I told you. If you create a file with Python code inside it and you name it with .py with some name before it, you can see this file is actually the source code. Now after that, based on the language that you select, you can either go with a compiler or with an interpreter. If you select Python as the language that you're going to use to code, then you are going to use Python interpreter to convert your source code into corresponding binary language. So both of them, compiler and interpreter, converts the source code to binary or machine language, and Python uses interpreter. They have fundamental difference in the way in which they work. Now we already discussed that before. Now why we have selected Python as the programming language that we are going to study? Because Python have many inherent advantages. Okay, so we are going to see some of them. Features of Python include, it's a high-level language, so it is easier to learn. It is free. You don't have to pay anyone to download the Python interpreter and use it inside your system. It is open source. The way in which the Python interpreter is written, the source code is available for you. You can download, you can read and understand how Python interpreter works. Okay, and it's an interpreter language. It's very easy to understand, and the structure of writing a Python language is relatively simple. Now there are some things you should know. Python is case sensitive, which means that small letter and capital letter characters are seen as different characters inside Python. For example, if I write two words, false, and the next word, again I'll write false, but this time the first character is capital letter. Now according to Python, these two are different things. They are not equal. because here the first character is small letter and here the first character is a capital letter. So it is considered as different word. So that is why we say Python is case sensitive. Next advantage of Python, it is portable, which means that Python code can run properly in any platform. It can run in your system, it can run in your tablet, it can run in your mobile phone, it can run in Linux, it can run in Windows, it can run with your Apple machine which is running Mac operating system. So you can write a Python program in your computer and you can send it to any of your friend and they can run the same program in whatever machine they have. So that is why we say Python programs are portable. Now next you see Python has a very rich library, which means that when we study the subsequent chapters, you will understand there are many functions called built-in function which is already coded and written inside Python itself. So for example, if you create a list like this, okay, 2, 5, 1, 6, 8. I know that we haven't seen what is a list, but just understand this is a set of numbers stored inside a construct. If you want to sort it in ascending order, which means that you want to change the order of these numbers and you want to make it like this, 1, 2, 5, 6, 8. So now you can see it is in ascending order. Now to convert these numbers into this combination, you just have to call a function called sort, which is already written inside Python when you download it. You don't have to write a code for that. You just have to call this name sort and automatically these numbers will be sorted and given to you. So that is why we say Python has a very rich library of functions. So once you know all those functions, you don't have to write code to achieve that. You just have to call those functions. It will do the job for you. So the time for you to write the source code will be reduced by a large margin because much of the work is already done and kept inside the library. You can directly use it. Python is extensively used in website development. You can see some of the major websites which we use every day is powered by Python. For example, Google, Instagram, YouTube, Netflix, all are coded using Python. Now the next advantage is that Python by default use indentation. So I would say this is a huge advantage when you compare Python with others. Okay, so indentation I would say is like formatting a big document into paragraphs. So by default Python enforces this. So when you are going to write a Python program, you have to write it into different blocks, right? So if you don't follow that, Python will give error. So you can make sure that every person who has written a Python code will actually write the program into proper blocks. Now what exactly is indentation, I will teach you when we start to write our first program. Now that we are convinced Python is a great programming language with all the advantages, so now it is a good time to download Python. Now in this slide, I give you two options to download Python. You can either download Python from www.python.org or you can download this Thonny IDE from thonny.org and automatically Python will be installed along with it. In this course, in this program, we will be using Thonny IDE. If you're following this course, I would recommend you to install Thonny. Just go to this website and then you can download it and you can install it. It's very easy process, but if you have any problem, there is another video which I have created, and in there I have actually gone step by step how to install Python interpreter from python.org and also how to install Thonny from thonny.org. So now let's assume that you have finished installing Thonny IDE, and now we will proceed to the next slide. Next, we are going to study about different execution modes supported by Python. So Python supports interactive mode and script mode. We will be using script mode almost all the time. So in interactive mode, the problem is that you cannot save your program. It is used only for testing purpose. For example, if you don't remember how this particular statement has to be written and you want to check whether any error will be created in Python by doing so, you can just write in interactive mode and see the result. But if you're writing a serious program, always we work on script mode. So the advantage of script mode, you can see you can save the file. And when you save the file, you have to give the name of the file as filename.py. So always remember this. Python program should end with .py. So for example, we have created a program over here So this is a very simple program. Don't worry about the first line now. That is just a comment. We will study comment soon, okay, in the coming slides. So our program starts with the statement, okay. So value 10 is loaded into variable A. Value 20 is copied into variable B. After that, I will add the value of A and B. So that is 10 plus 20. So 30 will be evaluated and 30 will be copied into variable sum. And now I will print the value of sum. So in the output, you will see the result as 30. Now let us see what's the difference between with these two execution modes with Thony IDE. So I have just opened my Thony IDE. You can see the part above. This is where you can write the program and save it in a file. And what you see below, you can see it's written shell over here. Now if you are going to work on interactive mode, then you are going to write your program in your shell. So here you can write like A equal to 10. So now you can see value 10 is stored into A. Now B is equal to 20. Now 20 is stored into B. Now after that I will say sum is equal to A plus B. So now value 30, which is actually the sum of A and B, is stored into variable sum. Okay. And now if you want to see some result, you have to call print to print the current value of variable sum. And now when I press enter, you see the result of our program as 30. So this is one way of writing the program. This is called interactive mode. But the problem is that you cannot save these 4 lines of code that you have written. Once I close my Thony IDE and after that I open it, you can see the program that you have written is lost. That's why I told you always it is better to work on script mode. Now let us see how script mode works. Now in script mode, you are not going to write the program in the shell, but we are going to write it in a file. Okay, so here you can see already a file untitled is open for you. If you don't find it here, you can click on this button new and you can create any number of file that you want. Okay, so I'll just close all the other ones. I require only one now. So to this file, you can write your program. So I will just write the same program. So I have written the 4 lines of code, and after that, before you can run it, you have to save it. Now to save it, you have to click on this button. Now you can save it in any place inside your system. So I'll be saving it in this location. You have to give a name for the file. So I will give name as add. Now you can see the save type is selected as a Python file. So automatically .py will be added to this file name. Okay, so you don't have to write it here. So I click yes. So now you can save it. So now you can see on the top, it is written add.py. Okay, so now we have saved this program. And after that, to execute it, you just have to click on this green button over here, which says run current script. Okay, or you can press F5. So now when I click on this button, so now your interpreter is running add.py and result 30 is printed, because I have printed the value of sum inside the program. Now the advantage of script mode is that if you close this file, you don't lose your source code. You can always go to file, open, then you can go to wherever you have saved it. You can see add, our file is here, you double click on it, you get your program back. So that is why I told you in our course of study, we will be always writing program in script mode in separate files. Okay, so now let us continue. Now we are going to study about keywords in Python. Now there are some words in English which are reserved inside Python with special meanings. You should clearly know this list of words. Why? Because it should be used only for its intended purpose. You should not use it anywhere else. This will confuse Python and mostly it will give error. So keyword should be used only for its purpose inside the program. Now there are a total of 33 keywords that is defined inside Python. Just refer any Python book or read your text. You can see all the 33 keywords listed inside it. Now some of the example keywords are false, true, if, else, while, for. So there are 33 words like this. So these words have special meaning inside Python. Now we should see the false and true starts with a capital letter. So if you write a word false, which is starting with a small letter, so you should understand this is not a keyword because this false and this false are different. because I already explained to you that Python is case sensitive. Now to remember all the 33 keywords, it's sometimes difficult. So there is another way. So you can check the color code in Thony to identify the keywords, because you know that if, else and while, these are keywords for sure. So if you write another word called return, okay, and you are not sure whether return is a keyword or not, just check the color that the IDE has given for while and return. If they are same, it is an indication that return is also a keyword and you should use only for its intended purpose. Now just to make it clear what's a keyword, let us just see this sample program again. Now the first three statement is same as with the previous program. Now we have an if condition check. I already told you if is a keyword, and after if, Python expects a condition check. Right? So right now when you add 10 and 20, the value of sum is 30. We have seen this in the previous program. Now the if condition is checking whether 30 is greater than 25. You can see this is true because the value of sum is 30. Right? So when it is true, the statement inside if will execute. It will print go to next level. So what I want you to understand is that after this keyword if, Python expects a condition check. Now for example, if you decide to use this if to store some value, for example inside the program you use like if is equal to 30, this will give error. Now don't assume that Python will copy 30 into this variable if. That is not going to happen. Why? Because when Python interpreter sees this word if, it understands it's a keyword, and after if, Python expects a condition check. So if it doesn't see a condition check after if, automatically it will give error. So now let us run this program and see the result. You can see the program name I have given as 511. That represents the 5th chapter, first part, first program. So the same file is uploaded in our website, www.lenslearn.com. so you can actually visit our site. So you can download the code that is used in our entire course from there, and then you can see this video so that while seeing the class itself, you can execute this program in your machine and see the result. So now our program is ready. Okay, so here you can see if is a keyword, and that is why Thony is showing it in a pink or a rose shade, okay, or you can see a pinkish color. So the color will be different. Maybe when you open Thony, it might be gray in color or maybe yellow in color. Whatever be the color of this keyword if, all keywords will be having the same color inside the program. Now for example, if I am going to write a word return and I don't know whether it's a keyword or not, and if I try to assign some value into it, this is going to give an error. So I will save my program and I will execute it. Now you see it's a syntax error. So now you will be wondering why we have this problem, because this is just a variable and I'm trying to load 10 into it, but Python is creating error because this word return is used for a different purpose inside Python. So how do you understand it's a keyword? You see the color. The color used for if and color used for return is same, which means that return is also a keyword. If I just write here if equal to 10, okay, for example, I'm trying to store value 10 into if. So now if I save the program and execute it, you can see again error will come. Now we have a small quiz here. Now you're asked to select the options which are not keywords in Python. Okay, so just pause the screen, just go through it. You can understand what all words are keywords and what all words are not keywords. If you want to attempt more quiz based on each video session that we cover in this course, I again request you to visit our website www.lenslearn.com. We have created quizzes corresponding to each video session that we cover in this course. So just after seeing the video session, you can always go to our website, you can attempt the quiz and you can make sure that how far you understand the concepts. Now to see the results, now you can see false is not a keyword because it is starting by a small letter. If it was capital letter, it is part of the keywords, right? Now you can see go is not a keyword, local is not a keyword. You can check all the 33 keywords to verify this. You can see with, return, try, else are defined as keywords in Python. Next, we are going to discuss about identifiers. When you write a Python program, you have to create so lot of names inside it. You have to give name for each value that you are going to store in Python. You are going to give name for each function that you are going to write inside Python. So how can you define a proper name inside Python? So for this, you have to understand the rules for naming identifiers inside Python. Okay, so as I told you, identifier are names used to identify different variables and functions and different things inside Python. So now let us see what are the rules for creating a proper identifier or a name inside Python. Now see the first rule. It says that a proper identifier can start with capital letter, small letter, or with an underscore. So now you can understand an identifier cannot start with a number like 7, 8, 9, something like that. You can start either with a small letter or a capital letter or an underscore. Followed by that, any combination of numbers or letters or underscore are allowed. So after you have started the identifier with a small letter or a capital letter, maybe C, after that you can have numbers or underscore or capital letter, small letter, any combination. Python doesn't care about that. Now the maximum length of an identifier is not limited, so you can have a big name used for storing something inside your program, but it is not recommended. Now the fourth rule says that identifier should not be a keyword. So you should not create identifier with name, if, for, or while, because those are keywords. And the last rule, special symbols other than underscore. So underscore is allowed. This is allowed, right? But other special symbols like hash, @ dollar, percentage, these things are not allowed when you create an identifier. Now on the right side, you can see a sample program. In this program, we have some valid identifiers. So here you can see A is a valid identifier, B is a valid identifier, C is a valid identifier, sum is a valid identifier, right? If is a keyword. You should understand this is different. So again, we have a quiz here. You have to select the option which are not identifiers in Python. Now you can pause the screen if you want more time to work on it. Now these are the answers. Now why the first option is not an identifier? Because it is starting with a number. That is not allowed. Option B, option C, and option D are all right. We don't have a problem. Now why option E is not a valid identifier? Because we used a special character hash, which is not allowed. The only special character allowed is underscore. And you can see the last option G. Why it is not an identifier? You can see it is starting with a character. It doesn't have any special characters inside it, so everything is proper. So what is the problem with assert? The problem is that assert is a keyword, and we have a rule saying that keyword cannot be used as an identifier. So even assert cannot be an identifier. Next, we are going to discuss about variables. Now we should know the name of the variable is fixed according to the rule of setting an identifier. Right? Variable are placeholders for storing value inside your Python program. So here you can see A is a variable which stores the value 10 inside it. B is a variable which stores value 20 inside it. C is a variable which stores value 30 inside it. And A plus B plus C, so 50 will be evaluated on the right side after adding the value of these variables A, B, and C. Now 50 is stored into a new variable sum. In the next statement, I am printing the value of variable sum. So 50 will be printed. So right now you should understand even this small program has many variables inside it. So what's a variable? These are items or objects stored inside memory where you can store values inside it, identified in the program by a unique name, and this name is called as an identifier. So that is why I told you the name of a variable is written based on the rules of identifier. A value assigned to a variable can be a number, it can be a character, or it can be a combination of number and character. You call it as a string. Variable creation is done by the assignment operator or equal to operator. So here you can see I have created 4 variables just like that. First statement, you can see the variable name is mark, and I am assigning an integer 76 into mark. Now the next statement, I am creating a new variable with name average, and 81.67, that's a floating point number that is stored into average. But don't worry about this integer and floating point now. We will study that in the next video session. Now after that, I'm going to create a new variable place, and inside that I'm going to store a group of characters clubbed together inside double quote. So this is called as a string, and this entire value New Delhi will be stored into this variable place. And after that, in the last statement, you can see I'm creating a new variable grade with a single character value a, and that is stored into this variable. So here you can see for creating these variables, I have used the assignment operator, equal to operator. Okay, so that is what we have discussed here. So now let us continue. Now here we are going to discuss about comments. Now you see the program on the right side. Actually your program starts from here and ends over here. So when you give this program to the Python interpreter, your Python interpreter is going to start from this line. So now you will have a small doubt. What happens to the first 3 lines? It is part of the program. You can see it is written inside the Python file, but still I say the Python interpreter will start from a equal to 10. You can see the first 3 line starts with a hash. So whatever line which starts with a hash is called as a comment. So it is seen as an explanation or a note that you are going to write to define the purpose of this program. So that will be written in plain English. So here you can see in the first line I have started with hash, and I say this is a sample program. In the second line I say it finds the sum of 3 numbers, and in the third line it says this program also checks an eligibility criteria. So assume that you have written this code and sent it to your friend, okay, without the comment, only the program part. So now when your friend open this file, he will start to read a equal to 10, b is equal to 20, c is equal to 30. So he has to read the entire program to understand what is the purpose of this code. But if you are little sympathetic to your friend, you can care about writing a few lines before the program to mention what is the purpose of this code. So now when you send this code, your friend just have to read the English explanation of what this program does. He doesn't have to read each line and calculate in his head and waste time to understand what is the purpose of your code. You just read the comments, it will be clear to him. Now to add a note in source code, you can use comment. It improves readability of your code. It is particularly useful when working as a team to develop software. So nowadays you can understand, if you work in a big company, you are not going to develop a software by yourself. So there will be a 10-member team. So you will be creating a piece of code which will be added to the big software. So when you write your piece of code, you have to write the comment properly, because finally all the 9 people is going to give their part of code to one person to join it and create the complete software. So if you give proper comment, he can clearly understand this part of the code does this job and this part of the code does this job. So he can actually combine them properly with ease and create the overall software which does the entire job. But if you don't give a comment, it's going to be a big problem for the person who has to combine this code from different people. That is why they say it's very useful to give proper comment when you work as a team. Always the comment starts with a hash, and everything that follows a hash until the end of line is excluded by interpreter. So interpreter doesn't see those lines. So when interpreter starts from the beginning, if it identifies that the first line starts with a hash, it will skip that line, it will come down. And now it sees the second line also starts with the hash, it will skip the second line. Now it sees the third line also starts with the hash, it will skip that line. And that is why I told you your interpreter will start over here. Okay, a is equal to 10, and then it will start executing your program. Comment is written for humans, not for Python interpreter. Now finally, you have to get an understanding of what is an object in Python. Any value or data item that is stored inside the memory of the computer inside Python is called an object. Every object in a Python has a unique ID, which is the representation of the memory where it is stored. For example, in memory, if you see this program, the first line a is equal to 10. So what happens here is that Python interpreter will create a new object in memory. The value of the object will be 10 and variable a will be referring to it. Okay, and variable a will be provided with an ID. This will be a big number. It will be 161366175 something. That depends on the memory location that was allotted for storing a. So variable a will have an ID with some value. So every object in Python has a unique ID. This ID value will not repeat for another value stored in memory. Okay, so for example, the next line I have to store 20. So a new unit in memory will be taken. 20 will be loaded into it. It will create a new variable b, and b will be pointing to it. Okay, and b will have another ID value. It will be 16171356, something like that. These numbers will be different. ID represents the memory location of the object. That is what I have just explained now. Variables with same data will always have same ID. Here in this code, you see the next variable c is also having value 10. So now you see variable a and variable c both have same value. So now it will not create a new memory location to store 10 because 10 is already available in memory. It will create a new variable c and ask c also refer to the same memory location. Okay, so now you see c also will have the same ID as a because both of them are referring to the same memory location where value 10 is stored. That is why we say variables with same data have same ID. If you want to see what is the ID of an object, you can use this function. So you can give ID of a, it will print the big value, whatever ID is given to a by Python interpreter. Okay, so it returns the ID or memory location of that object. So now let us run this program, then it will be clear to you. Okay, so now our program is ready. You can see the first line starts with the hash, and after that I have written sample program, right? So interpreter is not going to do anything on this line because interpreter understands it's a comment. Okay, it's for humans, just for understanding. Now in this program we can see I am creating three variables a, b and c with this value. After that I am printing the ID of a, ID of b and ID of c. Variable a has value 10, variable c also has same value 10. Now once you print the ID of all the three variables, you can see ID of a and ID of c will be same because they both are pointing to the same memory location where 10 is stored. But the ID of b will be different because b actually stores a different value, right? So it gets another memory location. That is why it is having a different ID value. So now let us run the program. So here you can see the first big number, that is the ID of a, and the last one is ID of c. You can see both are same. Okay. Now the middle one is the ID of b, and that is different because b have to store a different value. Now with this we'll wind up this session. After watching this video, I want you to go to our website, attempt the quiz for this particular session to make sure that how far you understood the concepts that we have discussed in here. Now in the next session we'll be discussing about data types in Python. In this session we'll be seeing about different data types defined inside Python. In this slide, you can see these are the classification of different data types that is defined inside Python. Now you see there are 4 different data types defined under number type of data type. Under sequences, there are 3 types of data types defined. Under set, there is only one, it is called as set, and none is also none itself. And under mapping, we have dictionary data type. So that is only one type under mapping. Now let us first see what are all the data types coming under number classification of data types. Now under numbers data type, it is broadly classified into 3, and there is one sub-classification. So that is why I told you there are 4 different data types defined under number. So here you can see the first type is called as integer data type. The second type is called as floating point data type, and the third one is called complex data type. So that are the first 3 classification of number data type. Now under integer data type, you can see there is a subclass of data type, and that is called as Boolean. And Boolean data type stores only two values. It can be either true or it can be a false. So now let us see what's an integer data type. An integer data type variable stores integer numbers inside it. So if I write a equal to 10, now you can understand value 10 is an integer. So if you are storing this value 10 into this variable a, then the data type of a is int. Now if I am using the variable a to store a decimal point number, for example 89.67, now you can see this decimal point number are called floating point numbers, right? Inside computer programming world, it is called like that. Okay, decimal point numbers are called floating point numbers. So now I'm storing this floating point number into variable a. So now the data type of a is going to be float. Similarly, if you want to store a complex number into a, then data type of a is going to be of type complex. If you want a variable just to check two conditions, maybe like true or false, in that case you can define it as a Boolean data type. So if I write like a equal to true, okay, then the data type of a is going to be Boolean. So now you will have a little confusion why this Boolean is coming inside the integer data type. It is because when you are actually assigning the value true to a, actually the value of a is represented as a number inside the memory. So the true value is represented with any non-zero value available inside the memory. But false is always represented with a 0. So that is why Boolean data type is seen as a subclass under integer data type, because the value stored inside the Boolean variable is of type int. And one more thing, when you are storing this value true, T has to be capital letter. You remember we have studied this true and false, they are keywords, right? You have to provide this keyword element to a so that a will become Boolean data type. Now inside your program you have a variable called a and you don't know what is the data type of this variable. So you have a function called type and you give this a inside the bracket. This function will print out, or this function will return what is the data type of a, whether it is int, float or Boolean or complex, whatever it is. It will print out for you so that you can understand what is the data type of this variable. The number data type can hold only a single numerical value at a time. So which means that if I have a is equal to 10 and after some statements in my program, if I make the value of a equal to 20, now this 10 will be erased. So now the new value 20 will be stored into a. So what do we understand? Variable a, being an integer, can store only one number at a given time. Okay, it can be an integer number, it can be a floating point number, it can be a complex number, but only one number at a time can be stored inside it. Now we have a small program just to make things clear what we have learned in the previous slide. So here I have created 4 variables. You can see here a, check, b and c. So value 10 is stored into a. So now Python interpreter understands the data type of a is int. Now here you can see value true is stored into check, so the data type of variable check is going to be Boolean. In the next statement I have stored 20.67 into b. So if you see a decimal point, you should understand this is a floating point number. Now to store a floating point number, the data type of b has to be float, and this is how you represent a complex number. For example 4 plus 6.8j, and you have to put that in bracket. And now when this number is getting stored into c, interpreter will assign the data type of c as complex. So how do you understand whether these data types are actually assigned by the interpreter? You can ask the interpreter to print the data type of each of the variable by using function type. We are trying to find the data type of a using function type. So this will print the value as int because that is the data type of a. Now the next print statement will print the result as Boolean. After that, the third print statement will print the result as float because that is the data type of b, and the last print statement is going to print the result as complex. So now it should be clear to you, by using this function type you can find out data type of any variable that you give inside it. So now let us run this program. Alright, our program is ready. You can see, don't worry about the first line. because that is just the comment. We have already discussed what is the purpose of comment in the previous video, right? So interpreter will not see this line because it starts with a hash, and interpreter knows that this is just an English statement that is defining what is happening inside this program. Okay, so our program starts from here where a is equal to 10. So in the first for statement, I have just assigned some values into these variables, and after that I'm trying to print the data type of each of these variables. Okay, so now let me run the program. So here you can see the first print statement is printing that the data type of A is int. You can see here. Now the second print statement prints the data type of check. It comes as Boolean because I have entered value true into variable check. Okay, so that's how the interpreter understands the data type of check should be Boolean. Now the third print statement prints that data type of B is going to be float, and the last print statement prints that data type of C is complex because I have just entered a complex number into variable C. So now let us continue. Now we are going to study about next classification of data type called sequence. And under sequence there are three types of data types defined in Python. The first one is string, second one is list, and the third one is tuple. Now the primary difference of sequence and numbers is that sequence can hold many values inside it. In the previous slide I already discussed with you, a number data type can store only one value at a time inside it, right? But with sequence, n number of values, maybe 5 different values or 10 different values you can store into a string, a list, or into a tuple. And there is one more thing, sequence is an ordered collection, which means the first value entered into any of this will be identified always as the first element. The second value entered to any of this string, list, or tuple will be identified as the second element. The third value will be identified as the third element. So this data types will preserve the order in which you make entry into it. Okay, so that is why they are called ordered collection. So sequence data type is a group of ordered data item that can be stored in them. Each item is indexed by an integer value. So now we are going to study each one of them in detail. So when we go into them, I will actually discuss with you what is the purpose of index value, and using index value how you can pick individual elements from a list or a tuple for processing inside your program. Now we are going to start with strings, which is the first sequence data type defined in Python. Now string can be a combination of numbers, letters, or special characters or spaces. Many things can be combined together and just stuffed it as a string and stored into a variable. A string is always enclosed in either a single quotes, you can write anything inside it, that will be taken as a string, or it can be enclosed in a double quote, you can write anything inside it, it will be taken as a string. The single quote or double quote is used to mark the beginning and ending of a string. So that's how the interpreter understands. By seeing the quote, it can understand this is the start of the string and this is the end of the string. Everything in between will be copied to the string variable. Now we cannot do numerical operation on strings even though the value is a number. So here you see inside a string you can store numbers, letters, special character, everything that the keyboard can type can be put into the string variable. So here you see you can even give numbers, but when you enter number as a string, you cannot do mathematical operation on that. You cannot add those numbers, right? You cannot multiply those numbers. But later we will understand there is a small function which you can use to convert the string numbers to integer numbers or maybe floating point numbers, and then you can do the operation on that. But if a number is entered as a string, you should be careful to not to operate it on any mathematical operation like addition, subtraction, multiplication. It will not work. So now let us take an example to understand it. Now in this program you can see I have created 4 variables over here. Now all 4 variables are string variables. Okay, so the first variable city1 is storing a string called London. Okay, so the value of city1 is LONDON and this is stored into city1. And how interpreter understands this is the beginning of the string and this is the end of the string by seeing the quotes. Now next variable grade1 is also a string variable, but we are going to store only one character into it. Now the third string variable email, you can see this is a big string. Now inside here you have a combination of characters, numbers, special characters, all these things. So this is why I told you string doesn't care what character is coming from the keyboard, right? Anything you enter can be stuffed together inside the quotes and can be passed as a string. Finally, you see the last variable, street number, which I represent as ST number, is actually storing a number 1, 2, 3, but it is represented inside quotes. So when Python see these quotes, Python will interpret this value as a string, and this 1, 2, 3 is stored as a string value into street number. So now after that, I'm just trying to print the type of each of these variables. Now I already told you all 4 variables are of string type. So you will just see the output coming as string 4 times, right? Because if you try to print the type of city 1, grade 1, email and street number, even though it is storing actually a number, it will be printed as a string. Now the second type of data type under sequence is list. It stores a list of items separated by comma and enclosed inside the square bracket. Now please remember this, list uses square bracket. Now values in list can be modified or changed later. So this is very important point. Only list and dictionary inside Python has this capacity. After you have created it, you can modify it. But for other data types, if you try to modify it, the earlier variable will be destroyed and a new variable will be created after that. So this is a huge advantage for list. You can modify or change it after you have created it. So in this program, we will study how list works. We are creating a list called stud1. So this is the name of the list, stud1. And inside stud1, I have 1, 2, 3, 4 elements inside it. The first element is 24. You can consider that is the age of the student. The second element is the student ID. The third element is the class in which the student studies. And the fourth element is a mobile number. Now you should understand, inside the list, these numbers are represented with their position values. And the position value always starts with a 0. So the first value 24 is available at 0. The second value, this 34J3829, is available at position 1. The third value def3 is available at position 2. And the last value mobile number is available at position 4. These position values are called as index values. Index values are very, very important when you work with string, list, tuple, set, like that. For all of them, you should always remember index value starts with 0 and then it runs continuously until the last element. So using index value, you can individually work on elements inside the list. So we'll see that later. So in the next statement, I am printing the value of stud1. So this entire detail inside stud1 will be printed to the screen. So you will see 24, student ID, diff3 and the phone number. After that, I am trying to print the type of stud1 variable. Now the interpreter, when it sees a square bracket with some values written inside it with a comma, interpreter understands the data type of stud1 should be list. So now the second print statement will give the result as a list because the data type of stud1 is list. Now in the next line, this is where we are trying to modify the existing list stud1. So for example, now the age of particular student is written as 24, but later he comes back to us and say, my age is wrong. You have to change it to 25. So as being a list, you have the capacity to modify it. That's why I told you this is a big advantage for list. How can you delete this 24 and write 25 over there? It's very easy. That is where you will use the index value. Now to work on this individual value 24, you have to use the index value like this. So first you have to write the name of the list, stud1. Then in square bracket, you have to give the index value, that is the position value, right? So if you have to work on the student ID, you have to give index value 1. If you want to change the division, you have to give index value 2. But right now I'm going to change the age 24. So now I will give index value 0 and then you can specify what is the new value that you want to store over there. So I will give 25. So when this statement executes, 25 will be copied into list stud1 at position 0. So now 24 will be removed, 25 will be written over there. After that, I will print the list again. Right now you can see the list starts with 25 with all other values. And there is one more point that I want to discuss with you. When you make an entry into list or tuple or set or dictionary, what we are going to study after this, you should know if you are trying to enter a number, don't give a quote. If you are trying to enter a string, you can either give the string inside a single quote or inside a double quote. So here you can see 24 is a number. I didn't give any quotes for that. This is a string. Okay, so you can see it's a mixture of numbers and characters, so it has to be a string, so you have to put that in quotes. Def3 is a string. It's a choice actually. You can either go with single quotes or you can go with double quotes. It's up to you. All right, and then last mobile number should be taken as a number, so I am not providing any quotes to this. Okay, so now let us continue. Now we are going to study the next type of data type called tuple. List and tuple looks the same. The only difference is that tuple uses your regular brackets, okay, and list uses square bracket. Okay, so this is how the interpreter understands a tuple and a list. So you should not go wrong with this. If you want a tuple, you should use this bracket. If you want a list, you should use this bracket. Now tuple also can store a group of items separated by comma, same as list, but it should be enclosed in a curvy brackets. And the value in tuple cannot be modified. So this is a fundamental difference between list and tuple, right? Tuple cannot be modified after you create it, but list can be modified any number of times. So now let us see the example program. In this program, I'm going to create a tuple, and the name of the variable which I am going to store the tuple is called days. And there are 5 elements inside this tuple, and the position value always starts with 0, the index value. So Monday is stored in 0, Tuesday at 1, Wednesday at 2, Thursday at 3, and Friday at 4. If somebody asks what is the number of elements inside this tuple, the answer is 5, because you can see there are 5 elements. But the index value will always start at 0 and it will go up till 4, one value less than the actual number of elements, because we start at 0. So now we have a tuple called days, and these 5 values are stored inside it. After that, if I call print function to print the values of tuple called days, it will just print the content of days, which is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. After that, I will try to print the type of tuple days, so the output will come as a tuple. So how the interpreter understood it's a tuple? By seeing the bracket type. And the last statement, I have just commented it. When we actually run this program, if I didn't comment it, it will give error. So assume that this comment is not there. Okay, so this statement is running. I am trying to change the value of this tuple day at position 0. So this is not actually position. We call it as the index value. Okay, so from now on, I will call it as index value. So right now, I am trying to change the value of tuple days at index value 0. So we are trying to remove this value Monday, and I want to put a new value Saturday over there. But we have already studied that tuple is immutable. Immutable means you cannot change it after you have created it. So here you see you have created it, and later if you try to push a new value into the tuple, it's going to give error. Okay, but if it was a list, it should have worked properly. So now I will first run this program by commenting the last line, and after that I'll run the program again by uncommenting this line, and then you will see we are trying to change the existing tuple and interpreter is giving us error. So now let us try that. So now you can see the last line, it is commented, so you can assume that this line is not there, okay, because interpreter is not going to work on that. So now I'll execute the program. You can see the first print statement will print the content of our tuple, so that is why the output comes with the content of the tuple over here. Now the next print statement is trying to print the type of variable days. Now we know that this variable days is of type tuple because we have stored a tuple value into it. So now you can see now the data type class is tuple. So now I am going to uncomment this line. Okay, so which means that now I'm trying to change the value Monday inside the tuple with new value Saturday. Okay, so at position 0, so I want to overwrite Monday available at position 0 with new value Saturday. So let us see whether tuple will allow us to do that. So now I have to save the program. I will execute it. Now we see we got error. Okay, so they say it's a type error. Now you can see the data type is tuple. Object does not support item assignment. So what the interpreter is saying that this days is a tuple item or a tuple object, and you cannot assign value into it after you have created it. Now the third data type under sequence is set. Now the biggest difference of set with tuple and list is that set is unordered. So it doesn't care which was the first element entered or which was the second element entered. It doesn't keep the order of elements that it stores inside it. So set also can store a group of items separated by comma, and set uses curly brackets. Okay, so now you should understand set, tuple and list are differentiated by Python interpreter by seeing the brackets that you give. Biggest advantage of set is that it will not process duplicate entries that you make into it. So when we see the example, you will understand. Automatically set will reject duplicate entries, right? So if you are storing data inside set, you can make sure that each item inside set is unique, right? Because set doesn't allow duplication. And here also the values in set cannot be modified or changed after you have created it. So now let us see the sample program. Now in this program we will see how the set data type works. Okay, so we have created a variable fruits which is actually of type set. Okay, so how the interpreter understands by seeing the brackets. Now the data elements that I am going to store into my set fruits, you can see I have purposefully made apple repeat 2 times. When you are trying to make a duplicate entry, or when I am trying to enter apple for the second time, set fruits is not going to give any error. But when you print the value of fruit, you can see it will print apple, comma, orange. Only 2 elements will be there. The last element is automatically rejected because that is a duplicate element. And after that, if I try to print the data type of fruit, it will be printed as set because the data type of fruit is set. And the last line, I have just commented it. Here you can see I'm trying to change the first element inside set with a new value. But we have studied set is also immutable, which means you cannot change it after you have created it. So this will give an error. That is why initially I have commented it. Okay, so now let us run this program. Alright, our program is ready. You can see the last line is commented, so you don't have to see that now. I will just execute the program. You can see I entered apple, orange and apple into set fruits. But when I print the value that is stored inside fruit, you can see it's only apple and orange. The duplicate element apple is not stored into the set. After that, I'm trying to print the type of variable fruit, and you can see the data type is set. So now I will remove the comment. Now I'm trying to change a data item inside an existing set called fruits, right? And it is illegal, it's not allowed. So I will execute it. Now you can see we got the same error. Set object does not support item assignment. Assignment is equal to operator. You cannot assign value grapes into position 0 to an existing set which is already created. So now let us continue. Now we are going to study the next set of data type called none. This data type is used to represent absence of value. Now you should know absence of value is not equal to 0 because 0 is actually a number, or it is not equal to false or something like that. It just means that right now we don't have a value for this variable. Okay, so in that case you can use none. So here you can see it is used to represent the absence of value. Now we should very clearly understand it is not equal to 0 or it is not equal to false. Now, for example, phone number of a student. If you're trying to store all the student records inside your system using a Python program, you can ask each student what is your name, what is your roll number, or which division you are studying now, what is your age, because for all those questions, every student has to give a proper answer. But assume that if you have a data to be entered for phone number, some students can inform that I don't have a phone number. Now in that case, what value you will fill for that variable? You cannot give 0 because 0 is an invalid phone number. You cannot give false. In that case, you can give none. It means that for this student, for phone number, we don't have a value. It's absence of value. So now let us see an example, then you will understand. Now this program is used to demonstrate the none data type. You can see first I'm storing a string called Sam into variable name. Next I'm storing an integer 16 into variable age. After that I'm storing place name Delhi to address. And the fourth variable phone, if the student doesn't have a phone, what value you will give here? So that's the question. I cannot give phone equal to 0 because 0 is an illegal phone number. There is no phone existing with value 0. You cannot give it as false because phone number is not a Boolean value. Store some legal phone numbers for other students, right? So in that case, you can enter none. So now when you enter value none into variable phone, now the data type of this variable phone will become none. Now after that, when you print the name, you can see the output will come as Sam because that is a value of variable name. After that, when you try to print the value of variable phone, the output will come as none. So our program is ready, so let me run it. Now here you can see the first print statement is printing the value of name variable. Okay, so that is printing Sam. And the second print statement is printing the value of phone variable, and here you can see it is none. So now let us proceed. Now we have reached the last data type. Okay, so the classification is mapping, and under mapping we have only one data type to study, that is called dictionary. Dictionary is also unordered data type. So dictionary doesn't care this value was entered first and this value was entered next. Now inside dictionary, the data value are always stored as a pair. So there are two elements for each data item stored inside dictionary. So here you can see a data item is stored as key value pair separated by a colon. Okay, so when you see with the example, you will understand it. And dictionary also uses your curly brackets. It is very fast for retrieval of data. Retrieval means to get data. So if you are going to store 1,000 records inside a dictionary, and if you want to find a particular person's record, okay, if you ask for that person, dictionary is very fast in retrieving that person's record from these 1,000 records that it has stored in the memory. Key and value pair in dictionary is separated by a colon. So I have told you that before. Key and value can be accessed in dictionary by providing key value inside the square bracket. So we remember when we work with list, tuple, and also with string, we used to provide the position value inside the square bracket to access the individual element. And I told you position value always starts with 0. Now when you work with dictionary, inside the square bracket, you have to provide the key. Now dictionary will search in its records and it will identify what is the corresponding value to which this key is associated. So now let us see an example. Now here you see in this program, I have a variable dict1 which is of type dictionary. So how the interpreter understands that? By seeing the curly bracket and also key value pair. You can see this is the first pair, name Sam. This is a second pair, age 17, and this is a third pair, address Delhi. If I try to print dict1, now this will print the entire content of dictionary to the output. Okay, so we'll see that. After that, if I try to print dict1 with key value as address, now Python interpreter will search for all the key elements to find address. So it will search name because that is the key. It will search age, that is the key for this element, and it will search address. So now it has identified the key. And corresponding to this key, what is the value? That is Delhi. So this print statement will print Delhi as the output. And when you make an entry into the dictionary, always you should remember whether it is key or value. If it is a string, you have to use single quotes or double quotes, and if it is a number, you should not use quotes. That is common for all the data types that we have studied, but just I am reminding you once again. So now let me run this program. So now our program is ready. Let me run it. So here you can see I have printed the content of dict1, that is the dictionary variable that we have created. So you can see this is the output of that print statement. And in the next print statement, I want to print the value corresponding to key address. So inside the last element in dictionary, you can see we have the key as address and value as Delhi. So this will actually pick the value corresponding to key address, and that will be printed out. So here you can see it is Delhi. Now if you want to print this age 17, you just have to change this key with age. Interpreter will search the dictionary to identify key age, and corresponding value 17 will be printed out. So I will save the program and execute it. Now you can see 17 is coming here. Now based on the key, you can select the values available inside dictionary. Now when we were studying about different data types, I told you some data type can be changed after you create it, and some data types cannot be changed after you have created it. In this slide, we are going to study which data type can be changed and which data type cannot be changed. So you can see the slide heading talks about immutable and mutable data type. So what do you mean by this word mutable? You might have seen the movie called X-Men, right? So where you can see some people or some special human beings, they have mutated into something else, right? So because they were able to mutate from humans, which means they were able to change. So mutable means there is a provision to change. Immutable means you cannot change. So mutable data type means data types that can be changed later. Immutable data type means you cannot change after you have created it. You can see variables whose value can be changed later. You call it as a mutable variable. Immutable, so this variable's value cannot be changed after you have assigned it. Now if you try to change an immutable variable, then the old variable will be destroyed and a new one will be created in the same name. So that we will see with this example. So now let us see this table. So here you can see I have just formulated all the variables that we have studied into two sets, mutable and immutable. So majority of the data types that we have studied, integer, float, boolean, complex, string, tuple, set, all of them are immutable. They don't like to change after they are being created in the first place. So now there are only two data types which actually allows it, that is list and dictionary. For now, let us take the example of an integer. So I say that integer is immutable, which means you cannot change the value. But inside my program, if I write a is equal to 10, so you can see value 10 is stored into a, and later sometime if I write a equal to 20, my program is not going to give any error. So now you'll have a doubt then why we are saying it is immutable. You can see the value is changing. If you understand the internal operation of Python, then you will understand actually integers are immutable, which we will discuss in the next slide with an example. To clearly understand mutable and immutable data types operation in Python, we first have to understand how values are stored as objects and referenced by identifiers inside memory. So you should understand inside computer, you have your memory where we will actually store this value 50, 50, 100 and all that. So now this memory is called random access memory, okay? When Python sees the first line, a equal to 50. So inside the memory, a small unit will be allocated, 50 will be stored into it, a new variable a will be created, and a will be pointing to this memory location. So a will be provided with an ID value, which is actually the representation of this memory location inside RAM. So it will be a large number. Each time when your program runs, it can change because you will be getting different memory location to store the value that you have assigned inside your program. So right now assume that a got an ID like 176163115. For example. Now after that, our interpreter goes to the next line, b is equal to 50. Now you see, in order to save space inside the RAM, Python does this very intelligently. You can see already 50 is stored inside memory. So why should I take another memory unit and store 50 again? We are simply wasting the memory. So what Python interpreter will do, it will not write 50 again in another place in memory. It will just create a new variable b and ask b to point to the same location as a where you have stored 50. So now A and B are pointing to the same location inside memory, which means that ID of B also will be the same as A. Okay, so B also will be having the same ID 176.16315. So now you see I'm going to change the value of A. It was 50 before. Now I am going to write 100 into it. So right now I am in the third statement. Now we know that the data type of A is int. And according to the previous slides table, we already know that A is immutable. You cannot change A. But if you write this line, your Python interpreter will execute it without any error. But you should understand internally what happens. Now I want to store a new value 100, which is not available inside the memory. So now a new memory unit will be taken for that. 100 will be written into it. Now you see we already have a variable a which points to 50. This a will be deleted, will be destroyed. It will not be reused. That is why we say integer or floating point number or a string is not mutable. It is completely destroyed. Now a new a will be created that will be pointing to 100. And of course the ID value of this a will be different than what we had before because it is pointing to another location in memory, right? So it will have ID value maybe 186.17135, something else. So this a is gone. So right now this is the situation. B is pointing to 50, A is pointing to 100. They have different ID. But you should understand the earlier A is not equal to the new A that is created. They are completely different. So that is why we say integer is not mutable. If you try to change the value of integer, that variable will be destroyed, a new variable will be created, and the new value will be assigned into it. Now we say that list and dictionary are mutable. So let us say what happens here. So I am creating a list called stud1. This is the same list that we have used inside the previous program. So now a new memory unit will be allotted for storing this list. Now this list has some big values like 24, 34J, 3829, then diff3. After that, it has a big phone number. Everything will be stored over here, and a new variable called stud1 will be created. The type of this variable will be list, and it will be pointing to this location. And of course, stud1 will get an ID, and that ID will be completely different from everything else because it's a new memory location. So for example, I would say this is 19161,361. Okay, so this is a new ID value for stud1. Now see the last statement here. You can see in stud1 at position 0, I want to write the new value 25. So 25 will be written over here. Now you see list is mutable, which means list allows data value to be changed after it is created. So now once interpreter executes this statement, inside memory this 24 will be removed and 25 will be written over there. As list is mutable, this memory location will remain the same. This stud1 will remain the same. The ID value will not change. So that's the difference of mutable and immutable data types. Now this is the last slide for this session. Now we have discussed about different data types, okay, in this session. But now you will have a confusion when I will use which data type. So you should understand based on the situation or based on the question, you have to decide whether I should go with a list or a tuple or a set or a dictionary. So in this slide, I will give you some hint when you have to use those data types. So how to decide data type for storing the value that you have in your hand. So list can be used to store collection of data item in which you expect a lot of updates. For example, your class student list. Okay, so every year it keeps on changing. Some student will go from this division to the next division, and some students from there will come back to your division, right? So the class list will keep on changing. So if you're trying to store all the students' name inside of a class into Python program, you better create a list and store these names into that, because later point of time you can change it. Now when we use tuple, when we do not need any change in data. For example, tuple is immutable. If you want to store all the weekdays like Monday, Sunday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, it's not going to change. For example, months of a year, January, February, March, April, May, June up till December, it will never change. So if you want to store this kind of static data, which is not going to change in near future, you can use tuple to store those kind of data. When we will use set. So when our requirement needs that the data that we store should be always unique and we don't want duplicate inside it, you can go with set data type. For example, if you're trying to store the register number for hall ticket of all the students, you have to store the register number into a set. Why? Because you know that two students cannot have same register number, right? So if you accidentally enter same register number again, your set is automatically going to reject it. So we can be sure that the entire elements stored inside set are unique and each student is going to get a different register number in their hall tickets. And the last one, dictionary, when we will use this. This is used for fast search and retrieval of data, and it also supports updating. Now one such example is a contact list that is stored inside your mobile phone. Okay, so how will you store the contact list? You will store the name Sam, and after that you will store the mobile number. So this is the key and this is the value, and once you provide the key, search for Sam. Dictionary is very fast in searching and retrieval, right? So even though you have thousands of records inside your contact list, within a fraction of a second, dictionary will identify the contact of Sam and it will show you the phone number. So that will be all for this section. In this session, we will be seeing about the operators and expression in Python. Now first let us understand what you mean by an operator. Okay, so an operator is used to perform operations on values and it will produce a result after performing that operation. Now the values used by the operator are called with a name called operands. So now let us see this example, then you will understand clearly what I mean by operators and operand. Now let us take the first statement. Here I am trying to subtract 3 from 10. So here 10 is an example of operand, 3 is an example of operand, and the subtraction operator, which is represented by this minus, is actually example of your operator. So now this operator minus will work on the values, which is 10 and 3, you can also call it as operands, and it will produce a result 7. Now in the next statement also you can see an operator. Okay, so this operator is the assignment operator, which is shown here with equal to sign. So what is the job of this operator? It will take the value on the right side and assign it to the variable on the left side. Now after that, the third statement also has an operator, which is equal to, and it has two operands, okay, b and 20. Now it will copy the value on the right side to left side. And in the last statement, you can see we have 3 operands and 2 operators. Okay, so we have operands like C, A and B, and we have 2 operators. The first operator is equal to and the second operator is addition. So here you know that addition will be performed first. It will add the value of A and B. So the result will be 30, and now that 30 will be copied into variable C. So now let us continue. Now we are going to see some of the operators which are defined inside Python. Now there are different types of operators defined in Python, like arithmetic operator, logical operator, then assignment operator. It goes like that. So now let us study each of those operator one by one. So the first type of operator that we are going to study is arithmetic operator. Now this operator is very familiar to us because this operator directly matches with the elementary max that we have studied. So let us start with the first operator, which is represented by a plus, and it is used to add 2 numbers, or it can be also used to concatenate 2 strings. What you mean by concatenate is to join two strings together. So now let us take the first example. So here again, see, we have two numbers. So plus will work as an addition operator here. It will add these two numbers 10 and 6, and the result will be 16. Now the same plus operator can be used with two strings. Here you can see high and wood. So this plus operator will just combine both of them together into one string, and the result will be this. Okay, high wood together as one single word. So now you should understand plus can work with numbers and with string. Now the next operator that we are going to study is subtraction. Okay, represented by minus. This is very simple. It works only with numbers. Okay, so 10 minus 6, the result is going to be 4. Now following by that, we have the next operator, which is star. This also works with numbers and also with string. Now when it works with a number, you call it as a multiplication operator. When it works with string, you call it as a repetition operator. First, let us see multiplication operation. So here you can see I have used star with two numbers. So now it will multiply 10 and 6, and the result will be 60. Now the next line, you can see I have used this star operator with a string. Okay, so I have written high star 3. So high will be repeated 3 times. So the result will be this. You can see high is repeated 3 times, and now this is the output string for this operation. Now rest of the operators works only with number. So with arithmetic operators, just remember that only for plus and star we have an exception. They can also work with string. So now let us go to the next operator, division. Division works only with number, and if I do 10 divided by 6, the result is going to be 1.6667. So this is the exact value that you will get after dividing 10 by 6. The next operator is called modulus operator. This operator will find the remainder after the division, and it is going to give this remainder as the result of this operation. So if I do 10 modulo 6, okay, so you know that 6 can go in 10 only one time, and the remainder of this division is going to be 4. So that will be printed as the result. So now if I do 10 modulo 3, you can see 3 will go 3 times until 9 in 10. So the remainder of this division is going to be 1. So the result of this statement will be 1. See, this modulus operator is kind of very important. When we actually start to program, you will understand it, because some of the programs can be done really fast if you know how to work with modulus operator. Now the next arithmetic operator that we are going to study is called floor division. So you will have a confusion here. We already studied a division over here. Why we require another division? So this division will remove the decimal part, and it will produce only the integer part of the quotient as the result. So now you see, when you divide 10 by 6 over here, the result was 1.6667. So when you do a floor division, which is represented by 2 slashes, as shown over here, from the result, the decimal part will be removed, and only the integer part will be given as the result. So that is why you can see the result of this statement is going to be 1, because the decimal part is removed. Now the last arithmetic operator that we are going to study is exponent. It is represented by 2 star symbols put together without any space. So if I write like 10 star star 2, it means that 10 raised to 2. Okay, and the result is going to be 10 into 10, which is 100. So now let us just run this program to reinforce the concepts that we have studied. So our program is ready. So initially you can see I have given value 10 into A, value 6 is stored into B, and I have 2 strings over here. The first string str1 has value lens, and str2 is having value learn. So first I'll just run the program, and then we will discuss each print statement one at a time. Okay, so let me run it. So now we can see this is the result that I have got, Now in line 6, you can see I'm adding the value of a and b, that is 10 plus 6, so 16 will be stored into variable add, and after that I am printing the value of add. So you can see in the output value 16 is printed. And after that I am going to concatenate str1 with str2. You can see now the plus operator is used to work with two strings. So that is why I use the word concatenate. So now it will join the content of str1 and str2. So lens and learn will be combined together. That will be stored into str3, and then you are printing str3. You can see the second print statement prints lens learn together as one single word. Now after that we are going to use the star operator with string. We call it as a repetition operator. So I am trying to repeat str1 3 times and store that into str3. So str1 is lens, so it will be repeated thrice and it will be stored into str3, and after that you are printing it. Okay, print str3. So you can see the output is coming lens, lens, lens. Now we will study the modulus operator. So here you can see the value of a is 10 and value of b is 6. Now if you do a modulus division between 10 and 6, the remainder is going to be 4, and 4 will be stored inside this variable mod. After that you are printing the value of mod. You can see the value 4 is printed out. If you do a floor division between 10 and 6, the actual division will produce 1.666, something like that. Now the decimal part will be cut off. Only the integer part, which is 1, will be stored into fd. And after that, when I print the value of fd, you can see only 1 is coming out. After that, I am doing the exponent operator on 10 and 2. Okay, so this will do 10 raised to 2, and 100 will be stored into exp, and I will print the value of exp. The value 100 is printed. So now let us study the next type of operator in Python. Next we are going to study about relational operators in Python. These operators are also called comparison operator. So by this word you can understand this operator will compare left side and right side, and based on the operator it will produce either true or false. So that is the job of this operator. So now let us see with examples. Let us assume that the value stored into A is 10 and value stored into B is 20. So now let us start. Now the first operator that we are going to study is where you can see there are two equal to put together. This operator is called as equal to operator. So with equal to there are two different operators. The first one is a single equal to and second one is a double equal to. Single equal to is called as an assignment operator. We will study that later. Right now we are studying about this operator. Okay, and in Python this double equal to is actually referred with this name equal to. You should also understand there is no space between both equal to. Okay, it should be put together. So now let us see the first statement. A equal to B. So here you see the value of A is 10 and the value of B is 20 as per our example. So now you can see this evaluation or this comparison check is wrong because 10 is not equal to 20. So if I try to check whether value of A is equal to B, this will produce result as false. So we are actually assuming these values here. Okay, so A is equal to 10, B is equal to 20, and we will assume the value of C is also equal to 10. Okay, you can see here. Okay, so these are our assumptions. So now let us go to the next statement. There I am checking whether the value of A is equal to value of C. So now you can see value of A is 10 and value of C is 10. So this comparison check is correct. Value of A is actually equal to value of C. So this will return or produce the result as true. Now we go to the next operator, which is called not equal to. So now if you understand equal to operator very well, it is very easy to understand not equal to. It is just the reverse logic. Wherever equal to produce a true, not equal to will produce a false, and wherever equal to produce a false, not equal to will produce a true. So let's go to the first statement over here. A not equal to B. So right now the value of A is 10 and B is 20. Now we see this is correct because 10 is not equal to 20. So this will produce result as true. But when you go to the next statement, you can see value of A is 10 and value of C is 10. And now we are checking whether value of A is not equal to C. This is wrong. They are actually equal. So in that case, this statement will evaluate to false. Now the next operator that we are going to study is greater than. Value of A is 10, value of B is 20, is 10 greater than 20. You can see this is wrong, so it will produce false. B greater than A. So here you can see value of B is 20, value of A is 10. So 20 is greater than 10. So that is correct. It will evaluate to true. After that, you can see I'm just trying to compare greater than with two strings. So I have stored lens into the variable name1 and learn into variable name2. So I am comparing here actually lens is greater than learn. Okay, because name1 is lens and name2 is learn. You should understand this comparison operation is done with ASCII values. ASCII values are encoded values that is used to represent each character inside your computer. So by standard, the ASCII value numbers are this. I will just write it here. Capital A will start at number 65. Capital B will be 66. Capital C will be 67. It goes all the way up till capital Z. So capital Z is having value 90. Now what about small letters? Okay, now small a starts at 97. Small b, it will be 98. Small c will be 99 continuously until small letter Z, and that has value 122. Now by keeping these numerical values in your mind, now we can do this comparison operator. So now let us see whether this is true or false. How Python test is like this. It will take the first character from the left side, first character from the right side. It will check which character has higher ASCII value. But unfortunately now both of them are same because both are capital L. So we cannot resolve. Now they are equal to. So now Python will check the next character on the left side and next character on the right side. Now here also you can see both are small e, so there is no difference. So Python will go and check the third character from both of them. Now you see for lens the third character is n, small n, but for learn the third character is small a. Now you can see according to this chart the ASCII value of small letter a is 97. You can understand small letter n comes way below small letter a. So the ASCII value of n is going to be bigger than ASCII value of a, which is 97. So Python will evaluate that this side is higher and this side is lower. Now it will check the comparison operator. Now the operator checks whether this side is higher than this side. So now this will return true. Now if I invert the symbol like this, then this will return false because actually lens is higher than learn. So according to this statement, you can see name1 is greater than name2 will actually return true. Now the next operator less than. Now the value of a is 10, value of b is 20, 10 less than b, that is true. Now if I invert this, 20 and 10, so 20 less than 10, that is false. Okay, now greater than or equal to, if I say 10 greater than or equal to 10, this will return true because I have an equal to over here. So in the next statement, if I say 10 and 20 over here, if a is greater than or equal to 20, this will give false, right? Because 20 is not actually less than or equal to 10. Now after that we have less than or equal to. So here you can see I have 10 and 10. As I have an equal to here, this will give true. And here I have 10 and 20. And here if you check if a less than or equal to b, this will produce true. So now we will use this program to study the comparison operator. Okay, so we have three variables a, b and c with the value 10, 20 and 10, and we have three string variable name1, name2, name3 with this string stored inside it. So you should know value of a and c is same and value inside name1 and name3 are same. So now let me run the program. Now you can see the first print statement prints a set of stars. So you can see that over here. Now it will check the value of a equal to b. Now that is false because value of a is 10 and value of b is 20. You can see false is coming here. Now a equal to c, that is true. They have equal value. So true is printed out. Now I am checking value of name1 is equal to name2. This is false because name1 is having lens and name2 is having learn. So you will get false. And after that, if I use equal to operator between name1 and name3, it will give true because both of them have value lens in it. After that, it will print a set of stars. You can see it over here. And now I am checking whether value of a is greater than b. This is wrong because value of a is 10 and b is 20. So now you will see a false over here. Now I am checking value of a is less than or equal to c. Actually, they are equal. So as I have an equal to inside here, I will get a true. Now I am checking whether name1 is greater than name2. So here you see the result that you get is true. So now if you check, name1 is lens and name2 is learn. So as I have discussed before, now what Python interpreter will do, it will take the ASCII value of the first character in name1, ASCII value of the first character in name2. Now in both of these words, we have capital L, so it will go and check the next character. Both characters are small letter E. Now it proceeds to the third character to find the difference. And then you can see name1 wins over name2 because the ASCII of small letter n is bigger than ASCII of small letter a. Okay, so that is why when I check whether name1 is bigger than name2, that is true. But if I change this to less than, this will produce false because name1 is actually bigger than name2. Now after that, I am checking whether name1 is less than or equal to name3. You know, both of them are having the word lens, so they are equal to. As I have an equal to over here, this will return true. So now let us continue. Next, we are going to study about assignment operators inside Python. Even though the table looks really big, this is very easy because you just have to study about one operator. All other things are different ways of writing the same operator. So earlier I told you, if you use this equal to symbol only one time, you call it as the assignment operator. Why we call it as the assignment operator? When you use this equal to inside a statement like this, Python interpreter assigns the value 10 into variable a. That is why we call this operator as assignment operator. So this is a very commonly used operator once you start to program. So now example, you can see a equal to 10, value 10 will be moved into variable a. You can see another variable city1 and this string London will be moved into this variable city1. Now after that, you can see this assignment operator is used along with all the arithmetical operators that we have studied before. You remember addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, modulo, floor division, and exponent. So why we are using them along with equal to? So this is just a shorthand for doing a special operation. And it is completely optional. If you don't want to use this, you can go with the long way. Your program will work the same. So now let me explain to you with an example. So if I write like this, a plus equal to 10. So this statement is equal to a equal to a plus 10. So that's it. So if you are really lazy and you don't want to write this big statement, you can write this in shorthand like this. So both this statement will produce the same result. So now you can replicate this with all the operators that is coming below. So if you write b star equal to c, it means that this expression is equal to b equal to b star c. So now you can repeat the same thing for all the arithmetic expressions that is discussed subsequent to this table. Now just for the sake of explaining, we will go with the next operator plus equal to. So if I write a plus equal to b, this is actually equivalent to writing A is equal to A plus B. Personally, I prefer to write it like this because it is a lot less confusing to me. Okay, but if you are smart, you can type like this in your program. It will work the same. Now the next example, you can see city 1 plus equal to city 2. This is equal to city 1 equal to city 1 plus city 2. Okay, now the next operator, you can see minus equal to, so A minus equal to B is equal to A equal to A minus B. I don't have to go through all the examples, it's very clear to you. Now we'll take only one more example and then we will push to the next slide. Okay, so we'll take this star equal to, so here you can see A star equal to B. This statement is equal to A equal to A into B, and with string also, you know the star operator works. So city 1 star equal to 2 is equal to city 1 equal to city 1 into 2. Now the same thing you can apply for division, modulo division, floor division, and exponent. Okay, so here this is just division and a sign, mod and a sign, floor division and a sign, exponent and a sign. Just to understand this concept a little bit better, we will run this program now. So we have a program ready. So now let me run it. We have the result here. So now let's see, value 10 is stored into A, value 3 is stored into B, lens is stored into city 1, and learn is stored into city 2. Now I'm printing a line of several stars. You can see that is printed out over here. Now after that I have A plus equal to B. Put a hash. This is actually equal to writing A equal to A plus B. By checking the result, you can understand it's producing the same value. Now in this statement, you can see I'm adding value 10 and 3, that is A and B. I will add, I'll get 13, and that is stored into this variable A itself. After that, when I print A, you can see it is printing 13. So now you can understand this statement and this statement evaluates the same. Now after that I have city 1 plus equal to city 2. So I will combine city 1 and city 2, that is lens and learn, and the result will be copied into city 1. So now city 1 has lens and learn together as one single word. So now when you print city 1, you see the result. Lens and learn is coming together. After that I am printing a set of stars. Okay, so we have that stars over here. Now I have A star equal to B. So this is equal to A equal to A into B. So A into B is 10 into 3, that is 30. So right now you should know the value of A is 13 because we have changed it. Okay, so right now the value of A is 13. So 13 into B, that is 3. So 13 into 3 is 39. So 39 will be stored into A and it will be printed out. So you can see value 39 is coming out here. And after that you have city 2 into equal to 2. So now the content of city 2 will be combined twice and it will be loaded into city 2 itself. So learn will be joined with another learn, and learn will be copied into city 2. So now when you print city 2, you can see the result is coming as learn. So now let us continue to the next operator. Next we are going to study about logical operators in Python. If you want to combine two comparisons together and then produce a combined result on them, whether it's a true or false, then you have to use a logical operator. So logical operators are used to combine different conditions, and these two conditions will be evaluated separately, and after that these two conditions result, whether it is true or false, will be again combined with the logical operator to produce the final result. I can understand that I have confused you enough. So now let us take some examples and learn what it is. So before we start, we will assume the value of A is 10 and value of B is 3. So now let us start. The first logical operator that we are going to study is AND. It is called as logical and this is how you can use it. So I told you a logical operator, for example AND, is used to combine two different conditions. So you can see on the left side I have the first condition and on the right side I have another condition. Now the left side condition can evaluate either true or false. The right side condition can also evaluate either true or false. Based on these values on the left side and right side, AND will produce the final true or false for this combined condition statement. So now before we start with this example, let us see how AND operator works with the condition values. So let us say I have condition 1 and condition 2. So in this example, A equal to 10 will be our condition 1, B equal to 3 will be our condition 2. So here you can see in this table I have written condition 1 and condition 2. I have told you condition 1 can be either true or false. Condition 2 can be either true or false. So altogether you can have 4 combinations, right? Condition 1 can be true, condition 2 can be true. So if both of them are true, then AND will produce the final result of this combined statement as true. So that is why true is coming here. Now if the first condition is true and the second condition is false, AND will produce the final result as false. Now if the first condition is false and the second condition is true, then also AND will produce the final result as false, and if both conditions are false, AND will produce the final result as false. So now to remember AND, it's very easy. Now you can see when both conditions are true, that is the only situation when AND will produce a true. Rest all other situations where any one condition is false or both conditions are false, always the result is same, right? The result will be false. So now let us come to the first example over here. Now A equal to 10, you can see the value of A is actually 10. So we are checking whether 10 is equal to 10. So this will produce result as true. Now we go to the right side. B equal to 3. So we know that value of B is 3. So 3 equal to 3. This will also produce true. So now you see for logical AND operator, first condition is evaluating to true. The second condition is evaluating to true. So now AND will produce the output for this entire statement as true. So now let us go to the next example. A equal to 10. This will produce true because we know that the value of A is actually 10. The second condition, let us check here. B is greater than 5. So value of B is 3. 3 greater than 5 is false. So now your logical AND operator is seeing that condition 1 is true, but condition 2 is false. Now according to this table, you know that if any one side is false for AND, the result is going to be false. So you can see the final result will be false. Next example, A greater than 10. This is false because value of A is 10 and 10 is not greater than 10. So this is false. And B not equal to 3. So right now the value of B is 3. So 3 not equal to 3 is also false. So for AND, if both sides are false, the result obviously will be false. Next we are going to study about logical OR operation. Now before we come to the example, let us go to the truth table for OR. So here you can see if condition 1 for OR is true and condition 2 is also true, the result for OR is going to be true. If condition 1 is true and condition 2 is false, still OR will give a true. If condition 1 is false and condition 2 is true, again OR will give a true. Only when both the conditions are false, OR will give a false. To remember OR, it is very easy. When both conditions are false, OR will give false. Everything else, it will be true. So if any one side is producing a true for OR, the result will be true. So now let us see the first example for OR. So A equal to 10, that is true because the value that we have assumed is 10 and value of B is 3. Okay, so now A equal to 10 is true, B equal to 3, that's also true. So true and true, OR will definitely give the result as true. Now the next example, A equal to 10 is true, B is greater than 5 is false. But as we have OR, you can see any one side I have a true, the result is going to be true. Now the third example, A is greater than 10 is false, B not equal to 3 is false. This is the only situation in which OR will produce a false because both conditions evaluated to false. So now the result will be false. The last logical operator is called as NOT. NOT is a reversing logic. Okay, it is called as logical NOT. If you have true, you put a NOT on that, it will become false. And if you have a false and you put a NOT on that, it will become true. And also NOT works only on one condition. Okay, whereas and or work on two conditions. You can see here. Okay, but NOT works only on one. So first let me check whether a is equal to 10. You can see this is true, but I put a NOT on top of that true. The result is going to be false. It will invert true to false. Now in the next example, you can see a greater than 10. This is false. So you put a NOT on top of that. The final result is going to be true. That's why I told you can invert false to true and true to false using logical NOT operator. So now let us continue. With this program, we will clearly understand how logical operator works in Python. So we have four variables defined over here: a equal to 10, b equal to 3, city 1 is London, and city 2 is Berlin. Now we have some if statements with this condition check. So now let us see if this entire condition evaluates to true, then only the print statement inside if will work. Otherwise the control will go to the next if. Okay, so now let us see how the first condition evaluates. Now a equal to 10 is true, b is equal to 3 is true. So when you combine both true with and, the final result is true. So it will print out first condition is equal to success. So this we will see in the result. Now the control will go to the next if statement. There I will check whether a is equal to 10, that is true, b greater than 5 is false. Now it's an AND operation between them, so the final result will be false. So the next print statement will not be printed in the result. So we will not see second condition success. Now the control will go to the next if condition check. There I will check a greater than 10. You can see this is false, and we have an AND. And after that I see an AND operator. So now if you understand the logic, it will be clear. You don't have to evaluate the next condition, because for AND, if one condition evaluates to false, the output will be false. So the third output also will not be seen. Now in the fourth if statement, we will check city 1 is equal to London, that is true. City 2 not equal to Berlin, that is false. The result is going to be false. So this will also not see in the result. And finally I am checking if not a equal to 9. So first let us see a equal to 9. What is the result of this? Value of a is 10. So a equal to 9 will give false. Now I am using not operator on false, so the result will be true. So now the control will come inside. It will print fifth condition is a success. So now let us run this program. Alright, our program is ready. Now according to the result that we have discussed, only the first if statement and the last if statement will be successful. So in the output you should see only first condition is equal to success and fifth condition is equal to success. So now let us run it. So you can see here. So now you can see the output exactly matches. So according to our explanation and our understanding, the logical operators are working inside the if condition checks. Okay, so now let us continue to the next operator. Now next is identity operator. Now there are two identity operators in Python. The first operator is and the second operator is not. So first let us see is. This operator will return true if both variables have same value or they are referring to the same location in the memory. So if we have a, b, c with this value, so here you can see value of a and value of c are same, but value of b is different. So if I write this statement, a is b, this will return false because value of a is 10 and value of b is 30. They are referring to two different values in memory. So that is why the result is coming as false. In the next statement, you can see when I check a is c, both of them having same value. So this will produce result as true. So now is not is a reverse logic of is. So wherever you have true for is, false will come for is not. Now is not will be true if both variables have different values stored inside it. So if I write a is not B. So here you see is and not are two different words. Okay, you should give a space between them. So A is not B. You can see the value of A is 10 and value of B now is 30. So this will produce the result as true. Now in the next statement you can see A is not C. So value of A is 10, value of C is 10, is not is false. Okay, because they are actually equal. So this will produce result as false. Now let's see the program on the right side. Let me just draw the memory unit inside the computer. So when it sees the first statement, value 10 will be stored into it and A will be pointing to it. After that it sees value 30 has to be stored, so that's a new value. 30 will be stored and B will be pointing to it. And the third statement, interpreter sees that value 10 has to be stored to C. So already 10 is there in a variable, so there is no point of writing 10 again in memory. So it will just create a variable C and ask it to point to where 10 is being stored. So now if the ID value of A, for example, assume that that is X, the same ID value will be provided to C, and ID value of B will be different. We will assume that is Y. Now in this program I am printing first the ID of A, so X will be printed out. Actually X is a big number. For now we will represent that big number with X. Now next I am printing ID of B, so that will be different from X. So Y will be printed. After that when I print the ID of C, so the same ID number for A will be printed again because both of them are pointing to the same location. In the next print statement I am checking whether A is B. So here you can see A is pointing to some location and B is pointing to some other location. So this will give result as false. A is C. This will produce the result as true because you can see actually both A and C is pointing to the same object, which is 10 stored inside the memory. And now I'll come to the next print statement. I am checking A is not B. This is true because actually they are not the same. They are referring to different objects. And the last print statement, trying to print A is not C. This is false because actually they are the same. A and C is pointing to the same object. Now the next operator we are going to study is called membership operator. Now inside this we have only two operators. One is in and the other one is not in. So first let us see what is the job of in. It will give true if the value is available in the sequence. Now we have studied three different sequences in the previous videos, right? We have studied string, we have studied tuple, we have studied list. So in any one of them you can use this operator, in and not in. So here you can see we have a sample list over here. So this list has 1 2 3 4 5 values and the name of the list is num. So in the first statement over here I am trying to check whether 25 is in the list called num. Now the in operator will check whether 25 is available inside list. So here you can see 25 is available. So this statement will give the result as true because 25 is available inside this list num. Next I am going to check 66 is available inside num. Now when you check all the values inside this list, you can see 66 is not available, so this will produce result as false. Now the next example, you can see 78 in num. You can see actually 78 is here, but still the output is coming as false. The problem here is with the data type. The value that you are stored inside this list is a integer, but the value that you are trying to search is a string. And how do you understand it's a string? Because it is enclosed in single quotes. So actually you are trying to find out a string with value 78 inside this list num. You cannot find it because I have 78, but that's integer, not a string, right? So that is why the result is coming as false. Now not in is the inverse logic of in operator. So this will return true if the value is not available inside sequence. So now if I check whether 25 is not in num, this will give false. Why? Because 25 is actually available inside the list. Now 66 is not in num, this is true because 66 is not available inside num. And 78 not in num, this is also true. Why? Because the string 78 is not available inside this list. I'm not going to explain this program because that's the same, right? Because all the examples that we have seen here, I have just written that inside print statements so that you can see the result as true and false in the terminal. Next, we are going to study about expressions, right? So we have finished with all the operators inside Python. Now we are going to study how you can combine these operators and operands together to build a big expression, for example, a mathematical expression which can evaluate into a value. So expression is a combination of variables, constant, operators that we have studied just now. You combine all of this together to create a big line that is an expression. Expression always evaluates to a value. So that's the job of the expression. If you have plus, minus, multiplication, everything inside an expression, it will evaluate one by one, and finally it will produce one single result for the entire expression. A single variable or a value is considered as an expression. So simply if you write 10, that's an example for expression. If you write a, that is an example for expression. But a single operator is not a valid expression. So if you write a plus without anything on the left and the right side, that is not an expression. So here, before we start with the example, we will say the value of a is assumed to be 10. Okay, so now let us see. This is a valid expression because it's just a value and the result will be 250 itself. If I just write a, the result is going to be 10. Why we are writing the result? Because you see, expression always evaluates to a value. Okay, now after that, a minus 3.14, it will produce a result like this. Now I can also have another expression with two floating point numbers. It will subtract and it will produce a result as this. I can concatenate two words with the concatenation operator. It will join these two words and the result will be this. After that, you see, this is kind of a complex expression. You can see there are 1, 2, 3, 4 operators inside it, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 operands inside it. So now it has to evaluate one operator at a time with operands, and finally it has to find the result. After evaluating this statement properly, the result is going to be 8. And in the next statement, you can see if you write just an operator, this is not an expression, the result will be an error. Now before we go to the next slide, let us see this expression a little bit more detail. Okay, so I will write 5 plus 3 into 4 divided by 2 minus 3. So let me try to evaluate from left to right. So 5 plus 3 will evaluate to 8. Now 8 into 4 will come to 32. 32 by 2 will come to 16, and 16 minus 3 will evaluate to 13. So now you see, if I evaluate from left to right, the result of this expression is 13. But you can see, if you give this expression to Python, the result is coming as 8. Now let's see how 8 is produced. So first, let me multiply 3 into 4 initially. Okay, so when I multiply 3 into 4, I will get 12. So now this is removed and I will get 12 here. Now I will do 12 divided by 2. Okay, so that will produce 6. Now I will do 5 plus 6. That will produce 11. Now I will do 11 minus 3. I will get the result as 8. So now you see, we have a problem here. The order in which I selected each operator from this expression to evaluate first will definitely affect the final result. So when I pick star to execute first, and after that I prefer division to execute next, and then plus and then minus, I am actually getting the value 8. But if I proceed sequentially from left to right, which means I will do plus first, after that multiplication, after that division, after that minus, the result is going to be 13. So you should understand, in Python, we have a preference order in which operator should be selected first for operating and which operator should be selected last. Now based on that, when you evaluate, the correct result is going to be 8. So let us see that rule and understand how Python evaluates a complex expression. Now to understand that, this is the rule, okay? We call it as operator precedence table. Precedence means this is like a ranking. So the first rank operator will always get the first preference to be evaluated, and the last rank operator will be done as the final operator in the evaluation process. So let us see, if you have a set of operator mixed inside an expression, if you have the exponent operator inside it, that is given precedence number 1. Precedence 2, the next level of precedence goes to positive sign and negative sign. This is not addition and subtraction. This is plus 10, that is positive 10, and for minus 10. Okay, so this is negative 10. So that are these two operators. Now the third preference goes to multiplication, division, modulo, and floor division. The fourth preference goes to plus and minus. Okay, the fifth goes to the comparison operator. The sixth preference is equal to and not equal to. Seventh is assignment operator. This is assignment. The eighth precedence goes to is and is not. Ninth goes to in and not in, and the last precedence goes to our logical operation and, or, and not. So now based on this information, now let us evaluate the same expression again. Now for operators with equal precedence, left to right evaluation pattern is taken. So here you can see with precedence level 3, 4 operators which have equal precedence: star, division, modulo, and floor division. So if they come together in expression, then which one will be executed first? Then we will use the rule from left to right. So the leftmost will be done first, and then we will proceed to the right side. So now let us take this example, then you will understand what we are discussing now. So let us see now how it is getting evaluated. 5 plus 3 into 4 divided by 2 minus 3. So now let me write all the operators one at a time. So we have plus, we have multiplication, we have division, we have subtraction. So now let us see which operator has got more precedence. So here you can see multiplication and division falls to precedence ranking 3, and plus and minus falls to precedence ranking 4. So now you can understand multiplication and division should be done first. After that only we will do plus and minus. Now among this multiplication and division, which should be done first? Because you see, according to this precedence table, both of them fall into the third precedence level. So how we will resolve this problem? Now for that we have this rule. For operators with equal precedence, we follow left to right rule. So I will start from my left side and I will proceed to my right side and see which operator, multiplication or division, you see first. I see multiplication first. So now I have to multiply 3 and 4 first. So this is how Python is going to evaluate this. That is why we are studying this, okay? So 3 into 4, so the result 12 will come there. So now multiplication is finished. After that you have to do division, then only I can go with plus and minus. So now 12 divided by 2 will be done. So this will evaluate to 6. So 6 will come here. So now even division is finished. So now I have plus and minus. So they belong to the same precedence level. So how you can resolve it? Again, left to right rule. Now I start from the left side, I go to the right side, and I see plus operator first. So now I have to do 5 plus 6. This will evaluate to 11. So now 11 will come. So even plus is finished. Now we have only the last operator, subtraction. 11 minus 3. The result will come as 8. So this is exactly how Python will evaluate this expression. Now you can use brackets to override the precedence that is set inside Python. Now when you write this expression, you have a special requirement. You want 5 plus 3 to be done first. And after that you want to divide 4 by 2. Then you have to multiply the result of these two operations and then subtract by 3, you can always provide these brackets and inform Python, this is exactly how I want you to evaluate. In this case, Python will forget about the precedence. Based on your brackets, it will evaluate and produce a result. So in this way, you can override the precedence, and based on your own evaluation criteria, you can make an expression work with the help of a bracket. So always when you have a complex expression written, it is better to give proper bracket than depend on the precedence value of the Python to take care of evaluating your expression, because sometimes the result that you're going to get will be completely different from what you want. Okay, so it is always recommended that if you have a big expression, give proper brackets so that you exactly know this is how your expression is going to evaluate inside the program. So now let us go forward. Now broadly you can classify all the operators that we have studied until now into two classes. It can be a unary operator or it can be binary operator. 90% of the operators that we have studied are binary operator. Unary operator acts on a single operand. Okay, now for example, plus 10 or negative 50. Okay, this plus and minus are sign operator. So this is negative 50. It works only on one operand. This plus works only on one operand. And you remember not works only on one condition, a equal to 3, right? It works only on one condition, so that's a unary operator. Rest everything, that's why I told you 90% of the operator that we study works with binary operand, which means it requires two operands to work. For example, A star B. Okay, so this star is a binary operator. Why? Because it requires two operands to do its operation and produce a result. So plus, minus, star, and is, less than, greater than, all these things are example of binary operator. Okay, so you should understand plus can be a unary operator and a binary operator. The way in which you use it, Python will understand. So if you write a equal to minus 10, now Python understands this minus is actually the sign for this value 10, and minus 10 will be copied into a. Whereas if you write a equal to a minus 10, now you see this is a subtraction operator. It's a binary operator with two operands, a and 10. So plus and minus can actually work as unary operator and as binary operator. Now in this video we have studied about different operators in Python. Then we learn how to combine these operators and operands to produce an expression. Now we will study about a statement. So when you write a Python code, right, each line that you write inside this program, each single line, you can call it as a statement. So one line of code inside Python is called as a statement. A group of statement actually forms your entire program. So that's it for this video. In the next video, we'll continue with input and output functions. In this video, we'll be discussing about input and output operation in Python. First, let us see about input operation. Now, using input operation, the program can accept a value or a data from the user through the keyboard. It makes the program more interactive. For example, if you write a program to add two numbers, you can make it more interactive by asking the user to enter the two numbers, and then your program will add those two numbers and give the result back. Now, to get the values from the keyboard to your program, Python uses input function. So here you can see it is used for accepting input into the program. It accepts all values from the keyboard as a string. So you should understand this very clearly. Whatever you enter from the keyboard is read as a string into your program by this function. Now the input function will terminate data entry on pressing the enter key. So if you want to enter a big number, you can enter 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, all the digits that you want. And finally, when you have to make this entry into the program, you have to press enter. Okay, so this big number will be read from your keyboard by input function and moved into your program's memory. So now let us continue. Now let us see some example of input. If you write this statement inside your Python program, now we have called the function input. So when the interpreter reaches this particular statement, Now the program will stop execution, and then Python is expecting the user to type an input. So if the user type in the keyboard India and press enter, the value India will be copied to variable country by your function input. Now in the next statement, you can see I have put a sentence inside the input function. When Python interpreter runs this function input, you will see this entire sentence, enter your country, onto the terminal. Okay, and after that you have to make your entry. So now the user will type India over here, and then the value India will be copied into the country. So here the advantage is that the user will exactly know what he has to enter, because the program already told him you have to enter your country name, right? So then he has entered India, it got copied into variable country. Now we have already seen in the previous slide, everything that is read by input function will be converted to a string and loaded into the variable on the left side. So now you can see, if you check the type of variable country, it is coming as a string. Now in the next example, we will see how to read a number. Now you can see in this input function, I am printing enter your age, and after that you can make your entry. So once this statement is executed, onto the screen you will see Python will print enter your age with a colon. Why? Because we have given a colon over here. And after that the interpreter is expecting the user to enter something. So I have entered 16 over here. Now this 16 will be copied into age, but we have a small problem, because we already discussed that input will read everything as a string. So the value 16 will be loaded into age, but it will be loaded as a string. That is why you can see here, when you are trying to find out the data type of age, even though we have stored a number into it, you can see it will come as a string. So we have a different way to convert this string 16 to integer 16 and then load it to age. We will see that later. So now let us continue. Now next we are going to study about output operation. So output operation is used to display the output or result of your program onto the monitor, okay, or onto the screen. Now the function used for output operation is called print function. Print function will write or print the output onto the screen. Now the print function always ends with a new line. For example, if I ask the print function to print a string called hello, so what happens in the output is that it will print all the characters in hello, and then the control will be moved to the next line. So that is what we are discussing here. Print will always end with a new line, and that is the default. If you don't want that to happen, which means if you want the cursor to be in the same line after the printing is finished, you can always use this keyword end to change the default behavior. Okay, so that's the next point. Now you can call the print function to print the value, and after that you can put a comma and specify what will be the end character. Okay, so by default it is new line, so the control goes to the next line, but you can change it over here. So by using this end keyword inside print, you can change the end of print anything other than new line. So you can see this example over here, print hi, and I am asking that this print statement should end with a space. Okay, so this will print HAI, then a space will be printed. After that the cursor will wait on the same line. Now let's see the first example. Now I am asking Python to print have a good day. So it will just print everything that we have given inside the quotes. What we have written inside, the same thing will be printed outside. So you can see have a good day will be printed. Now in the second example, I am creating two variables a and b with value 10 and 20. After that I am calling print. Now I told you everything you put inside quotes will be printed as such. So sum equal to will be printed just like that. Okay, and after that you can see you put a comma, and then you have something which is not inside the quotes. So if you write something without giving the quotes, then print will actually print the value of those variables. So here you know that the value of a is 10 and value of b is 20. So before the actual printing happens, I have to add them. So I will add 10 and 20. The result 30 will come over here, and after that print will output the value 30, and that's why the output comes like this. Now in the third example, you can see I have used a concatenation operator plus to combine two words good and luck. Now before the print statement starts its operation, first you have to finish the concatenation operation. Alright, so it will combine these two words together. Good luck as one single word will be created, and after that print will print it to the output. So you can see over here. Now in the next statement you can see there is a comma operator. This is how you can separate different values inside print function. So this will not combine good and luck. So now this print statement will pick the first value good, it will be printed out. Now you have a comma, and then it will take the next value luck and it will be printed out. So you can see automatically a space is put in between them. Now in the last print statement, you can see I have a combination of string, variable, then a string, a variable, string, then an additional operation with two variables. So let us see how this print function will print this output. So you can see the first value inside print is put in quotes. So whatever you write inside will be printed as such. So sum of will be printed. Now you have A without quotes. So the value of A will be printed. Okay, so here you can see the value of A is 10. So 10 will be printed. After that, you can see and is put inside quotes. So whatever you write inside that, it will be printed as such. So and will be printed. After that, you have B without quotes. So the value of B will be printed, which is 20. After that, you have is in quotes. So is will be printed. Now you have A plus B without quotes, right? So now the value of A will come over here and value of B will come. It will do the mathematical operation. The value will be resolved. 30 will be identified, and now print will output the value 30. Next, we are going to study about type conversion. Okay, now what do you mean by type conversion? That is changing the data type of a value. So if you want to change an integer to a string, or if you want to change a floating point value to an integer, or if you want to change a string to an integer, then you can use this type conversion function. Now there are two types of type conversion that is defined inside Python. The first one is called explicit type conversion, that is done by us, by the programmer itself. And then the second type is called implicit type conversion. This is done by interpreter in the background. So the programmer doesn't have to know this type conversion actually happened. In this example, we will see why we require a type conversion. Okay, or why we have to change an integer to string or string to integer, right? We have an example here. When we go through this, you will understand we have to change the type. My aim is to read 2 marks. Okay, I have to read the mark of physics. I have to read the marks of mathematics, and then I have to add these 2 marks, and the sum has to be printed out. So that's my aim. So now this is my first statement. I have my input function, and in the input function I have written enter the marks of physics, so that will be printed out, and now 70 will be entered by the user. But you should know the input function reads 70 as a string, and it is stored as a string into mark 1. Now the same thing happened to mark 2. Marks 90, which is inputted for max by the user, will be read by input as a string, and it will be copied to mark 2. And after that, I am trying to add mark 1 plus mark 2. Now the problem here is that mark 1 is a string and mark 2 is a string. So when you use this plus operator between two strings, you remember we will actually do a concatenation, right? So this is 70 and this is 90. So both being strings, and then you just do a concatenation between them, the result is going to be 7090, right? And you can see this is the sum value that you are getting, and you know this sum is completely wrong, because when you add 70 and 90, we were expecting 160, and see the result. Why this problem happened? Because we were working on strings even though the actual data was number. So now we have to convert this string 70 into integers, and then we have to store it inside mark 1. So now you understand we need type conversion. String has to be converted to integer in this case. Now just to verify, after these statements are executed, if you try to identify the type of mark 1, that is over here, you can see it will output as string even though mark 1 is storing value 70 because it is stored as a string. So now let us go forward. So next we are going to study about explicit type conversion, where we will write the code and force a string to convert to integer or a float to integer or an integer to string. Alright, so this is done inside the program code. I will write the corresponding function and force the variable to change the type. So here we have one such example. So we know that the value inside mark 1 is 70, but it is stored as a string. So you can use the type conversion function called int to convert the string 70 into integer 70, and then you can copy that again back to mark 1. So now mark 1 is storing number or integer 70. Now in the next statement you can see mark 2 is having the string value 90. Now this integer function will forcefully convert the string to an integer and then load it back to mark 2 itself. So now mark 2 is having value 90, and that's a number, that's an integer. And after that, when you try to print sum equal to, so that will be printed, and after that mark 1 plus mark 2. So right now mark 1 and mark 2 are integers, so now this plus will work as an addition operator. So now 70 plus 90, the result will be 160. So that will be printed out. And after that, if you check the type of mark 1, you can see it is changed to int. Now you see we have done it the hard way, right? First we collected the input using input function. It was read as a string, and then we used that string with integer function to convert that to an integer and store it again as an integer to the same variable. We can do this in one go, in one step itself. Now let us take such an example. You see this statement. My aim is to store a floating point number 80.4 into mark 1. Now you see what I have done here, right? I have used input function to print enter mark 1, so that will be printed, and after that input function is waiting for the user to make an entry. So now the user will type 80.4. So now input will read 80.4 as a string. But now you can see this entire input function is put inside type conversion function called as float. Now what this float function will do? It will convert string 80.4 into a floating point number 80.4, and that will be loaded into mark 1. So now in this statement I have used two functions, input function to read the input as a string and float function to convert that string into float value, and then it is loaded to mark 1. So you can do this both operation together in one statement itself. Now you can see in this statement it's the same thing. 60.7 will be read as a string by input function. It will be converted to a floating point number by float function, and then it will be loaded to mark 2. So now mark 2 and mark 1 are floating point numbers. They are numbers, they are not string. And after, when you try to print sum is equal to mark 1 plus mark 2, it will just add numbers 80.4 and 60.7, and you can see the result is coming as 141.1000. So with this example, I have discussed with you how to explicitly do the type conversion to integer and to float. If you want to convert something to a string, you can use function str. But of course, if you want to read an input as a string, then you don't have to give anything. Why? Because by default, input function reads as a string itself. So you don't have to convert to anything else. But if you want an integer or a float to be read from the keyboard, this is how you do it. Now we are going to see about the second type of type conversion that we have seen before. It is called as implicit type conversion. So this type conversion is actually done by the interpreter itself. So we don't actually call any function or program, or we don't write any code to do this. Interpreter does this in the background. So let us see this example, you would understand. In the first statement, I am storing value 20 to mark 1. So now we can understand the type of mark 1 is int because it is storing an integer value 20. Now in the second statement, I am storing 30.2 to mark 2. So the type of this variable mark 2 is float because it is storing a decimal value. And in the third statement, you can see I am adding mark 1 with mark 2. So right now I am adding 20 plus 30.2. And now I am loading the result to total. Now the question is, what will be the data type of total? Because you can see on the right side, the first operand is an integer, the second operand is a float. So what will be the data type of total? Python has a default rule in this. Always Python will select higher precision data type. So what do you mean by precision? For example, if I add 20 and 30.2, you know the result is 50.2. If I make the data type of total equal to int, then what is the problem? Integer cannot store decimal value. So this part has to be cut off and total can store only value 50, which is wrong because we lost the precision. So Python interpreter understands this, and Python understands always a floating point value has larger precision than an integer. It will automatically select the data type of total as float. So what is the advantage? Add 20 and 30.2. The result is 50.2 and it can be stored into total without losing any value inside it. This is called as implicit type conversion. The interpreter decided that the total has to go with float so that it can actually store the entire result after the addition. So here you can see if I print the value of total, it will be storing a floating point number. After that, if I print the type of total, okay, you can see the interpreter returns that it is set as a floating point value. Now the last statement is what I have discussed with you now. Here the interpreter automatically selects the type of total variable as float to prevent loss of precision, because if it was an integer, then I can store only 50, and you can see we lost the precision, right? Next we are going to study about debugging. Okay, so debugging is actually a term which is used inside the software industry. Let's say the program that you write as a software. So now what is a software bug? Okay, a software bug is an error or fault in the computer program. Assume that you write a small program for some purpose, but when you run it, you are not getting the proper result, or when you're giving input, the output is not matching with the input value that you're giving. So now you understand your software or program has a bug in it. So you have to correct it. So correcting your software bug is called as debugging. So the process of identifying, correcting errors in a program so that the output matches your expectation for each input that you give is called as debugging operation. Now debugging is a big term in software industry, which means that all the programmers makes mistakes. So please understand that nobody writes perfect program in the first place. So now that you have started with the journey of Python, in the next video session, we will start to write small programs related to what we have studied until now. So when you attempt those programs, maybe you have some problem, maybe you will hit some syntax errors, or the interpreter will give different kinds of errors. So don't get disheartened. You just have to sit and read your program once again. You will find the mistake and then you have to correct it, and that process is called as debugging. And every software programmer always have to do debugging after he has written the code in the first place, right? Because that's why I told you no code runs perfectly the first time. In order to debug, you have to identify the errors in your program. Okay, errors means bugs, and after that you debug it. Now there are three types of errors in the program. The first type is called syntax error, the second type is called logical error, and the third type is called runtime errors. We will see each of these errors in detail in the coming slides, but just understand syntax error is the easiest to correct logical error is little bit more difficult to correct, and runtime error is extremely difficult to correct. Now let us see each one of them in detail. Now first let us study about syntax errors. Now what do you mean by a syntax? Rules for writing programs in any programming language, you can call it as syntax. So syntax is not a term which is invented by Python. If you are studying C programming language, you have to study the syntax of C programming language. Right now we are studying Python, so it is our aim to study the syntax of the Python so that we can write a proper code without syntax error. Now syntax error is mistake in the program caused by violating the rules of Python. Okay, so this is why I told you this is very easy to identify, because syntax errors will be identified and notified to us by Python interpreter itself. But the other two errors, interpreter is not going to help us. We have to find ourselves. So next you can see interpreter will stop execution if it finds a syntax error in your Python program. Interpreter will generate an error message. So when you see this error message from the interpreter, don't get disheartened. This is your hint, right? You have written a big program, and when you try to run it, interpreter identifies a mistake in it, and interpreter is notifying you regarding this mistake as an error message. So when you read that message, most probably you will understand where is the problem inside your code. You can directly go there, fix it, run it again. Mostly your program will work fine. Now, one of the example for syntax rule is unmatched parenthesis, which means you open a bracket, you forget to close it, right? So in this case, your interpreter will give an error. We have some examples coming, then you will understand it much more clearly. These are examples of syntax errors. You see the first statement. I have written 5 plus 3 into 2, so there is nothing wrong until here, but I have used a closing parenthesis without an opening parenthesis. That is a basic rule in Python. The parenthesis has to match. So you see, the interpreter is giving error, syntax error, unmatched bracket. So this is why I told you this error message is an indication for you to understand where is your mistake. So now you don't have to check for all the mistakes that you might make. You just have to check somewhere I have missed a bracket. So only where you have put brackets, you go and check, and somewhere in the program you will find, oh, here is where I forget it, and then you give that, your program will work fine. Now in the second example, you can see I have loaded 10 to A and 10 to B, and after that I am trying to print the value of A plus B, but unnecessarily I used a quote over here. So now this will give a syntax error, EOL, that is end of line while scanning string literal. So once you read this end of line while scanning string literal, you may not understand what it means, but actually once you start coding, you will get to know what are the meaning of each errors. So Python interpreter is saying it has seen a quote. So inside it expects a big line because that's a string. But this line never ends, because this line will end only when interpreter sees the ending quote. That is the end of line, right? But here you see there is no ending quotes. So that's a problem. So next we go to logical errors. Logical errors also have another name called as semantic errors. But we will stick to this name logical error because that is easy for us to understand. Now, logical errors are mistakes other than violating the rules of Python. So this is, I would say, logical errors are our mistakes. So we are not making any mistakes with Python rules. I learned Python properly, and the program that I have written is perfectly matching with the rules in the Python. So syntax errors is not coming, but still your output can be wrong. Now in that case, you have to think about, do I have any logical errors inside my program? So here you can see the interpreter will not find these mistakes and execution will be complete. So this is where I told you finding logical errors is a little bit more difficult than finding syntax errors, because with syntax errors, interpreter will stop the execution and will give the error message. So we can clearly read the error message and correct it. But with logical errors, The program will run fine, you will get the output, all right, but the output is wrong, you know that. So this must be corrected by checking the code's logic by the programmer. So this is why I told you it is more difficult to correct. With this example, we'll understand logical error a little bit better. Now we see the first option. I'm trying to find the average of these two values, 10 and 20. You know that when you add 10 and 20 and divide by 2, the actual average that I should get is 15. So this is the correct answer. To find the average, first I will load value 10 to A, 20 to B, and after that I'm finding average A plus B divided by 2. Now I will find the result of A plus B divided by 2, and the result will be stored into average, and after that I am printing the value of average. Now when interpreter goes through each line, interpreter will not see any error because all the lines are written perfectly according to the Python rules. So now this program does not have a syntax error, but you see the output. We are getting 20. We were expecting 15 and 20 is not equal to 15, so we have a logical error inside this. So now we have to read each line, and then you have to find out this is where my program goes wrong. Now I realize that my logical error is in this statement. So let us see where is the error. If I write A plus B divided by 2 without putting any parentheses, you can see I have two operators here, addition and division. Now according to the operator precedence, you know that division has got higher precedence than addition. So now if you simply write A plus B by 2, the first operation that will be carried out is to divide the value of B by 2, and to that result the value of A will be added. So you can see the value of A is 10 plus value of B is 20 divided by 2. So now initially 20 divided by 2 will be executed. So this will result as 10. Now this 10 will be added to the first 10 and the result will be 20, and that is why we are getting the result as 20 over here. So now that we have identified our logical error in this expression, now let's see how to fix that. Now to fix it, you see this statement, you can write your expression like this: A plus B in bracket divided by 2. So now first A plus B will be done. So 10 plus 20, 30 will be evaluated. Now it will be divided by 2 and the result will be produced as 15. So now you can see if I print average, it is coming as 15. So this is an example of logical error. Now next we are going to see the last type of error, which is called as a runtime error. So these errors are encountered by the interpreter when the program executes. So why this is very difficult to identify? Because maybe when your program runs 1 time, 2 time, 3 time, it will work perfectly, even the output will be correct. But when you keep on changing the input, maybe in 1 or 2 special input conditions, your program will have error, or maybe your program will give wrong result. So that is why we call it as a runtime error. Why? Because your program is syntactically correct. Your program doesn't have any logical mistakes, but based on some input value, some special input value combinations, your program will have problems. Okay, so that kind of problems is classified under runtime error. Now, why this is very difficult to identify? Because you see, I write a program and I give some input, I check the output is correct. I give another set of input, I check the output is correct. So I will assume that my program is perfect. I will send it to many of my friends, and maybe one of the friend, when he give a special input to this program, he is getting an error. So now he will call back and say to me, your program is not correct, right? If you give the input as these two numbers, then your program is not working properly. So one such example is division by 0. For example, if you are writing a program to divide two numbers, okay, so first you take an input to variable A. Okay, you can give any number that will be stored into A. Now after that you give an input to variable B, then you find the value of C by dividing A by B. Okay, and after that you will print the value of C. Now if this is your program, when your program runs, assume that you enter value of A as 10 and value of B as 2. So now in the third statement you can see 10 divided by 2, so value 5 will be copied into C and now it will print the result as 5. You see my program executed properly, which means there is no syntax error. The output when you divide 10 by 2, the actual result is 5. My program is finding the correct answer, so we don't have any logical errors also. But this program has a hidden problem inside it. For a special input, it can create a problem. So now let us see what is that. Now I run the program again, and this time I will give value 10 to A. Now for B, I will give value 0. Now to identify the value of C, now your interpreter has to divide 10 by 0. You see any number divided by 0 is undefined, right? In mathematics it is undefined. So the problem here is that this will give an error, and this error will happen only when you give value 0 to B. Any other number you give here, it will properly divide. That is why I told you it is very difficult to identify runtime errors, because it will not happen every time. Only for some special input that particular situation will be created and your program will have issues inside it. So runtime errors are very difficult to find out. Next thing you see, file not found. For example, you write your Python program and this program requires an input file to function. Okay, so for example, this file should be provided to your Python program, then the program can finish its job. So this file, you call it as input.txt. Now when you run this program inside your computer, your Python program will work perfectly because you have this input.txt inside your computer. Now once you have tested your program is proper, now you send this python.txt to your friend, right? Now your friend will take this program and run in his computer. Maybe he will get an error. Why? Because he don't have this input.txt in his computer. So this is runtime error. The program was working properly in my system. So this is an example for runtime error. So this example I already discussed in the previous slide. So we'll just go through now. So here you can see I'm printing A divided by B. The problem is that B should never be 0. If it is equal to 0, then Python cannot find this value. It will give an error. So value 10 is stored into A, and after that into B I'm taking an input, right, and converting that to integer. So now accidentally the user input the value of B as 0. So now 0 is stored into B and I am trying to divide 10 by 0. This is undefined. So now you can see immediately Python is producing an error, and the name of the error is 0 division error, right? And the explanation is division by 0. So this is a runtime error. Why? Because if the user have inputted here 5, this program will work properly, right? It will divide 10 divided by 5 and this print statement will print the result as 2. So with this we have completed this chapter. In this video, we are going to start with chapter 6, where we will study about the flow of control in Python program. Now chapter 6 is divided into 4 sessions, right? Now in this session, in part 1, we will be studying about introduction to flow control, and then we will study selection flow control and the purpose of indentation inside a Python program. In the next video, we'll be studying about a repetition control structure. Following by that, we will study break, continue, and nested loop in part 3. And with part 1, 2, and 3, the theoretical part will be finished. And the part 4, the last video, will be dedicated only for programs related to this chapter. So now let us start with the introduction to flow control. Now, flow of control is the order in which the statements are executed in a program. Okay, so we have done some example programs when we study the previous chapter. Now when I created the Python file, you remember I have written some statements or lines inside it. Now in all those programs that we have studied before, the flow of control is sequential, which means that first line will get executed, and after that the second line will get executed. After that, the third line will execute it. It goes one after the another until the program finishes. So this is example of some basic program which we used just to start the introduction classes, all right? But in this chapter, we will study how we can change this order of execution, which means that you can set some condition that from first line, the control can go to line number 3, and from there, 3, 4, and 5, you can make it execute 10 times. This is called as a loop. And after that, maybe it will go to the 6th line, 7th line, and 10th line, and then the program will finish. All right. So we are going to study some of the constructs that can be used inside Python to alter the normal course of execution inside a program. So control structures helps to control or alter or change the normal flow of program execution. Now the control structures in Python is classified into two, which are selection and repetition. Okay. Now let us see about selection control structure. Now selection is used for choosing the required option from many available options. Okay, now selection is implemented in Python by using the if condition statement, or you can call it as if else statement. Okay, now there are three types of if statement that you can write inside Python programs. Now this depends of course on the question and the logic that you want to implement. You can either write a simple if statement, you can either go with if else statement, or you can go with if followed by elif. Elif actually stands for else if. All right, so elif is actually the short form of else if. Now we will see the first type of selection control structure, which is a simple if condition. Now in the previous chapter I already have given you examples with if condition, so this should be easy for you. This is the syntax of if condition. All right, so what you mean by syntax is the way in which you have to write a proper if condition in Python. That is called as a syntax of Python. So syntax is essentially the proper way of writing the program. Okay, now in Python, if you have to write an if condition, this is the syntax. If, after that you have to write the condition check, and followed by that you have to give a colon. Now inside if condition you can write n number of statements. All right, now all the statements inside if condition should be indented properly. So here you can see the statement which I have written here is pushed inside the if condition, so that the Python interpreter knows that this set of statement belongs to this if condition. So if you are writing two if condition, for example, if I have here if condition 1 and I have three statements, you have to indent it, you have to push it inside, and the next if statement will start from here. So there you have condition 2, and inside that if statement, if you have 3 statements or 4 statements, you can write like this, and all of them should be pushed inside, so that Python understands this 5 lines belongs to this if, and this 3 lines belongs to the first if condition. Okay, so only when the condition that you provide inside the if evaluates to true, the following statements or set of statements that you give inside the if will be executed. Now we have a small program here. Now this program is named 6111. So this is chapter 6 part 1 video. This is the first program. I will be saving this program with the same file name, so I will name it as 611.py, So these files will be uploaded in our website, so you can actually log into our website and you can download these programs for free. So I will urge you to prior visit the website, download the program, and then see the video so that you can actually run your own codes in your system and you can check along as we proceed. Okay, so now this is a small program. So what this program does is that it asks the user to input the age. Okay, so here you can see enter your age, and whatever age you input, that will be stored into a variable called as age. Okay, now we have an if condition. I am just checking whether the age that the user have inputted through the keyboard is greater than 18. Now if this condition is true, then only this statement will be executed. Right, so it will print apply for driving license. So when you run this program, assume that you entered age as 25. So now this 25 will be stored into age. So here I will be checking 25 greater than or equal to 18. Now we can see this condition is true. This print statement, which is part of if condition check, will be executed, and in the output you will see apply for driving license. Now you run the program again, and this time you enter the age as 16. So now 16 will be stored into the age. Now I will check whether 16 is greater than or equal to 18. Now we know that this will evaluate to false. And when this evaluates to false, the entire statements written inside the if control structure will not be executed. So which means that you will not see this print statement in the output. So now let us run it. Alright, so our program is ready. You can see the name of the program I have given as 6111.py. So you can download this from our website. It's completely free. You can visit it anytime you want. So you can see here the first line is a comment, so we don't have to see that. Now after that, you see the first line. What it does is that this input command, which we have already discussed in the previous chapter, will just print this line, enter your age, onto the terminal. Then it will wait for the user to make an entry through the keyboard. If I enter a number 25, you should understand this input function will read that 25 as a string, but we need it as a number. That is why I am using this typecast function int, which will convert that 25 to an integer, and then it will be stored into age. Of course, we have discussed this in the previous chapter, so I don't have to discuss this again. And then my if condition will make the check whether this condition is true or false, and based on the output of this condition check, this statement, the last line, the print statement, will get executed. So now let us run the program. So now here you can see it is asking for me to enter a particular age. So I will enter 25. So now you can see the condition will be evaluated to true, and you will see the print statement in the output. So I'll press enter. So here you can see the if statement condition check is successful, it's true, and we got the output. So now I'm going to run the program again. So again it is asking for the age. This time I will enter 16. So now we know that this time the condition check in if is going to be false, right? So the print statement will not execute. When I press enter, you can see there is no output after that. Now we are going to see the second type of if control structure, which is called as if else statement. All right, now this is a syntax for if else statement. So here you can see the first part is something that we have discussed in the previous slide. It's the same thing. After if, you can have a condition, and then you can have n number of statements inside if, and after that you have something new which is called as else. All right, and following else also you can have n number of statements. So here you can see the condition check is given only for if. Right, there is no condition check for else. So if the condition check of if evaluates to true, then only this statement which is written inside if will be executed, and after that the control will go to the next statement after else. Now when the condition inside if evaluates to false, then the statements inside if will not be executed, the control will come to else, and the statements written inside else will be executed. So now we can see here, when the condition is true, then statement following if will be executed. When the condition is false, then the statement following else will be executed. Now we will see the same program but a little bit more improved version of it. Alright, so here we can see we are inputting the same age. Now if age is greater than 18, it will print apply for driving license, but if age is less than 18, right, in that case this condition will be false. In such a situation, the control will go to else, and then I will print you cannot apply for driving license at this point of time. So now let us run this program. Now first time I will enter age as 25. Now we know that the if condition is going to be true. In this case, only this print statement which says apply for driving license will be executed, and else statement will not be executed. Now here you can see the if condition evaluates to true, and then only the if condition statement has executed which says apply for driving license. I'll run the program again. This time I will give age as 16. So now here you see the condition inside if is going to be false. So now the if statements will be skipped, the control will come to else, and the statement written inside else will be printed out which says cannot apply for driving license. So now I'll press enter. So here you can see cannot apply for driving license. So here you should understand if and else are mutually exclusive, which means that any one only execute at one time, right? If this condition is true, only if will execute. If the condition returns false, then only else will execute. All right. Now the third type of if control statement is if elif statement. Okay, or you can say if else if statement. Right. Now the syntax of this, here you can see you have multiple conditions. So this is the first condition check, this is the second condition check, this is the third condition check. You can have n number of elif, and finally you can have an else. If your question demands to check many conditions to get to the answer, probably you will require an if elif statement. So let me explain to you how if elif statement works. So first it will check the condition written inside if, right? Now it can be true, it can be false. Now if it is true, the statement inside if is executed, and then all other elif and else is skipped, and the control of the program will go down. If the condition is false, then it will check the next condition, which is for the first elif. Now this condition can be true, it can be false. Now if it is true, then this statement will be executed. Then all other elif statement and else is skipped, the control will go down, right? Now if it is false, then I will check the third condition. This condition can be true or it can be false. If it is true, only this statement will be executed, and all other elif statement following that and else will be skipped, right? And finally, if all the condition evaluates to false, which means that the first condition evaluates to false, the second elif condition evaluates to false, the third condition evaluates to false, everything is false, then finally the else statement will be executed. Now let us see an example. Now here you can see you are asked to enter the marks for a subject in 100. Right? So the marks that you are going to enter is stored inside the variable called mark. Now according to the question, if it says that if the mark is greater than 85, when this condition is true, I have to print the grade that you have is A+. Now you see, if this condition is false, which means that the student doesn't have a mark which is greater than 85, then I will check with the next condition, which is written inside my first elif. Alright, there I will check whether mark is greater than 70 and mark is less than 85. Right, now when this condition will be true, You see, I have joined both condition using AND, which means that both side has to be true, then only this condition is true. Only when your mark is in this range, right, this condition will be true, then you will be printing the grade for the student is A. Now if this condition is false, right, if any one of the condition is false, then I will go to my second elif. There I will check whether mark is between 60 and 70. If so, I will print the grade is B. If that condition is also false, I will go to my third elif, and there I will check whether mark is between 50 and 60. If so, I will print C grade. And if this condition is also false, then I will go to else, and you can see there is no condition check for else, and I will just print you have failed because your mark is less than 50, and that is why you have reached else, right? Because any of the previous conditions were true, you will never execute else, right? So if the control reaches else, it means that all the previous conditions have evaluated to false. So now let us run this program. All right, so now our program is ready. Now first time when I run the program, I am going to enter marks 90. So why I enter marks 90? Because I want to make the first condition check as true, and I want to show that only the print statement written inside if will be executed, and all other elif and else part will be skipped in the program. Okay, so let us see that. So first I will run the program. Now it is asking for the mark in 100, right? So I will enter 90. Now I'll press enter. Now you can see it has printed only the statement that is written, it has printed only the statement that is written inside if condition check. So let me run the program again. This time I will enter marks 65. According to this logic, you can understand the first condition check is going to be false. The second condition check also will evaluate to false, right? Why? Because 65 is greater than or equal to 70 will evaluate to false, and you know this is an AND condition, which means if any one side evaluates to false, this entire condition check will be evaluated as false. So here you can see we are targeting the second elif. This will evaluate to true, because when I enter 65, you can understand the first condition will be true because 65 is greater than or equal to 60, and the second will also be true because 65 is less than 70. Only this statement will be printed out where grade equal to B. Now let me enter 65 and I'll press enter. Now you can see it is printing the grade as B. Now I'll run this program one more time just to show when else will work. So now I'm going to enter 45 as my marks. You can see here. So when I enter 45, you can check that all the condition checks, right, with if and with 3 elif will evaluate to false. So naturally the control will go to else, and the last statement will be printed out, which says that the student has failed, right? So now I will press enter. So here you can see now only the else statement is getting executed. So let us continue. Now next we are going to talk about indentation. Properly aligning the programs by placing white spaces at the beginning of a statement. That is the definition of indentation. So in Python, we will be providing single tab spaces for each level or each block inside the program. Okay, you can see the tab key is just above the caps lock in your keyboard. If you don't provide indentation correctly in Python, it will give a syntax error. If you provide the indentation properly, the readability of your program increases by a large margin. So let us see this example just to understand the purpose of indentation. Now in this program, we have used the control structure if else. So by seeing the layout of the program itself, you can understand these two lines belongs to if and these two lines belongs to else. So that is the advantage of giving indentation. It's very easy to read and understand your program, right? If you don't give proper indentation, then Python will give error. It is a very simple program where you have to enter just two numbers. It is asking for the first number. Whatever you give will be stored inside A. It is asking for the second number. Whatever number you give will be stored inside B. And then it is trying to find the largest of the two numbers, right? Here I have a condition check in if, which checks whether A is greater than B. If this is true, then you understand that A is the bigger number. So you will just print the first number is greater, and then you will print the value of A, right? Now, if this condition is false, in that case, you know that B is the bigger number. So when this condition is false, the control will go to else, and there you will print the second number is greater, and you will print the value of B. Now let us run this program. So we have our program ready. Now just to make you understand that if I don't provide indentation, then what will happen? So I forget to indent these two lines. All right. So actually I should have indented these two lines using the tab space, but I forget to do that. So now I'll save the program and I will run it. So here you can see Python gives an error. It says that in this line, print first number is greater, indentation error, expected an indented block. So now I will come here, I will press tab once, I will go to the second line, I will press tab again. Now I'll save the program, I will run it. So now you see the program executed properly. It is asking for the first number. I will enter the first number as 9 and the second number as 6. So here you know that the first number is the bigger number. So here A is bigger than B. So if condition is going to be true, I will print the first two print statement in my program. So you can see that will be shown in the output. So I'll press enter. You can see here the first number is greater. So you can see this is what is getting printed out, and it is printing the value of A, that is the first number. So 9 is getting printed out. I will run again. This time I will enter the first number as 6 and I will enter the second number as 9. So what happens here is that now the if condition will be false, because you can see B is bigger than A. So this condition will be false. So control will come to the else part, and this two print statement will be executed. So now I'll press enter. You can see here it says the second number is greater, and it prints 9 because the second number that I have entered is 9. That's all for this video. In the next video we will see a repetition control structure. In this video, which is going to be the second part of chapter 6, we will study about the control structure repetition. Now, in programming terms, a repetition control structure can be also called as an iteration control structure, or it can be also called as a looping control structure. Now, this control structure is used when you have to repeat a task again and again in your program. So in the example program on the right side, you can see I'm going to print the multiples of 5. So here, I have written my print statement 5 times to complete this task. You can see here. So the first print statement will print 5, the next will print 10, it goes on until 25. But once you study repetition control structure, you can achieve the same output by writing only one print statement and making it work again and again 5 times. So that is the aim of this video. Okay, so looping constructs are used to perform a repeated task again and again. Now in this video we'll be studying about two looping construct which is defined in Python. The first one is called as for loop and the second one is called as while loop. Now first we will discuss about for loop, right? Now for loop is used to repeat over the set of values in a sequence, right? We have studied that there are 3 types of sequence in the previous chapter. Now when can we use a for loop? Now for example, if you want to print all letters of the word lens learn, you can use a for loop to do this, right? Or any word, whatever you want. If you want to print each character one at a time, you can use a for loop and you can do that. Okay, we have this example coming, we'll see that. Now you can also use for loop to repeat over the set of values in a range. Now range is a particular function. We will study function in the coming chapters. So just understand, a range is something which can generate a set of values which can be used inside the for loop for your program to proceed, right? So you can use range to print the first 10 multiples of 5. So we have the example of both of this. When you see the example, you will understand it much more clearly. Now the syntax of for loop. Now I have already discussed what is the meaning of syntax. Syntax is the correct way of writing something. So if you claim that you know Python programming, then you should know the syntax of Python, right? The way you have to write a Python program, because if you don't know the syntax, then your interpreter, the Python interpreter, will give error because you have made a mistake inside the program. You didn't stick to the syntax. So our first aim is to study the syntax of for loop, or how correctly you can write a for loop inside Python. So to write a for loop, you have to use the keyword for, and followed by that you should give a control variable. This can be any variable name. You can give control variable as I, or maybe A or J, or you can give a word that will stand as the control variable. After that, you should give the keyword in. Followed by that, you can either give a sequence, for example, a list, or you can use the range function, which will generate a list on the go and provide the value to the control variable. Now inside for, you can have the body of the loop, right? So body of the loop means a set of statements that will be executed again and again until the control variable are exhausted with all the values provided to it, either by sequence or by a range. Right? I understand that you are a little confused at this point. When we start to see the examples, things will be clear. Okay, so anyway, theoretically, this is the way you can write a correct for loop inside Python. Now, what is control variable? It controls the iteration of the loop. Okay, iteration means each pass. So based on the control variable and the sequence number, the for loop will decide I have to go around this body of loop 5 times. Okay, or maybe I have to go around 10 times. So that depends on the sequence or the range which provides the value to the control variable. Okay, so in for, if you are using a for loop, the programmer, which is you, need not change the value of the control variable. It automatically will happen as the program proceeds. But the next control structure that we are going to study, which is while, in that the programmer has to change the value by himself or herself. Right? So that's the difference between for and while, right? So here in for, you don't have to change the value of control variable. Automatically control variable will be picking values from the sequence that you have provided one at a time for each loop. Okay, now sequence can be a string, a list, or a tuple. So it's up to you. You can provide anything. So you can either give a string over here, or you can give a list over here, or you can give a tuple over here. Your for loop will collect the value from this sequence one at a time and it will execute, right? Now range is a function. It will also generate items which you provide inside the range. So basically range will construct a list on the go and provide it to the control variable, right? Now let us go to the examples. Things will be clear to you. Now the first example that we are going to study, program 621, here we will be providing a string as the sequence, right? So this is a simple for loop. So here you can see inside for loop, the body of the for loop has only one statement which prints the value of variable letter. Now first, for loop will take the first character from the string and that character will be loaded into the control variable. So here you should understand the control variable for us is this variable name letter. Right? So now inside for loop, I will print the value of letter. So in the output, capital L will be printed. Now the control will again go back to 4. That is why we call it as a looping construct. Next time, 4 will select the next character, which is E, and will be loaded into letter. Right? And now inside for loop, it will print the value of letter. So in the next line, I will print the output as E. Then control will again go to for loop. Now we are in the third iteration. So it will select the next value from the sequence, which is string in this case. N will be loaded into letter. Then it will say print letter. So N will be printed. So in this way, it will print the entire string that you have given there. Right? And once we select the last character, this will be loaded into letter, and then print letter will print this last character. And now the for loop understands that the entire sequence is finished. Entire sequence is finished. So now for loop will stop the execution, and now the next line inside the program that immediately follows the for loop will start. Right? So now let us run the small program and see the output. So here you can see our program is ready. We have our for loop with control variable letter. You can have any variable name here, right? If you want, you can make it I, and you just have to provide I over here. This will produce the same result. Right? So this is just a variable name. Any valid identifier, you can give it over there. So anyway, this is the program that we are going to run. So I'll click run. So here you can see in the output, it is printing len set learn, and once we reach the last n, the string is completely finished, and then for loop will stop. Right? So that's how for loop works. Now in the next program, we are going to study how for loop is going to work with a list. Right? So here we have created a list age, which has a set of ages stored in it. So we have age 6, 12, 8, 16, and 10 stored inside it. Now here you can see we have a for loop with control variable num. All right, and then we have the keyword in, and after that I'm specifying the name of my list, which is age. So you can assume that now we have the value 6, 12, 8, 16, and 10 over here. Right? Now when the for loop starts, the first value in the list, which is 6, will be loaded into num, and then I will print the value of num. So 6 will be printed. Now next time when the for loop runs, the second value 12 will be loaded into num. Then I will print 12. Then next time when the for loop run, 8 will be printed, then 16 will be printed, then 10 will be printed. Now for loop understands the list is exhausted, it is finished, so for loop will terminate. Now you see, according to this print statement, the output is going to be in different lines. Okay, so the output will come like 6, 12, 8, 16, and 10. Right? Now what if you have to print the output like this? 6 followed by a space, 12 followed by a space, 8 followed by a space, 16 followed by a space, 10. So here you can understand the entire output comes in one single line. Right? So if you want to print the output like that, then you can use the print statement which is written over here. A normal print statement, you can see here, when you call this print statement to print something, it will print the value and then the cursor will go to the next line, so that next time when you print, the value will be printed below it. Right? You can change this by using the print statement as given in the third line. Okay, so here you are specifying to the print statement that print should end with a space. Right? So what will happen now? Print will print the first value. After that, as you have written here end with a space, it will not go to the next line. It will just leave a space and then wait there, so that next time when the next number is getting printed, it will be printed in the same line. So now I'll execute this program first by using the first print statement. Then I will run the same program using the second print statement. By seeing the output, you will understand the difference. Alright, our program is ready. You don't have to worry about this line right now because it is commented. So it is as good as I don't write this line in this program, right? Your interpreter is not going to consider this line, the last line. So now when I run the program, you can see the output is coming like this: 6, 12, 8, 16 and 10, all in different lines. Alright, so if you want the entire output to be printed in one single line with a space in between, you can use the next print statement. So I am just going to comment the first print statement, so that will not be used in my program, and I will remove the comment from the second print statement. So now I will just save this program, run it again. So here you can see the entire output comes in a straight line. Right? So this is how you can specify the end character that will be used for print statement. Right? Now if you need more spaces between them, you can specify here /t. This stands for a tab space. Right? So now if I save and run the program, you can see the output. It is far more spaced out. Right? So if you change this /t to /n, if I save it and I run it, now you can see it is printing in different lines. So /n actually stands for carriage return. So this is the character by default is used by the print statement to go to the next line. So now let us continue. So now we will study how to use a range function inside for loop. So this is a built-in function to create a list and then use the values of list so that your for loop can execute it, right? So range function works only with integers, so you cannot provide any string value to range function. It can work with positive and negative numbers, right? Now in a range function, you have to specify three things, okay? You can specify the start value, the stop value, and the step value, which is also called as the difference. When we see the example, you will understand. So this is exclusively used inside for loop. Okay. Now this is a syntax of a range function, right? You have to use the keyword range. Now followed by that, inside the bracket, you have to specify three values. Right, you can specify what is a start value, what is a stop value, and what is the step value. Right, now I have highlighted the start and step value. Why? Because these two are optional. Right, so you can either provide a value over there or you don't have to provide a value, but stop value is mandatory, which means you have to give a stop value so that the range function can work. Okay, now if you don't provide a start value, range function will assume a default value of 0 to start. If you don't provide a value for step, range function will take the default value as 1. Okay, so now let me just write an example range function here and I'll show you what values it will generate inside the list. So if I write range 1, 5, 1. So what happens here is that the range will start with value 1. So this will generate the first value as 1. Then the next value will be created by adding 1 to the previous value. That is why we call the last value as step or difference. So it will add 1 to 1, so the next value is going to be 2. Then it will again add 1 to 2, so the next value is going to be 3. It will add again 1 to 3, the next value is going to be 4. And now you should understand your range function will stop generating values, right? So the value that is generated by this range function is 1, 2, 3, 4. Now you will be thinking, what about 5? Right? You have specified the stop value as 5, and now the range has actually stopped at 4. Range function will never reach up till stop value. It will stop one value before it. Right? So if you give stop value as 5, the value generated by range function will stop at 4. Now we will take another simple example of range, then you will understand it better. Okay, so here I will write 2, I will write 10 here, and I will write 3 here. Okay, so here you can see the start value is 2, the stop value is 10, and the difference, the step value, is 3. So always the range will start from the start value. So 2 will be printed here. So that will be the first number outputted by range function. Now the next number is created by adding 3 to the previous number. So it will add 3 to 2. So the next number in the range will be 5. Okay. Then it will add 3 to 5. The next number in the range will be 8. Now it will add 3 to 8. You can see the next number is 11, but 11 cannot come because our stop value insists that the range should stop at 9, not at 10, at 9. And 11 is above 9, so this will not come in the output. So this is the list generated by this range function. Now the last example, I will just give a stop value. I will give the value as 7. Now this is also a valid range function because I have provided only one value, so this value will be taken as the stop value, and I told you now the start value will be assumed as 0 and the step value will be assumed as 1. So now you can understand what is the output this range function is going to give. The start value is the default value 0, so 0 will come here. Then 1 will be added to 0, so 1 will be the next value. Followed by that you will have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and your list will stop. Right? Because I will never reach the actual stop value. One value before the stop value, your range function will terminate. So now we can read the theory part. You will understand what we are talking about. Now start, it is optional. I told you the default value is 0. Now stop, this is mandatory, which means you have to provide a stop value. Okay, but it will be excluded from the list. What do you mean by excluded? It will not be included. So that is why you can see if I give 7 in the range, you can see 7 is not included in the list. It will go only up till 6. And finally we have step, that is the difference between two consecutive numbers inside the list. So if I have step value 1, the difference between each number is going to be 1. Okay, now this is also optional. So if you don't provide a value for step, the default value 1 will be taken. Right? You can give a positive number or a negative number for step value, but you should not give 0 for step value. That is illegal. Okay. Now we have some more example of range function. So now it will be easy for you to solve this. So if I write list range 10, what will be the output? You can see I have provided only one value. So this 10 is taken as the stop value, right? So you can assume 0 is the start and 1 is the step. So here you can see my list starts with value 0. As the step is 1, the next number is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. It will reach 9 and it will stop. Okay, because value 10 will not be included in the range, it will stop one value before that. In the next example, we have given two values, right? So if I provide two values inside my range function, then the first value is taken as start and the next value is taken as stop, and the last value step. Range function will automatically take the default value 1. the output will start with 5 because that's the start value. Then as the step is 1, it will increment one value to get the next number, one value to get the next number, and it will stop at 9. Now the third example, we have used start, stop and step, but all with negative numbers, right? So here you can see the start value is -10. So the first value -10 will be printed. The next number will be generated by adding the step value to the value before that. So I will do -10 plus -1. So the next value is going to be -11. You can see here -11 is coming over here. Now the next value will be generated by -11 plus -1. So this is going to be -12. So you can see -12 will come. This will go all the way up till -19 because we have asked the range to stop at -20. Now this is a sample program where we are going to use the range function inside for loop. So here you can see, according to this range function, the value that is going to be generated here is 1, 2, 3, all the way up till 10, right? So when this for loop run, first time the value 1 will be loaded into the variable num, and then I will print 1 into 5, so the value will be 5. So in the output 5 will be printed. Next time when my for loop works, the second value, which is 2, will be loaded into the variable num. So now this print statement will execute 2 into 5. So the result is 10. So 10 will be printed to the output. Alright. So in this way, it will load each value 3, 4, 5, 6 up till 10. So you will actually get 10 multiples of 5, like 5, 10, 15, 25. And you will stop at 50 because 10 into 5 is 50. So that's the last value of the range. Now why it go up till 10? Because I have used the stop value at 11. That is why. Okay. And here again, see, I didn't specify the step value. So the step value by default is taken as 1. So now let us run this program and see the result. Now our program is ready. Now let us run it to see whether the result matches our findings. So here you can see the output comes like this: 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 up till 50. Now if you want to print this entire output in a single line, you can use end with a space. Okay, so now I'll save it and run it. So here you can see the output comes like this. Okay, so we have printed first 10 multiples of 5 using the range operator inside for loop. Now we are going to study about the second type of looping construct in Python, which is called as a while loop. Okay, now while loop also works almost the same as for loop. All right, so this is going to be easy to you. So while loop helps to repeat over a set of statement as long as the condition that you write inside the while loop remains true. So when the condition evaluates to false, while loop will stop. Okay. Now the programmer should explicitly control the iteration of while loop. So that is kind of a difference when you work with the for loop, because with for loop, the iteration is actually controlled by the elements inside the sequence or string or the range function. But you don't have this kind of constructs in while loop, right? You yourself give the value to the variables, and according to these variables, the while loop will execute n number of times, right? So when you see the example, you will understand. So first we will see the syntax of while loop, or how you can write a perfect while loop inside Python. So to write a while loop, you have to use the keyword while. Followed by that, you have to write a condition with semicolons. So this condition is same like you have used with your if condition check, right? And inside the while loop, you can have n number of statements which will be executed again and again, and this n number of statement that you write inside while loop, you can call it as the body of while loop. right? Now the condition that you're going to write inside the while loop, it should be true for the body of the loop to execute. So before the control comes into the body of while loop, the condition will be checked. If it is true, the body will be executed. Then again the control will come to while. If it is again true, the body will be executed. And this iteration or looping will keep on happening until the condition becomes false. So when it becomes false, while loop will finish and the statement after the while loop will start executing. Okay, now the condition should eventually become false. So this is your responsibility. As the while loop proceed, at some point in time, the condition should reach false so that the while loop can stop. So if this doesn't happen, then you will go to an infinite loop, in which case you can see the while loop is keep on executing and your program will never terminate, right? So we will see an example of that. Then you will understand what I mean by infinite loop. Okay. Now the body of while loop, I already explained to you. All the statements that you write inside the while loop is the body of the while loop, and this will be executed as long as the condition evaluates to true. Now let us see a sample program with while loop. So this program is used to print first 5 natural numbers. First, I will create a variable count with initial value as 1. Then I will start my while loop with condition check whether count is less than or equal to 5. So I will just write the variable here and I will note the first value that is stored inside here. So right now you can see 1 is actually less than or equal to 5. So now this condition evaluates to true. Okay, so now the control will come into the while loop. Now this two statement forms the body of the while loop for this example, right? So now I will print the value of count. So in the output, I will see the first value 1 is getting printed. Now after that, I will increment the value of count. So here you can see the value of count now is 1. So I will do 1 plus 1. The result 2 will be stored into count. So the new value of count is going to be 2. Now the control again moves back to the while condition check. So now I will check whether the current value of count, which is 2, is less than or equal to 5. So here you can see again this evaluates to true because 2 is actually less than 5. So I will come into the while loop. I will print the value of count, which is 2 now. So that will be printed in the output. I will add 1 to the current value of count. So the count will become 3. I will come back to while loop condition check again. Now I will check 3 is less than or equal to 5. You can see this also will evaluate to true. Now I will print the count, which is coming to be 3, and now the count value will become 4. I will check the condition again. 4 is less than or equal to 5. Again it evaluates to true. I will come inside. I will print 4. All right, and now I will increment the count value to 5. And now I will check 5 is less than or equal to 5. You can see that also evaluates to true. Again, I will come into while loop. I will print the output, the value of count. So that will be printed in the output. I will increment the value of count to 6. Now we are going to stop the while loop, because next time when I check the condition, it checks whether 6 is less than or equal to 5. You can see this evaluates to false. So now while loop will stop executing and your program will terminate, right? Now I told you about a condition in which if you forget to increment the counter variable, you can have an infinite loop. Assume that you forget to write this line, okay, this last line. Now what will happen to your program, right? Just think about it. So here you can see, if you forget to write this last line, then you are not incrementing the value of count. So how many times this while loop executes, always the value of count will remain as 1. And when you check whether 1 is less than 5, this will evaluate always to true. So this loop will never stop. It will keep on executing again and again and again and again. This will not happen in for loop, because for loop the number of iteration is controlled by range function or by the sequence. So when the sequence is exhausted, automatically the for loop will stop, right? But when you're working with while loop, you have to make sure that eventually the condition will become false and while loop will terminate. Okay, so that is your responsibility as a programmer. So now let us run this program and see the result. Now our program is ready. Now I'll click the run button. Now here you can see the output comes with first 5 natural number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now if you want to print the first 10 natural numbers, you just have to change this 5 to 10. So now while loop is going to run 10 times and it is going to print the first 10 natural numbers. So I'll save it now and run it again. So here you can see now you made your while loop execute 10 times. With this program, we are going to wind up this session. In the next video, we will be discussing about break and continue statement, which you can use inside for and while loop to meet some special requirements. We have a separate video coming up for this chapter where we will be discussing only programs with for loop and while loop. In this video, we will be discussing about break, continue, and nested loop. So this is going to be the third part of chapter 6, and we will be completing chapter 6 with this video. We have a separate video coming out in which we will be explaining selected programs based on the concepts that we have studied in chapter 6. So let us start now. Now first we will be discussing about break statement. So break statement is used to exit from a loop. So when the break statement is executed, the control comes out of the for or while loop. So break statement terminates the current loop. The execution resumes from the first statement after the loop. Right? So when we see the example, you will understand it. So break statement alters the normal flow of program inside a loop. Right? So how you write a break statement, you just have to write the keyword break. So when the program sees this word break, the immediate loop which breaks belongs to will be terminated, right? Will be terminated and the control will come out of the loop. Now to better understand the break statement, we will have a sample for loop here. So here you can see for I in range 1 to 11, and this loop will run from 1, 2, 3 up till 10, right? So this loop will execute 10 times. The box that I have represented here with some lines is actually the statements inside the for loop. So this box together, you can call it as the body of the for loop, right? Now assume that I am writing this for loop for finding out something. So if you want to terminate the execution of this loop just after 3 statement, you can write a break statement over here, and then for loop will start. It will execute the first statement, the second statement, the third statement, and then it will see the break. Then control will come out of for loop, and whatever statement is written after the for loop will be executed. So here you can understand just by writing a break statement inside for loop doesn't make any sense, right? Because there is no point in writing these 2 lines, these 2 statement after the break, because this 2 statement will never get executed, right? Because the break will just push the control out of the for loop. So normally you use break statement using a condition check. So for example, assume that you are waiting for a particular situation or a particular value to be assigned to a variable to stop the loop, right? So in that case, you can put break inside an if condition by checking if the value of I equal to 3, then I will break. Otherwise, I will not do that. So this is how you actually use a break statement inside a for loop or a while loop, right? So initially you can understand here the value 1 will be stored into I. So now these three statements will be executed. It will test whether value of I is 3. So this is false, so break will not execute. So following the other statement inside the for loop will get executed. The control will go back to 4 again. Next, the value of I will be assigned value 2. Again, here you can see this condition will be false, right? So break will not be executed. All the statement inside the 4 will get executed. The control will go back to 4. Next time, the value of I will become 3, right? So now what happens? The first three statements will be executed, then it will check the if condition, but this time the if condition evaluates to true, right? So now the statement inside if will be executed, so break will get executed. So the following statement will not get executed, and break will push the control out of for loop to the subsequent statements inside the program. Right? So this is how the break statement works inside a loop. So you can change for with while. So now let us see a sample program. Now in this slide we are going to study about a sample program. Now this program is used to print numbers less than 5 in any given range. First I'll create a for loop with a control variable num in range 1 to 10. Alright, so you should understand the numbers actually generated by this range is 1, 2, 3, 4 up till 9. Right, up till 9. It will not go to 10 because it will stop at 9, right? It will not reach 10. One number less than the stop variable. So now inside my for loop, I have an if condition check, and inside if I have the break. If the value of this variable num is greater than or equal to 5, then you have to break, right? So you should understand the body of for loop starts from this if until this print. The last print statement is outside of the for loop because you can see they are intended the same. So they belong to the same level. So the last print statement is outside of for loop. So now let us start the execution. First, the value of num is going to be 1. So I will check whether 1 is greater than or equal to 5. So this is false. So break will not get executed. The control will come to this print, and I will print the value of num, which is 1. So that is going to be my output, and then I will print 1 is less than 5. Okay, then I will go back to my for loop again. Now next time I will take the second value from range. Value 2 will be loaded to control variable num. Then I will check 2 is greater than or equal to 5. Again it is false. So break will not get executed. I will go to the print statement here. So it will print 2 is less than 5. Okay, again I will go to the for loop. I will take the next value, which is 3. Then I will check whether 3 is greater than 5. Again it is false. Break will not be executed. I will come to the print statement inside for loop. It will print 3 is less than 5. I will go back to 4 again. Next I will take value 4 to num, and now I will check whether 4 is greater than or equal to 5. Again it is false. Break will not be executed. I'll come to this print statement. I will print the output 4 is less than 5. Okay, and now next time the value 5 will be loaded to control variable num, and now I will check whether 5 is greater than or equal to 5. So now you see this condition will evaluate to true. So now the break statement will be executed, and now control will come out of the break statement to the print statement outside of for loop. So now the for loop is finished, right? Now this print statement will print out of for loop. Thank you. So now let us run this program and see the output. Alright, our program is ready. So first time I'm going to run by commenting this if and break statement. Alright, so assume that these two lines are not there. Now in this case, my print statement will print all the numbers starting from 1 to 9. Alright, and finally it will print this last line and it will exit. So now let us run this program. So now you can see the for loop has finished printing all the numbers in the range, and then it came out of the for loop and printed the last line out of for loop. Thank you. Right, now let us include the break. So I'm going to remove the comment of my if condition and my break. I will save the program. Now I will run it. So now you can see your for loop started with value 1, 2, 3, 4, and when the control variable got the value 5, the if loop evaluated to be true and break statement got executed, and then the for loop is finished. Right, the control will come out and this print statement is printed as the last line. You can see here. So here if you increase the range also, there is no difference in the program. So now if I give 100, now you can see this will go from 1 to 99, but still when the number reaches 5, break will execute and your loop will stop. So I will just save it. I will run it. So here you can see the output remains the same because the range values start with 1, 2, 3, 4. When it reaches 5, for loop will be stopped. Right? Now let us continue with the slides. Now next we are going to study about the continue statement. Right? So the purpose of continue statement is that it skips the statement in the loop after you see the continue keyword. Okay, now the execution continues with the next iteration of the loop until the loop finishes. So continue is not going to stop the loop, but the statements following a continue will be ignored and it will go to the beginning of the loop. Right, so when we see the example you will understand. So continue also alters the normal flow of program execution. Now for syntax, you just have to write this word continue. Now to explain the continue statement, we are going to take the same example which we have used to explain the break statement. Okay, so here we have a for loop which will run from 1 to 10. So this body is supposed to work 10 times. Now inside the for loop we have 5 statements. Okay, so this is statement number 1, 2, 3, then 4 and 5. Right, now just like break, within a condition you can give the keyword continue. I will make the check for 2 so that we will hit continue faster. Right, so first the value 1 will be loaded into I. The first statement will be executed, second statement will be executed, third will be executed. Then I will check whether value of I is equal to 2. But right now the value of I is 1. So this is false. So continue will not be executed. Following that, statement 4 will be executed, statement 5 will be executed, then control will go back to 4. Now I load the second value from the range. So the value of I will become 2. Then I will come into 4. It will execute the first statement, second statement and the third statement. Then it will check whether value of I is equal to 2. Now this is true. Now when it is true, the continue will be executed. So when continue is executed, what happens is that the 2 statements following continue will not get executed only for this iteration. Continue will just push the control from here all the way back to 4. So that's the difference between continue and break. Break will take the control outside of for loop. Continue will just skip the statement below it and take the control back to the beginning of 4. So now I will take the next value from the range. That number will be loaded into I. Again, the first statement will be executed, second will be executed, the third will be executed. Now when I check this condition, this is going to be false because now the value of I is 3. Then as this is false, continue will not be executed. So statement 4 and statement 5 will get executed. right? So that is the job of continue. So whenever the interpreter sees continue, immediately the control will go to the beginning of the loop. The statements following continue inside the loop will be skipped for this iteration of the loop. But when you encounter break, the loop is finished, right? The control will jump out of the loop and the program will just go forward. All right. So now let us see a sample program. Now we are going to see an example program in which I want to print numbers from 1 to 10 except 5. So this program should print 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 should not be printed, and then it should continue with 6, 7, 8, 9 until 10. Okay, so I have a for loop here. So based on the indentation, you can understand this much part is the body of the for loop, and this continue comes inside the if statement, and the last print statement is outside of for, which prints for loop has finished. So here you can see the range starts with 1, it ends at 11, so our range is going to end at 10 with step value 1. So the range value is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 up till 10. Right? So let us see, initially value 1 will be loaded into the control variable, right, num. Then I will check whether num is equal to 5. No, this is false. So when if condition is false, continue will not get executed. The control will go to the next line, which is this print statement. It will print the number value. So this will be our output. It will print number value is equal to 1 because that is a value of num. Right, now the control will go back to the for loop. Now it will load the second value from the range to the control variable num. Now I will check whether 2 equal to 5. It is false. Continue will not get executed. The print statement will print number value is equal to 2. Now the control will come back again to the for loop. Now next time the third value from the range will be loaded to num. I will check whether 3 equal to 5. Again it is false, so I will print 3 over there. Again I will come to for loop. Next I will load the next value from the range, which is 4. I will check 4 equal to 5. Again it is false. I will print the value 4, and now we are going to see a difference, right? Then it will load the next number from the range, which is 5. So now 5 will be loaded to num. Now the if condition will check 5 equal to 5. Now this will evaluate to true. Now when this evaluates to true, continue will get executed, and when continue executes, immediately the control will be pushed to the beginning of the for loop. So this print statement will not get executed for this iteration. So number 5 will not get printed. The control will go back to 4. Now 4 will select the next value in the range. So 6 will be loaded to num. Then again I will check 6 equal to 5. Now you can see this is false. So continue will not get executed. So the print statement will get executed. So in this case, I will print the number value equal to 6, and then it will continue up till 10. For loop will be finished because we have taken all the values in the range, and then I will print the last statement, for loop has finished. Right? So in this way, I just avoided printing of 5 by using the continue statement. So you should understand, continue is not used to stop a loop. So it is just used to continue the loop from that point back to the beginning. Right? Again, the loop will start with the next iteration. Now our program is ready. I will just run the program. So now you can see the result. It is printing 1, 2, 3, 4, and after that 5 is missing because the continue statement executed. So the control went back to the beginning of the loop without executing this print statement. Right? Now if you want to modify this program not to print 5 and 6, all you have to do is modify this condition. So I will say here or, and then I will write num equal to 6. So now what will happen? Continue will get executed when the num gets value 5 or num gets value 6. So now we can see 5 and 6 both will not be printed in the output. So let us run this. So now I'll just save this program and now I'll run it. So here you can see after 4 you can see 5 and 6 is missing. Alright, then it goes to 7, 8, 9 and 10 and then the loop stops. So you should understand this very clearly. Continue is not going to terminate the loop. It is just going to terminate the subsequent statements for this iteration. Right? Continue will just take the control back to the beginning of the loop so that loop can continue. So now let us continue with the slides. Now next we are going to see the concept of nested loops. Okay, so it just means that you can write a loop inside another loop, right? And with Python there is no limit on the number of levels of nested loops that you can write inside a Python program, right? So you can write a for loop inside a while loop, inside another for loop, inside another for loop, right? It's up to you. Based on the requirement of the program, you can have any number of loops built inside another loop, right? So any number of for while loop can be nested or put inside for or while loops, right? So let us see an example. So just to make it clear to you what you mean by nested loop, you can have a for loop with some range value. Now inside this for loop you can have a block of statements, right? Now inside, when you write this statement, one of those statements can be a while loop with a condition check. So inside while loop you can have a set of statements, and one of those statements can be again a for loop. So inside that for loop you can have a set of statements. So this is the example of nested loops. So here you can see inside this for loop I have a while loop, and inside this while loop I have another for loop. So Python doesn't limit on how many number of loops you can create inside another loop, right? So you can keep on going in based on the logic requirement of the problem in hand. Okay, so now let us see a sample program. So this will be our first program to print a pattern. We have to print numbers like this, okay, like a triangle. Okay, so the first line it should print only 1, the second line it should print 1 and 2, the third line it should print 1, 2, 3, and fourth line it should print 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So here the input that your program requires is the limit to generate the pattern. So if you enter 4, it means that it has to print 4 lines and the output will be as shown here. If you enter value as 5, then it will have one more line in the output like this. Now let us trace this program. Assume that when the first line executed, the user input the value as 4. So 4 is stored into variable num. So I will just write the variables over here. We have variable num, we have variable I, we have variable j, and we have the output which is supposed to be printed out. So initially the value of num becomes 4 because I entered 4 through the keyboard. Now let me start with the first for loop. Right, now the first for loop gets value from this range, and this range says that it goes from 1 to 5, right? Because here num plus 1 is 5 because the value of num is 4, right? Now what is the values available in this range? It is 1, 2, 3 and 4, right? Because it will stop one value before the stop value, which is num plus 1, 5. So now this is the value available inside this range. Okay, so now the first value from the range will be loaded to the control variable I, and then the control will go to the inner for loop. All right, now in inner for loop we have the control variable j, and here you see the inner for loop range works with the current value of I. So each time when the control comes to inner loop, the value of I is going to change, because you see here the value of I will change from 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 each time, right? So we'll reach there. when we actually proceed in the program. So right now we will see what is this range. So this range goes from 1 to, what is the current value of I? You see the value of I is loaded with 1. So the value of I is 1. So I plus 1 is 2. So this is range 1, 2. So this range has only one element in it, which is 1. So that is loaded into J, control variable. So now J has value 1. Now inside this for loop, I have a print statement, and that is used to print J, right? So what is the value of J? 1. So 1 will be printed, and after that it will print a space. Okay, so anyway, that space is not visible to us, so it's over there. So now here you see this inner for loop is finished because the range value, the range has only one value and we have taken it. The control will go to the last print statement. Now you see nothing is inside the print statement, so it will just push the cursor to the next line. Okay, so it will be waiting here. So now you see I have just printed my first one. Okay, so now let us start with the second iteration. The value 2 will be loaded into I. Okay, so now the value of I is 2. So now the control goes to the inner for loop. So what happens here? Now the range value is changed. Now it is 1, now the value of I is 2. So 2 plus 1 is 3. Now the values available inside this range is 1 and 2. One number less than 3, right? So there are two numbers available inside this range. So now the first number will be loaded into J. Now it will print the value of J. So 1 will be printed here, and after that we will be printing a space. So a space will be printed. Okay, then the control will come back to the inner for loop because there is one more value to be picked from the range. So 2 will be loaded to J next. So the value of J will become 2. Now it will go to the print statement. It will print the value of J. So now 2 will be printed. After that a space will be printed. And now you see both values in the range are taken. So the inner loop is finished. So now this print statement will be printed. The cursor will come to the next line. And now I will go back to my outer for loop again. So now we are going to start with the third iteration. Now the third value from the range will be picked and loaded into the control variable I. So now I has value 3. All right. So now we will come here. Now the control will go to the inner loop. Now there I will check the range value now. Now it goes from 1 to I plus 1. So here you see the current value of I is 3. So it is 4. So what will be the values in range? It will be 1, 2, and 3, right? So now you see the inner loop has to run 3 times. So now the first value 1 will be loaded to J. So the value of J will become 1. It will be printed out. So 1 will be printed, and after that a space will be printed. The control will come back to the inner for loop. 2 will be loaded to J. Then 2 will be printed. After that a space will be printed by this end. Then control will come back to again to the inner loop. 3 will be loaded to J. Alright, then 3 will be printed with a space after that. Now we see the inner loop is finished because we have taken all the 3 values from the range. Right, so now the outer print statement will be printed. The cursor will come to the next line. Now I'll go to the fourth iteration of my for loop. Now this is going to be the last iteration. All right, so now the last value 4 will be loaded into variable I. All right, so now the value of I is 4. So now this range, you can see it is going from 1 to 5. I plus 1 is 5. So now what is the value of this range? It is 1, 2, 3, and 4. So now you can understand the inner loop is going to execute 4 times. All right, so now the first value will be loaded into J. So J will have value 1 again. All right, then J will be printed. So 1 will be printed with a space. Then again control will come to the inner loop. The second value will be loaded to J. it will be printed out. So 2 will be printed with a space. Then again the control will come to the inner loop. 3 will be loaded to j. Then it will be printed with a space. And after that the control will go back to the inner loop. It will take the last value from the range. 4 will be loaded to j. And it will be printed out. After that a space. Now you see the inner for loop has finished. It has taken all the 4 values from the range. Now the last print statement will execute. The cursor will come to the next line. The control will come back to 4. Now you see the outer for loop also finished executing all the values in its range. So now the program will terminate. Now we have exactly the output that we want. You can see here 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. Right? So now let us run this program and see the result. Okay, so now our program is ready. So I'll just run it. Now it will ask for the number of lines that my program has to print the pattern for. So I will enter number 4. I press enter. So here you can see the pattern is coming properly, right? So now I can run the program again. And this time if I enter value 10, so now the same number pattern will be generated for 10 different lines. Okay, so here you can see it will come like this: 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. It goes like that until it reaches 10. So this video is part 1 of chapter 7, where we will have the introduction to functions in Python. Now function helps modular programming, right? So you will be in a dilemma. What do you mean by this modular programming? So modular programming means dividing a big problem into sub-problems, right? So when you get a huge mathematical questions, for example, in your math exam, you will be having an idea that you can divide this big problem into smaller problems, and then you will solve the small problems, then arrange it back. You will get the answer for your original question, right? So you can have a same approach in developing a big Python software. You can divide it into smaller pieces, and each of these pieces you can name it as a function which does a particular work, and then finally you just have to combine all these functions together so that your software does the job that is required for you. So that is called modular programming. So each subproblem should be independent, and it should have a specific name and a specific function dedicated for it. Now modularity is achieved through functions in Python, which we are going to study in this chapter. Now what do you mean by functions? Okay, so function is a group of instruction to perform a specific task or subtask inside a program. Each function is identified by a unique name. Just like a variable, you have to follow the rules of an identifier to set the name for a function, right? So we have studied this rule in the previous chapter, where you know that the name should not start with a number. The only special character allowed is an underscore. So based on that, you have to give the name for a function, and it should be unique inside a program. Now the function can be reused many times, so thereby avoiding a repetition of a code. So this is a great advantage. So if you do your program with the help of function, the size of your code will be reduced by a large margin, right? The function can be called anywhere within the program, or it can be called from another function. So from a function you can call another function too. So even that is allowed in Python. Any number of functions can be defined in a Python program. So there is no limit. You can have 10 functions inside your program. You can have 20 functions inside your program. It depends on how big a problem your program is trying to solve. Before further moving into the theoretical part of function and the examples of function, let me just explain to you what do you mean by function in common layman's term. Now for example, we have a company which is run by this person. Okay, so just understand that now our company is really small. We have only one employee working in our company who owns the company, and he runs the company. Now his company does two jobs, right? His company can add two numbers, his company can multiply two numbers. Okay, so just hypothetically, you understand these are the two jobs that is done by the company. So I have many customers, customer 1, customer 2, customer 3. Many customers will be contacting this employee, or you can say the owner of the company. They have different requirement. One of them may be coming to add, one of them may be asking to multiply, like that. So when the number of customers were small, the manager can handle the request that is coming into the company. But now assume that the company has grown. So now there are many customers. So 50 customers are there, and all of them are sending requests to this person to add and multiply. So now owner of this company understands that I cannot handle all this request by myself. Okay, so what he will do, he will hire 2 employees to the company. Now you can see 2 employees have joined to the company. Now the manager instructs to the first employee that you have to add 2 numbers that I give to you, right? And then you have to reply me the answer. Now the manager also instructs the second employee that whenever I call you, you have to multiply 2 numbers that I provide to you, and you have to send me back the answer. Now you can see that the manager has divided the task among the 2 employees, right? Now what is the manager's task now? He just have to collect the numbers from the customers. Then you have to ask them whether you want to add or multiply. If they say add, then the request will be sent to the first employee. He will add the 2 numbers and provide the answer. The manager will give the answer to the corresponding customer. Now if another customer wants to multiply, the request will be sent to the second employee. He will multiply, he will send the answer back. So this is the concept of function in Python. Now let me explain things in programming concept. So assume that I have one Python file in which I have many lines of code. Now all this program is written as one single unit, right? So which means that it is equal to my manager doing all the tasks. If I want to bring in modularity, what I have to do is that first I will create a function add, and maybe the first 3 statements belongs to add. Then I will create another function multiply. Maybe the first 3 statements belongs to multiply. And after that, you will have the code for your main program. And inside the main program, if you want to add 2 numbers, you just have to write here add 3, 4. The control will go from here all the way to the function. Now inside the function, 3 and 4 will be added, and the answer 7 will come back to this point. So now if you have written C is equal to add 3, 4, the value 7 will be stored into C, and then the program can continue. Now just after 2 lines, if you want to add again another 2 numbers, you just call add again with 5 and 6. So again the control will go from here all the way to the function. Now the function will add 5 and 6. Now the reply will come back to here, and then the program will proceed. So here we have many advantages. First of all, you have to write code to add 2 numbers only in one place. Otherwise, you see, whenever you have to add, you have to write the code to add. So if I have to add 50 numbers in different points, I have to write the code to add 50 times. But here you see, I just have to write it one time, and in all the 50 places I just have to call it with the numbers that I have to add. So that's the first advantage. Now the second advantage is that if you repeat the code 50 times, the size of this code will be huge. But if you use modular programming, which means that you are using functions, the advantage is that you are writing the code to add 2 numbers only one time inside your program, and after that you are just reusing it 50 times. So the size of the program will be less. There is more advantages. Now here you see, when you write the code to add 50 times inside your program, maybe you can go wrong in 1 or 2 places. Now, to correct that issue, you might have to check your entire program. But if you have modular programming, you know that the code to add two numbers is written only here. Now, if your addition result is wrong, you know that you have to check only this one place, and you correct it, your entire addition will be correct. And the last advantage is that when you are trying to develop a big program in Python as a team, if you are going with modular programming, you can work parallelly. Before starting to code, you can design your program, right, sitting with your teams, and then we can discuss that our program will have 4 functions, right? So this function will be doing this operation, and this function will be doing this operation, and then you can assign the first person, you have to develop function number 1, the second person has to develop function number 2, I will be doing function number 3, and my friend will be doing function number 4. So we all 4 can work parallelly on our own systems, and once our functions are all completed, we can put all the code together and then it will work. But if you are not coding using the concept of function, then it is very difficult to separate the code and assign to different people. So these are the basic advantages of function. Now, don't see that function is an option. So some of the students get a wrong idea that I don't like function, so I will just repeat the code 50 times, right? It's not like that. When you actually work in a software industry and you are trying to develop a big project, you will have to go with functions. That is the correct way of coding things. So now let us go to the theoretical part. You will understand it better. So now we are going to discuss about the advantages of function. Now many of the advantages I have already discussed. So first of all, it improves readability of the code and the program, because when you see the code is arranged in functions with proper function names, you can clearly understand this part of the code is doing this particular operation, and after that it's another function which does the next set of operation. So it's very easy to go through the code and understand the overall logic. Now it is very easy to debug due to reduced code length. Now I told you when you use functions, the number of lines of code will be reduced because you are reusing the same function again and again inside your program. You don't have to write the same logic 10 times inside your program, which is not a good practice. And what I mean by debug is to correct the errors. So that is what I told you. If you have a function to add two numbers, and when you run the program, you identify that the addition is not correct. Now in that case, you just have to work on that function, because you know that this is the only place inside your entire program you have written the logic to add two numbers. So once you correct the function, then the entire program will give the correct result, because inside the program you are just calling the function. So as you have separated the work in different functions, so if you know that if this part of the output is going wrong, you can clearly understand that is due to this function. So you just have to go and check the code inside that function. You can fix it. Your problems will be solved. Now the next advantage is reusability of function. It helps to avoid repetition. So that's why I told you, if you have to add two numbers 50 times inside your program, you don't have to write addition 50 times, right? You can just write a function which will add two numbers. Right, so that's our function. Now inside your program, you just have to call this function 50 times, right? And each time the function will give you the result back. The function helps in faster development of program due to division of tasks. So this is the other example I give you. If you are trying to develop a program as a team, if you are segregating the work in different functions, you can assign them tasks parallelly. They can all develop it together. And once the work is finished, you can just combine them to get the end product. Now there are two types of functions defined inside Python. Okay, so the first type is user-defined function. Now these are the functions which are defined and coded by us, the programmer. Right? So if you want to have a function to add two numbers, you can write it inside the program and then you can use it. That kind of functions are called user-defined functions. Now there is another type of function which is called standard library functions. So these are functions which is already available inside Python. So when you actually install Python, you will actually get access to all these library functions. You just have to call them, it will work. Now one of the function which we were using is our input function. You just write input and now your program has the capacity to read the character from the keyboard to the program. And there is another function which we always use, which is the print. So whatever you write inside the print statement will be printed onto the screen. So you should understand this input and print are actually functions. Now the code for this function is already available inside Python library. We are just using it. Now maybe you can see the code for input will have 50 lines. Now the code for print will have 100 lines. I don't know. I'm just saying. So we don't have to know this. I just have to call the function. The function will do the job for you. So in the next video, we will be studying about user-defined functions. Okay. And in the following video, we will see what are the standard library functions available with Python and how we can use it. In this video, we'll be discussing about user-defined functions in Python. So this will be the second part of chapter 7. Now, user-defined functions are written by the programmer itself to perform a specific task that he has to do inside the program. So there are two types of functions defined in Python. Okay, so the first type is user-defined function, which we will be studying in this video, and in the subsequent videos we will be seeing standard library functions which is defined along with the Python interpreter itself. Now what do you mean by user-defined functions? Okay, so here you can see the word user. So who is the user? That is us. Okay, so as a programmer, if you are writing functions into your program for solving your problems, then those functions are called as user-defined functions. Okay, so here you can see these are functions written by the programmer itself to solve a particular task inside the program. Okay, and Python says there is no limit on how many such functions you can write inside a program. So you can have any number of functions written into your program. Now, what is the syntax for function creation? You have to use the keyword def. Def actually stands for define. Okay, so you have to write def. After def, you have to write the name of the function. So what name you can give here, it's up to you. You can decide on any name. Mostly we will give the name of the function which reflects the job of the function. Okay, so whatever is the work that you're assigning to the function, you will give the name accordingly so that when you read the name, you can understand this will be the activity of this function. Now, the rule for creating a valid function name is same as the rule for creating a valid identifier. We have studied that in the previous classes, right? Now, you remember that it cannot start with a number. Then only special character that can be used inside the name is an underscore. Then keywords cannot be used. So all those rules apply to the name that you select for the function. Now, after you have written the name of the function, you can write a list of parameters. Now, parameters are the values which are accepted by the function, and then function will work on these values to produce the output. Now, inside the function, you can see it is indented. So the entire part which is indented inside the def keyword is taken as the body of the function. Now, you can have many statements inside the function. One of those statement can be a return. So you can see return is a keyword. Now after return, you can write a value or a set of value. So what is the purpose of this return statement is that once the function finishes its job, the return value will return the result that the function has found out to the main program which has called this function. So right now I can understand I have taught you many new terms inside Python. So things will be a little confusing to you at this point of time. But when we move to examples, all these things will be very clear to you. So now let us go forward. Now this will be our first example program which works with a function. Okay, so this is a small program which reads two numbers and then it will find the sum of that two numbers and it will print it. That's it. Now I have one more comment here. This program is not passing any arguments and it doesn't have a return value. So if you check in this function, you will not see any parameters inside the function and there is no return statement. But we have more example coming by where we have many arguments and return value. So let me explain to you how this works. So here you can see def add. So this is the name of the function. So this entire part, which is indented inside the function definition, is actually the body of the function. Okay, so now you can see there is only one line outside the function, which is add with open and close parentheses. Now this is your function call. All right, or you can say this is the only main program that you have. So now let me explain to you how it works. So the first statement to execute will be this line. So here you will call the function add. Now the interpreter will check the entire code to find out where the function add is defined. Now it will find out here. I can see the definition of add. So now from this add, the control will jump to here. Now the function will start to perform. It will go and execute the first line. The first line takes a number as input and that will be loaded into variable A. So if I enter 10, then 10 will be stored into A. After that it will ask for the second number. If I enter 20, 20 will be loaded into variable B. After that, inside function, I will add A and B. So now the variable C has value 30. And after that, inside the function itself, I will print sum of 10 and 20 is 30. So after this print statement, the function is finished. Now the control will come back to where you have called it. Okay, and now here you can see there is nothing more to do here. So now the program terminates. So now let us run this program. So now our program is ready. I will just execute it. Now it is asking for the first number. I will enter number 10. I'll press enter. Now it is asking for the second number. I will enter 20. Now it will print the result saying that sum of 10 and 20 is 30. So now here you should understand we are not doing any job in our main function. We are just calling the function called add. The entire job of collecting the input for A and B, adding them and storing the result to C, and printing the final result onto the screen is done by our function, right? So that is why we didn't had any parameter value getting passed, or we don't need any return statement inside the function definition. All right. So next we will see an example where we will have parameters and return value. Then you will understand what is the purpose of that. So now let us continue. So now here you can see in the next program, we are doing the same operation here. We are just adding two numbers. You can see we are finding the sum of two numbers, but now we are using arguments and we are using return value. Now you can see this is the function definition called add, and there are only two statements inside this function definition. Right, so inside the body of function we have only two lines, and we can also see that this add function is expecting two values in n1 and n2 to be sent when you call the function. Right, and collecting the input and printing the result, all this job is now done by your main program unit, okay, outside the function. So now you see your interpreter will start from here. So this is the first line that will be executed. Now I have to enter the value, so I will enter 10. So 10 will be stored into A. Now it will ask for the second number. I will enter 20. Now 20 will be stored into B. Now you see this is the line where you call the function called add. But now when you're calling add, you are sending two values along with it. So that's the difference. So now when you call function add with these two values A and B, the value of A will be transferred to n1 and value of B will be transferred to n2. So now you should know the value of n1 will be 10 and value of n2 will be 20. So now I will add n1 and n2, that is 10 and 20, and the result 30 will be stored in n3. Alright, now you see I am not printing the result inside function add. So I am using the return statement to give the value of n3 back to the caller. Okay, so now I will use the keyword return with the value that I have to return. So you see n3 is currently having value 30. So value 30 is returned to the function call. So you can see this is where the function call is. So this return statement will push the control back to here. Right, so this entire part add AB now evaluates to 30 because that is the value returned from this function. So 30 will be stored into variable C. So now I will print sum of 10 and 20 is 30. So you will see the same result, but here the functionality is completely different from the previous program. We have used the concept of parameters. We also use the concept of a return statement. So now let us run this program. So now our program is ready. I'll execute it. So now you see this first print statement is getting executed inside my main program, okay, not from the function. Okay, so now I will enter 10, I'll press enter. Now the second line is also getting executed from the main program. It is asking for the second input 20. So now when I press enter, the value of A and B will be sent by this function call to function definition. Now value of A will be sent to n1 and value of B will be sent to n2. Then it will add n1 and n2, and once the result is ready, the return statement will send the value of n3 back to the function call. Right, so this entire part, this add A and B, will result in 30. So now 30 will be stored into C, and now the last print statement will print the result as sum of 10 and 20 is 30. Okay, so now let us continue. Now, as shown in the previous program, whenever you have to send value from a function, you have to understand the concept of arguments and parameters. Now, arguments are the value passed to the function during the function call. Parameters are the value that is defined in the function header, which receives the corresponding argument value from the function call. Now you should understand the argument and the parameter refer to the same data object inside the memory, and so they will share the same ID value. We will understand this with an example. Now a function may or may not have parameters. We have already seen all of this in the previous examples. Let us just go to the previous programs to make things clear. So this function add is an example which doesn't have any parameters inside it, right? And if you come to the next program, which we have already executed, now here you can understand the concept of arguments and parameters. You see, this statement is the function call. This statement is your function definition. Okay, so please understand that very clearly. The variables that you use inside the function call, that is A and B, these are called arguments. Right? And the variables that you use inside function definition to collect the values that is given to it by the arguments is called as parameters. So now it will be clear to you what is argument, what is parameter, and a function may or may not have parameters. Now the argument and parameters refer to the same object with same ID. We will see that with another example. Now let us discuss a little bit about a returning value from a function. If you want to send the result of the function's work back to the calling function, you have to use the keyword return. Okay. Now function may or may not have return value. So it is not mandatory that every function should have a return value. If it doesn't have a return value, when the function is finished, automatically the control will go back to the main program. Now the return statement is used to return value or values. You can use the return to send one data item back to the calling function, or you can use return statement to return a set of values to the calling function. Now it returns the control to the calling function. So these are the two jobs of return, right? First thing, it will return a set of values or a single value to the main program. It will also take the control out of the function and give it to the calling function. Now there is something called as a void function. Now that's a function that does not return any value. So when you write a function, it's up to you whether your function has to return a value or it doesn't have to return a value, whether it requires some parameters to work or whether it doesn't require any parameter to work. It's up to you. So based on the problem that you're trying to solve, your requirement will be different. Now based on that, you have to design your function. Now I have already discussed with you that whether the arguments and parameters have the same ID. We will discuss this with an example, right? So this program will actually make it clear to you how the parameter and the argument work together. So here you can see this is the function call, and this is the function definition for the function called add. So we have two arguments here, right? We have argument A and argument B. Now the value of argument A is supposed to be used by parameter n1, and value of B is supposed to be used by parameter n2. Now we have discussed how an object is maintained in memory and how the variables are referring to it when we study the previous chapter. Anyway, we will discuss it here once again so that you understand it better. So this is my memory unit. So here, let's say we are starting the program. So this is the first statement that will get executed. So it is asking for the first number. I'll give input as 10. So when I give the input as 10 in memory, I'll create the value 10 and variable A will be referring to it. Now in the next statement, I will give another value 20. So anywhere in memory, another piece will be taken, 20 will be written to it, and variable B will be referring to it. And after that, I am printing the ID of A and ID of B. Okay, before I'm calling the function. So assume that the ID of A is 167.1761.314. Okay, just assume a number. And ID of B is 8163.167, something like that. Okay, so this is the ID of B and this is the ID of A. So those numbers will be printed out. Okay, when we run the program, the ID is going to be different. This is just an example. And now I'm going to call the function. So from here, the control will go to the function definition. I have to receive the value of A in N1 and B in N2. So what happens here is that I'll create a new variable N1, and N1 will be referring to the same location. So the same ID will be used by N1, and N2 will be created that will be referring to the same memory location, and the same ID of B will be shared by N2. So now when the function starts, the value of A will be available inside N1, the value of B will be available inside N2, because you can see they are referring to the same memory location, right? So I will add 10 and 20, so N3 will have value 30. So now I am printing the ID of N1 and ID of N2. So the same value 1761314 and 8163.167 will be printed out. Now to show you that ID value can change, I am just trying to change the value of N1. So here you can see now the value of N1 is 10. So in this statement, I am increasing the value of N1 by 1. So now the value of N1 is 11. So what happens in the memory? I will write 11 to memory. The old N1 is destroyed. I'll create another N1, and this N1 will be pointing to the new value, and of course this N1 is going to have another ID, something different. So to make it clear to you, in the next statement, I am printing the ID of N1. So here you can see the ID of N1 will change. It will be different from A, because now A points to 10 and N1 points to another object which has value 11. So now let us run this program. All right, our program is ready. So now I will just run it. Now it is asking for the first number. I will enter 10. It will ask for the second number. I will enter 20. Now the first print statement I am printing inside the main function itself. Now there you can see it is printing the ID of A and ID of B. After that I am calling the function add with arguments A and B. So now N1 will point to the same location as A and N2 will point to the same location as B. Now inside the function I will add two values and I will get the result 13 and 3, and after that I am printing the ID of N1 and ID of N2. Now here you can see the ID of A and ID of N1 is same, and ID of B and ID of N2 is also the same. Why? Because A and N1 is referring to value 10, B and N2 is referring to value 20. So now after that I am going to change the value of N1 to 11, and then I am going to print the ID of N1. So now you can see the ID of N1 is different from A, because now A is referring to object 10 and N1 is referring to another object with value 11. And after that return N3 will send the value back to this function. So now this function evaluates to 30. That value will be stored into C, and then I will print the last result. Okay, so let us continue now. Now in this program we will be combining the first and last name, and it will just print your full name. Okay, so you just have to give two words as the input. The first word will be your first name and the second word will be your last name. Your program will just combine it and return or print your full name as a result. Now in this program we will study how to pass a string as a parameter, because all the previous programs we were passing numbers. So here you can see the function definition starts with the keyword def. After that I have the name of the function. So I have selected the name of the function has full name itself. After that I have two parameters, fname and lname, separated by a comma. And as always the function definition should end with a colon. Now inside the function I will just create a new variable full, which takes the value of combining. So you can see this plus works as concatenate operation when it works with strings, right? So it will take the value of fname, it will add a space to that, and then it will add the value of lname. So you will get the full name, and that will be stored into variable full, and your function will return that value to the main function, so where you can print the result. Now the program execution always starts with the main function. So it will ask for the first word to be entered. So I will enter len set. Okay, and then it will ask for the second word. So I will enter learn. We will give the name of our channel itself. And then here I am calling the function. Okay, so this is the function call with two arguments, first and last. Okay, so the value of first will be sent to fname and value of last will be sent to lname, right? And inside the function we will combine lens space learn, and that will be stored into variable full. So now the value of full will be returned to the function call. Right, so this entire function call will now evaluate to lens space learn, and that will be copied into variable f, and in the last statement I will print the full name is the value of f. Right, so now let us run the program. Now our program is ready, so let me execute it. So now it is asking for the first name. I will enter len set, and the second name learn. Okay, so now I'll press enter. Now you can see the result is coming as the full name is lens, then in between them we have added a space, and after that the second word, right? So we have just printed out the full name for a particular person. Okay, so now let us continue. Now in the next program we will be demonstrating the purpose of a default parameter. So in this program, we'll be trying to find the product of two numbers, all right? So we are just going to receive two numbers from the keyboard. We will multiply and give the result. Now we will see what is default parameter with this example. Now we see in this function definition, the name of the function is mul. There are two parameters, n1 and n2. Now you can see there is some difference in n2. So here you can see n2 is having a default value of 1. So when you give default value for parameters, there is one condition that you have to be very careful about. All default parameters inside the function definition should be listed to the end. If I have 4 parameters like a, b, c, d inside a function called sample, and assume that the parameter b and parameter c has default value 10 and 5. So in this case, if you create the function definition of sample like this, a comma b equal to 10 comma c equal to 5 comma d, this will give error, right? Why? Because all default parameters should be listed to the last, which means b and c should come after d, right? So the right way of defining this will be def sample. First you finish writing all the regular parameters which doesn't have default values. So I have a and d, and followed by that you can have all the parameters which has default values. Okay, so I can write here c equal to 5 and after that b is equal to 10. Okay, there is no problem. So this will work correctly, but this definition will give you an error. Now let us see how this program runs, then you will understand what is the purpose of a default parameter. Now the execution starts from the first statement inside your main function. Now it is asking for an input value for a. So assume that I enter 10. So now the value of a is 10, right? So here you can see I'm calling the function mul, which is defined over here, with a single value a. So the value of a will be copied to the first parameter available inside function definition. n1 receives value 10. But what about n2? You can see here there is no second argument which is passed so that n2 can receive a value. In that case, n2 will work with the default value. So now I will multiply 10 into the value of n2 will be taken as the default value 1. So 10 into 1, so 10 will be stored into n3. Now the return will send the value of n3 back, and that value will be copied to C. So now C has value 10 and I will print first product is C. So value 10 will be printed in the output. Now we should understand we have made use of the default value. So now let us continue. I have to enter the second value. So if I enter 3, okay, so the value 3 will be copied to variable b. And now I am calling the same function, but this time I have 2 arguments. So now the first argument's value will be sent to n1 and the second argument value will be sent to n2, and now n2 will not consider the default value. n2 will take the value which it has obtained from the function call. So now when this statement executes, you are multiplying 10 into 3 because now n2 has value 3. Okay, so now the value of n3 will be 30. Now it will be returning value 30 to the calling function, and now value 30 will be stored into C, and now you will see the result 30 will come as the answer. So now let us run this program. So our program is ready, so let us run it. So now it is asking for the first number. I will enter 10 and I will press enter. Now you see I got the result from the function. Okay, so I have called the function with just one value. So this value of a is copied to n1 and n2 assumes the default value 1, and then the function proceeds. I get the result. Now I'll enter the second value 20 to b, right? Now here you can see again the function mul is called, but this time with 2 values. The first value with 10 and the second value b with 20. So now the value of 10 will be copied to n1 and value 20 will be copied to n2, right? So now the multiplication happens between 10 and 20 and the result 200 is stored into N3 and now it is returned. So now this multiplication function will evaluate to 200 and that 200 is copied to variable C, and now you will print variable C and you can see that is the last statement in the output. Okay, so now let us continue. Now in this program we will demonstrate the function of returning multiple values using tuple. We have studied tuple in previous chapter, right? So using tuple you can return many values together from the function to the main function where the function is called. So here we have a function definition. The name of the function is a rectangle and it has two parameters, L and B, right? L is supposed to get value of length and B is supposed to get the value of breadth, and inside the function I'll be calculating the area and perimeter with respective formula, and with return statement now you see I am trying to return two values, right? And you remember tuple is represented by a parenthesis. Now inside that you can have any number of values, right? So this is the example for tuple. So here you can see we are following the same construct of a tuple with two values inside it. Of course you can have n number of values. If you want to return 5 or 10 values you can do that. So this function rectangle is trying to send the area and perimeter value back to the caller. So let us see how it works. So the first statement that is executed in this program is the first statement inside the main function. So there I will enter the value for length, for example as 10 centimeter, and the second statement I have to enter the value for breadth. I will enter it as 20, and after that I am calling the function a rectangle with two arguments. The value of length is going to be 10 and value of breadth is going to be 20. Now the value of length will be sent to parameter L and the value of breadth will be sent to parameter B. Okay, so now inside the function I will multiply 10 and 20, so area will have value 200, and in here I will have 30 into 2, so L plus B, that is 30 into 2, so perimeter will be 60, and now I am returning value 200 comma 60. Right, so I'm returning two values together using my return keyword. Now this value will come to the function call. Now to accept these values back to the main function, I require equal number of parameters to the left side. So the first value of area will be copied into variable A, and the second value perimeter will be copied into B. And after that I will print the value of A as area and I will print the value of B as perimeter. So now let us run this program. So first I have to enter the length. I will enter 10. I'll press enter. Next it is asking for the breadth. I will enter 20. I will press enter. So now after I enter length and breadth, I will call the function rectangle with those values. Alright, so the value will be passed to L and B, and inside the function I will calculate area and perimeter, and using return I will be sending the value of area and perimeter, that is two values I will be sending back to my function call. Alright, so in here it will be evaluated as 200 comma 60. So once the return happens, this is how the program will be. So now 200 will be copied to A and 60 will be copied to B. Right, and after that I am just printing the value of A and B as area and perimeter, and my program terminates. Now let us go to the last slide of this video. Now next we are going to study about flow of execution inside a Python program when we have functions. Now the order in which the statements are executed in a program is called as a flow of execution. Now Python by default follows a top-down approach, which means that if we have the Python file, always the execution will start at the top, right? Then it goes down each line by line until your program finishes. But if you have a function inside your program, then the flow of execution is going to be different. So that is what we are going to see now. So when the Python interpreter encounters a function header or a function definition, what happens is that first, the body of the function will be executed only at the function call. Now second, At function call, the control will jump to the function definition. Now we already see many examples for this. And the third point, after executing the function body, the control returns to the function call itself. And the last point is that a function should be defined before it is called in Python, otherwise you will have an error. Now let us take an example program which we have already discussed, just to explain the concepts that we have studied here. So now let's see how the flow of control happens in this program. As I always told you, Python will always start at the first line. So when it sees the first line, it starts with a hash. So it just skips because it's a comment. It goes to the next line. It sees a hash. So that's also a comment. It comes to the third line. Now in the third line, when Python sees this def add, Python understands this is a function definition, right? So Python takes a note of it that we have a function defined with name add, okay? And after that, it will just skip the entire function and it will come to the next line, okay? And here, the execution starts. That is why I always told you this is the first statement that will be executed, right? So here the program execution starts. You can input number 10 and after that control will go to the next line. There you can input 20 and after that the control will go to the third line and in here your function is called. But now Python already knows that there is a function defined with name add because it has seen the definition. So now Python will move the control from here to here, back. Now it will accept the value inside n1 and n2 from a and b. The control will go into the function. It will execute this statement. It will execute this statement. Now when it sees the return, the control will come back to the same line where it has gone up. It is not going to the next line. So please understand that. When you see return, it will come back to the function call, right? And value of n3 will be loaded to C. After that only the control will go to the next line. So this is how a flow of control happens when your program has a function. To understand this better, I will just run this program again, but this time I will debug it so that the execution goes line by line, right? So you can understand the execution will start from here, and once the function call happens, the execution is jumping to the function definition, so things will be clear to you. So now let us run this program once again. Alright, now to see how the flow control happens with this program which is having a function inside it, I'll be clicking on the next button which says debug current script. Okay, so I'll click it. So now you see Python interpreter just skipped the two comment statement and now it sees the definition of the function. So I'll press F6 so that the next statement is executed, right? So now you see the control came out of the function add. So now you should understand Python has taken a note of it that there is a function defined with name add. It didn't went into the individual statements inside the function, right? It just jumped out to the first statement inside my main program. So now when I press F6, you can see this line is executed. I can see the result on my terminal. I will input 10. I will press enter. So now you can see the control comes to the next line. I'll press F6. So that line is also executed. I will enter 20. Now I can press enter. So now you can see here, we are in line number 10, right? Where we have the function call to function add. So now you have to press F7 to go into this function, right? So we can clearly understand how it works. So I'll press F7. So here you can see now I have to call function add AB. Now you press F7 again. So now it will resolve the value of A and B to 10 and 20. And now it will call the function, right? So here you can see now the control goes to the function. Now n1 has value 10, n2 has value 20. Now it is calculating the value of n1 and n2 is replaced. Now it will add, and now 30 will be stored into the variable n3. So here you can see variable n3 is created with value 30. Now it has to return the value. right? So the control will come back to the main function. I'll press F7 again, and 3 will be evaluated to 30. So now I will come back to my function call. And now you see this entire function is evaluated to 30. So now 30 will be copied to C. Okay, so this is how the flow of control happens when you have a function inside your Python program. So I'll press F6. So now we can see sum of 10 and 20 is 30. So the last thing I want you to understand is that if I just cut this function definition and put it after the main program, now what will happen? Okay, so now I will save it. I will just clear the screen. So now I will debug it. So now you see the execution started with the first line. I will press F6. It is asking for the first number. I will enter 10, enter. Now the control goes to the next line. I will press F6. I will enter 20. I will press enter. Now we have a problem. Now if I press F6, it will give error. Why? Now I am asking the interpreter to go to the function definition of add. But you see, interpreter didn't see any function definition add up till now, because actually the definition is coming only at line number 10. But now we have reached only line number 7. So now interpreter will give an error saying that I don't know where function add is, right? So I'll press F6. Now you can see we got the error. Name error, name add is not defined. Even though you define the function add after the function call in the program, it will give error. So this is the last point that we have studied. Always the function definition should be above the function call. Or line number 9, I am having the function call. So the function definition should happen before line number 9. Okay, so now you can run the program. Now you can see it will work perfectly. In the next video, we will be studying about the scope of a variable inside a function. All right, thank you. Now this is going to be the third part of chapter 7, where we are trying to study function. Now here we will study what do you mean by a scope of a variable inside Python program. Now if I create a variable a equal to 5, now inside my Python program, where all I can use the value of this a. Right? Maybe if I create this variable a inside a function called add. So can I use this variable only inside the function, or can I use it outside the function? Now to understand that clearly, we have to have an understanding of scope of variable inside Python. So basically what you mean by scope is this. That is a part of the program where the variable can be used. Assume that in your program you have a function called add. The same program has another function called multiply, another function called divide, and it has some part of the program written outside of the function. Now if I create a variable inside my add function, okay, so the name of the variable is a, can I use this a inside my multiplication function, or can I use this a inside division, or can I use it outside the function? So to answer these questions, you need to understand how Python defines scope of a variable. So wherever you can access the variable or use the variable, that part of the program is seen as the scope of that variable. So here you can see the variable a is declared inside function add. According to the rules of Python, a can be used only within this function. Okay, because it's a local variable. We'll see each type of variable and you will understand it clear once we go forward. But just to make you understand why we are studying this, I have given you this example. So every variable defined inside Python has a scope. There are two types of scope defined in Python. The first one is called global scope. The second one is called local scope. So if you create a variable in Python with global scope, the advantage is that that variable can be used throughout the entire program. But if you create a variable just with a local scope, then it can be used only in the function where it is declared. So actually I have given the example of local scope here. right, where I told a is declared inside function add, and it can be used only inside this function. Okay, so now let us study both of them with examples. Now, the classification of variable based on scope. If you declare a variable as global, what's the difference in scope that you're going to have? Now, this variable will have a global scope, which means all functions in your Python program can access its value and use it. It should be defined outside any function. So you should not write this variable inside a function. You should write it outside. Okay, so when we see the example, you will understand it. It can be used in any function. So that is what I have just explained. And also, any change that you make to this variable has a global impact. So if you change the variable inside the first function, now when you access the value in the second function, you'll get the new value there, because it has a global scope. Now, if you declare a variable as a local variable, right, then it have only local scope. It is defined inside a function, so only inside that function that variable can be used. It can be used only in the function where it is defined, and it exists only till the function terminates. So once the function is called, the variables will be created. Once function is finished, the variables are terminated. Those kind of variables are called local variables. So now let us take examples. You will understand what's the difference between these two. So here we have a sample program. Now this program is just going to take two numbers and then it will add it and print it. So program is nothing new to you. We have discussed this kind of programs. Now our aim is to study the difference of scope between the variables. So our program starts here. Now you can see I have created two variables here, a and b, and these two variables are created outside of any functions. You see we have one function which is defined over here. The name of the function is sum, but a and b is created outside of it. So this two variable a and b is example for global variables. Inside the definition of sum function, you can see I am adding a and b. So here you are actually using the value of global variable a and global variable b. You are adding them, and then the result 30 you are storing into C. But here you can understand variable C is an example of local variable. Now, how do you understand it's a local variable? Because you can understand C is defined inside a function called sum, right? So the C will work only inside this function. So let me start with the program. So first 10 will be assigned to A, then 20 will be assigned to B. Then my interpreter will see the definition. It will not go into the function. It will skip that. It will come down. And after that, I'm calling function sum. So now the control will go back to sum. It will add A and B, and the result will be stored in C, and then it will print. So in the output, you will see sum of A. So A will get the value because we have A as a global variable. Sum of 10 and the value of B is 20 is, now I am printing C. I can print local variable C here. Why? Because this print statement also belongs to the same function, right? So C can be accessed inside the function. So this print statement will work properly. You will get the output as 30. Now after that, once the function finishes, the control will come back to sum, and after that my print statement will execute. I am printing the value of A. So this time value 10 will be printed. Next time I am printing the value of B. 20 will be printed. I have commented this line, the last line you can see here, but if you uncomment it and run it, this line will give error. Why? Because when it tries to print the value of C, it cannot find C. Even though you have a variable called C inside your program, you should understand the scope of this variable C is limited only to this function. It cannot be accessed outside. But now you are trying to access it outside, so Python will say it cannot understand where C is, and it will give an error. So now we have our program ready. Now when I run this program, I'm going to keep the last line printing C as commented, right? So this time the program will run without any error. So I'll just run it. So now here you can see sum of 10, 20 is 30. So that is the output of this print statement inside function. So here you can see you are trying to print the value of C, but it works without any problem. You can see 30 is printed here. Why? Because C can be accessed inside the function because it's a local variable. Now you can access print A and print B. We don't have any problem because it's a global variable. Now after that, I will try to print C also. So now I will save it. I will try to run it. Now this time you will get error. Now here you can see the error that we are getting is name error. Name C is not defined. When Python interpreter reaches here to print the value of C, it is just checking to find out whether I have a C somewhere. It cannot find it. The only C that is declared is actually inside the function. You cannot access it outside, right? So we don't have any variable called C. So that is why we are getting an error like this. Okay, so now let us continue. Now we'll see the next program just to make the understanding of global and local concepts a little bit more clear. So this program also finds the sum of two variables. So our aim is not to study the program, but to understand how the variable scope works. So here you can see again we have variable A and B. So they are global variables. Now we have the function definition. The function name is sum. Inside this function definition, you can see I have created a variable A and B again. Now if you get this kind of questions, don't get confused. This A and this A are different. This B and this B are different, right? So these three variables, which is A, B and C, are local variables for this function sum. So they are not using the value of global variable. So please understand this. If a function has a variable which has the same name of a global variable, then always the local variable will get the precedence, right? It will not take the value from the global variable. A new variable will be created for local use and that will be taken. So please understand this A and this A are different. Now to make it clear, we have assigned 10 and 20 to global variable A and B and 100 and 200 to local variable A and B. And here I am adding local variable A and B together. So the value of C is going to be 300 and then I will print this print statement. So in the output, I will get sum of 100 and 200 is 300, right? Because I am working with local variable A, local variable B and local variable C. And once the function is finished, the control will come back to sum, and there outside the function I am trying to print the value of A and B. So here you can see I cannot access these local variables standing here because those variables belongs to the function. So when I try to print A here, the value 10 will be printed because that's a global variable, and when I try to print B here, value 20 will be printed. So in the output 10 and 20 will come. By studying this example, it should be clear to you that if you have a global variable and a local variable with same name inside the function, only the local variable will be taken care, right? It will not consider the global variable. So now let us run this program. So now we have the program here. So I will execute it. So here you can see this print statement is printing all the local variables inside the sum function, and outside we are printing the value of the global variable 10 and 20. So now let us continue. Now this is going to be the last program to understand the concept of global and local variables. So here we just have a function called change. The purpose of this function is to change the value of A and B. So we have two global variables over here. In this example, we would like to use this global variables inside our function. So if you want to pull this global variable A into the function, you have to give this keyword global followed by the variable name. If you want to take the global variable B into this function, then you have to write global B. After that, when you write A and B, we will be actually using the global variables. Right? So if you have 5 functions, you can actually use the same variable inside all the 5 functions by using this keyword global followed by the variable name. So here you can see, even though you are changing the value of A, and once the function is finished and then you are printing the value of A and B, you can see the value changed is affected here because we are actually changing the global values inside the function. So let us just run through the program. So initially the value of a is given as 10 and value of b is given as 20. Now my interpreter will come here. It will see the function definition. The interpreter will go to the next line. Now here I'm calling the function change. So now the control will come to my function. Now first I am declaring the global variable a should be brought into this function. And next I am saying global variable b should be brought into this function, right? So now I have this a and b accessible inside this function. The value of a is 10. So 10 plus 5, 15 will be stored into a. So now the global variable a value will be changed to 15. And here 20 plus 5, 25 will be stored into b. So the value of b will be changed to 25. After that I am printing the value of a and b inside my function. So there you will see the value of a is equal to 15 and value of b is equal to 25. Now just to make sure that the function has indeed worked on the global variables, after your function is finished, I will print the value of a and b outside the function. But here also you can see the output will come as 15 and 25. So now you can understand the function was actually working with the global variables. Otherwise the value will not change. So this is how you can pull a global variable into a function and then you can use it over there. So now let us run this program. So now our program is ready. I'll just run it. So here you can see inside the function, I changed the global variable a's value to 15 and global variable b's value to 25. And outside the function, the same value is kept by the global variable. I want to add 2 more points now. If you just want to read the value of a global variable, but you are not going to change it, in that case, you don't have to specify these 2 lines. Right? For example, I'm just going to modify my program a little bit. So here I will give another variable c and here I will give another variable t, right? And I will be printing here c and t. So here you can understand I am actually using the value of a, which is a global variable, but I'm just reading it. I'm not going to change the value of a because the value of a is 10. I will add 5 to that. So 15 will be created. That is loaded into a new local variable c. So you should understand the value of a is not getting changed, but you can access it. If this is your requirement, which means you are going to only read the value of a global variable inside the function, then you don't have to specify global a and global b. I will save it. So let me run it. You see, you'll get the same result. But here you see the value of a and b didn't change, because that is why when I print a, I am getting 10 again. Print b, you are getting 20. But if I change this to a and here to b, now when I run the program, let me save it and run it. You see, I'm getting error. Why? Because I read the value of a, I added 5 to it, and then I am trying to change the value of a, and that is the problem. So if you want to do this, then you have to declare global a, right? Then you can change the value of a. We don't have a problem. Now, one last thing that I want to discuss with you is that before you pull a global variable into a function, you should declare the global variable. So here you see I declare the global variable in line 3 and 4. And I pull the global variable into the function at line 6 and 7. So we don't have a problem, right? But if I move this global variable declaration after the function call, right? Now if I try to save the program and run it, you will get error. Why? Because you see your program starts, first it sees the definition of the function, so it will not go inside, it will skip the body of the function, it will come to line number 10 and there it will call the function. Now inside the function you can see it is trying to pull a global variable a into this function. We don't have a global variable a yet, because it will be created only at line number 11. So this will create an error. So please keep this in mind that whether it's a global variable or local variable, the variable should be defined before it is used, right? So here you can see we define the variable and after that we are using it. So that's all for this video. Next video we will study about standard library functions inside Python. In this video we'll be discussing about Python standard library. Now with this video we'll be winding up the theoretical part for chapter 7. Now we're going to discuss about what is a Python standard library. So when you install Python, you will get some standard library function along with it. Right, so you can just use it inside your program. You don't have to write your own functions to do those activities. So the standard library functions inside Python is classified into two, right? The first one are called built-in function and second are called built-in modules, right? In the previous video, we have studied user-defined functions where we as a programmer write our own functions to do some particular job inside our program. Now here we are going to discuss about built-in functions and collection of built-in functions which is represented as modules. Now what do you mean by a built-in function? Function already defined inside Python are called as built-in function and it can be directly called whenever required inside the program. Now we were actually using Python built-in function from the first chapter itself, because you can see if you are using this function input inside your program, that is an example for built-in function. If you are using this function print inside your program to print something to the screen, you are actually using the built-in function which is defined inside Python. So in this video, our aim is to study about built-in function and about modules. So first we will see what is built-in functions. Now built-in function in Python is categorized into following. Now you have an input-output category of built-in functions. You have data type conversion built-in functions. You have mathematical built-in functions, and there are other type of functions too. So in the input-output built-in function, now these are the two functions which we always use. Okay, so we already know this input and print function, right? Using input function, you can read a value from the keyboard and store it to a variable, and using print function, you can read the value from the memory of the computer and you can print it onto the screen. Now we have the next type, data type conversion. Now this also we have seen some of our programs. For example, I told you when you read a value using input, by default the value will be read as a string. Now if you want to convert that string to a number, then you have to use the function called int, which will convert this string to a number. Alright, so we were accepting all the number input for our previous program using this data type conversion built-in function called int. Now similarly, if you want to convert a value to Boolean variable, you can use this function. If you want to convert a value to float, you can use type conversion function called float. Similarly, you have string, list, set, etc. You have a third category of built-in function called mathematical function, where you can find the absolute value, division mode, max, min, power, sum, etc. Right? Now other functions you can use. Now the first function is used to import, then you can find the length of a string, then range, type. We have example programs coming in the subsequent slides where we will see majority of these functions performing on values and producing the output accordingly. Now here we are going to demonstrate some example built-in function. So here you can see the ABS or absolute value belongs to mathematical built-in functions. It returns the absolute value of the number that you give inside. So the answer is going to be 10. So the negative sign will be cut off and the absolute value 10 will be returned as the answer. So that will be the output of this print statement. Now we will see the output when we run the program. Let me just explain to you what is the purpose of each one of these functions, and then we will run and see the output. So here diff mode is a function which will divide. You can see the comments here. It performs the division of 5 modulo 2 and it will return two values. The first value will be the quotient after the division, and the second value is going to be the remainder after the division. So the third print statement, you can see we are using the function called max, okay, over a sequence. Max will identify the largest term in it, so the answer will be 51. Now the fourth print statement, where we are trying to print the max value from this string hello. So the output of max depends on the ASCII value of the characters. Alright, so first of all, you should understand ASCII value is just a numerical code given to each button in your keyboard. Right, so the standard ASCII value defines that capital A has value 65, B has value 66. It go all the way up till capital Z having value 90. Now small a is starting at 97, so small b will be 98, small c will be 99. It will go all the way up till small z, and that is given value 122. Right, so this max value will check which character has the maximum ASCII value. So here you can see all capital letters, the ASCII value is less than all small letters. And here, so when you check ELLO, you can understand O has the largest ASCII value when you see this list. Alright, so the answer will be O. Now the fifth print statement will print the minimum value from the sequence, so the answer is going to be 7. And the last print statement will find the minimum value from this string, and of course you know that all capital letters ASCII value is less than all small letters, so the answer is going to be capital H. Now let me just run this program, so I'll hit run. So here you can see the output. First print statement prints the absolute value of -10. So the answer is going to be just 10 because absolute value will remove the negative sign. The next print statement will divide 5 by 2 and it will print a pair as the answer. The first value will be the quotient and the second value will be the remainder. So once you divide 5 by 2, you will get quotient as 2 and remainder as 1. Now the next function, max, will identify the largest value from this sequence. So the answer is coming as 51. Now the next max function will find the character which has the largest ASCII value. I already discussed this, so the answer is O, you can see here. And then the minimum function will identify the least value from this sequence, so the answer is 7. And the next minimum function will identify the character with least ASCII value, so the least ASCII value character is capital H, so that will be the output. So now let us continue. Now this program also is just a continuation of the previous program. So here the first function we are going to study is power. So the function name is POW. Now inside the bracket, if you write 25, it will find 2 raised to 5. So the answer is going to be 32. Now the function POW can also accept 3 numbers as input. It will find the answer of 2 raised to 5. So the answer is going to be 32, and this 32 will be modulo divided by the third number, so that is 10, and you know the remainder is 2. So that will be the result of the second print statement. Okay, you can also have floating point numbers inside the power function. So this will find the answer of 2 raised to 3 raised to 5.6. So whatever is the answer will be printed out. You can have another function called sum, which will add all the values given inside the sequence and it will print the result. You can also add sum with a sequence followed by regular numbers. After comma, you can give 3 more numbers, so it will add all the values in the sequence plus it will add the other numbers that you have given outside the sequence, and finally the result will be printed out. Now the next function, len, is used to find the length or count of values given as input to this function. So this len function will print the result as 3. Why? Because the sequence given inside len has 3 elements. Now len can also be used to find the length of a string, right? So if you give a string inside len function, it will count how many characters are there and the result will be printed. So now let us run this. Alright, so our program is ready. I'll execute it. Now we see we got the answer. So the first function, POW, 2 raised to 5, the answer is 32. The second function I already discussed, 2 raised to 5, 32, then modulo divide by 10, you will get remainder 2, right? Now the third function, POW again, but this time we are working with floating point numbers. You will get the answer as 106 dot something, and after that you are trying to add all the elements in the sequence. So the answer is going to be 20, because you add 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6, you will see the result is 20. So the next print statement, we are calling the same function sum, but this time there are two input variables, right? So the first input is a sequence which has 5 elements inside it, and after that you have one more value which is outside the sequence, right? So this function sum can add all the elements in the sequence plus the value outside of it. So when you add all the 6 values, you will get answer as 27. Now after that, when you try to find the length of the sequence, it will return how many elements are there in the sequence. So here you can see there are 3 elements, that is why 3 is printed out. Length function can also be used to find the length of a string. So it will count how many characters are there, and it will print 5 because hello has 5 characters. So now let us continue. Now next we are going to study about module. So before we see the theoretical part, I just want you to conceptually understand why we require a module, or what's the difference between a function and a module. Now I'm writing a Python program, for example, okay, and inside this Python program I have a function called add. Okay, and then I have some statements in it, and I have another function called multiply. I have some statements in it, and after that I have my main program where I have some statements, and here I will call the function add with some values, and after some statement I can call another function multiply. So you should understand this is your function 1 and this is your function 2, right? So you have 2 functions. Now assume that your program requires 10 functions. So if you add all the 10 functions inside this program, now the size of the program will increase too much, right? So what I can do here is that I can take all these functions and move it into another program or another Python file. That file is actually your module. Okay, so module is actually a file where you can list all the functions that you require inside your program. So I can create a module. So you can give any name to module, it's up to you. The only thing is that just like program, you have to give the extension as .py. So I will give my module name mod.py, and then I will move all my functions from my program .py to module. So here I will have function add with all the statements. I will have function multiply with all the statement. I will have function subtract with all the statement. I will have function divide with all the statements. So here you see this module is now a list of 4 functions clubbed together. So now you can rewrite your program .py. So when I write my program now, I don't have to write this entire code, right? I just have to write a line, say import mod.py. So when interpreter sees this line, interpreter will automatically copy this entire file into your program. So you don't have to worry about it. It will automatically be part of your program and your program can work. Now inside your program.py, you just have to write your program what you want to do. If you want to call add, you can call it. If you want to call multiply, you can call it. The control will go to the module, it will get executed and the control will come back, right? Now if you want to call add, just by calling the name add will not work. Why? Because now add is not there in this file. So you have to write mod.add because that is the name of the file, right? So based on the module name, you have to call the functions. The control will go to the module, it will get executed, and the answer will come back to your file. So when the number of functions increases in your program, you have to consider moving those functions into different modules. And your program will do only the job of calling these modules and getting the work done. Now there is one more advantage for creating a module. Assume that you are writing 3 programs, right? So this is program 1.py, this is program 2.py, this is program 3.py. Now all these 3 programs require these 4 functions. Now if you are going to write these functions in all of them, that is a waste work. You have to do this 3 times. Okay, so what is a smart work here? So you don't include these 4 functions in any of them. You write it as a separate Python file as a module, and for each of these programs you just import it. Right, so you have to write it in only one place, and all the 3 programs can access this code and run these 4 functions. Even though the concept of module is little bit confusing and difficult to you, you should understand very clearly that if you are going to develop some serious projects in Python, you will have to consider developing the software as different modules, right? And finally, you have to combine all the modules together to make it work the way you want. So this is the basic idea of what is a module. So now we will see the theoretical part and the example programs, and then things will be much more clear to you. So now let us officially start the theoretical study of module. So in Python, a large program is divided into different modules, right? So a collection of functions forms a module, as we have discussed before. Now a module is saved as a .py file, so it is just like another program file, right? So you can give any name .py and that becomes a module file. Now the lib folder of Python contains all these standard modules that come along when you download Python. And you can also write your own functions and you can create your own modules. The lib folder has the content of all the standard modules defined inside Python. To view the content of a module in Python, you can use the help command, and after that in bracket you just have to give the module name. It will list all the functions defined in this module. Okay, so you don't have to by heart this, whether this function is available in math module or this function is available in statistics module. You just have to type this command help with the module name as math, and then you can identify which function you want and you can use it inside your program. Now module can be either built-in, okay, if it is built-in you can find it inside the lib folder, or it can be user defined. In the next video we'll be discussing about the programs related to this chapter. In that video we have example of user defined module where we will write our own module and integrate with the program and make it work. Okay. Now if we club all our functions and keep it separate as a module, now how we can use it inside your program? Now if you want to use a module, you have to import it. Now we need to import a module to use it in our program. And how do you import it? You use the keyword import followed by that the module name. Right? If you want to import many modules in one line, you can put a comma, you can give the second module name, you can put a comma, you can give the third module name. So when interpreter sees this line, it will import all the 3 modules into your program, and then your program can start. Now to call a function which is defined inside a module, as I have told you before, you have to use the module name dot function. Now for example, if I create a module with name calculator.py, okay, so I will name it as calc.py. Now inside this module, if I define a function called add, which will accept 2 numbers and print the sum of those 2 numbers. Now in this case, if I want to access this function add, which is defined inside module calc.py, then in my program I have to write calc.add. Now inside the bracket you can specify the 2 numbers that you want to add. So that is why I told you have to give the module name dot function name, and that is how you can access a function which is defined in a module. Now the import statement can be written anywhere in the program. Alright, you can write it in the beginning, in the end, but it's always recommended that if you want to import two modules, make it the first statement itself inside your program. A module need to be imported only once inside a program, and after that you can use all the functions defined in the module any number of times. So importing you have to do only one time inside the program. Now there are some modules which are built in Python itself. So let us see that first, and after that we will see how to define our own modules. Now the modules already available in Python library are called built-in modules. Okay, so the commonly used built-in modules in Python are math module, random module, and statistics module. There are a lot of modules available. This is just a small list. So inside math module, it contains different mathematical functions, and most of the functions it returns a float value. All right, so you will get the answer with higher precision with decimal numbers. Okay, like this. Now we have another built-in module called random. This is used to generate a random number between any number that you specify. So if I specify 1 and 20, which can give me random numbers between 1 and 20. So first time when I run it, it may return 7. Next time when I run it, it may return 13. Next time when I run it, it may return 2. So I will get random numbers between this range. Now we have the third built-in module called statistics. Now the statistics module is used to calculating statistics with a given data. Okay, so it can identify the mean or mode. There are many statistical functions inside statistics module. You can use those functions as per your requirement. Now in this program we are going to demonstrate some functions defined inside math module. Now you should understand inside math module there are a lot of functions. Now we are just taking a small number of examples to understand how to use it. So before your program starts, you have to import the math module. Okay, so that's the first line, and after that you can see there are many print statements. Now inside the print statement you are calling function inside the module. So you should understand this first part before the dot is the module name, and after the dot it is actually the function name. So we will be seeing a function called ceil, floor, fabs, and factorial. Now what do you mean by ceil and floor? So assume that you are standing in a room, right, and what is above you is your ceil, and where you stand is the floor. So you should understand, if I take a number 8.31, now what is the ceiling value? The ceiling value is the next highest integer, which is 9. And what is the floor value? That is the next lower integer than 8.31, that is 8. Right? So 8 is the floor value and 9 is the ceil value for 8.31. Now once this print statement start to work, the control will go to module called math. Now inside that module, interpreter will identify the function with name ceil. It will give the value minus 5.6 to it, and then it will return the ceiling value. Alright, now what is the ceiling value of minus 5.6? Okay, so you should understand the ceil and floor for negative numbers works the other way. Just higher integer number than 5.6 is minus 5, and the just lower integer of 5.6 is minus 6. Okay, so now here we are interested in ceiling number, so the answer will be printed as minus 5. So next we are trying to print the ceil of 5.6. So here this is a positive number, so ceiling will be the number just above it, so the answer will be 6. After that I am trying to print the floor. Okay, so floor means the lower value. So if I write minus 7.5, the higher integer of this is minus 7 and the lower integer of this is minus 8. So as we are looking for floor, the answer will be minus 8. Now after that I am trying to print the floor of 7.5. Now for 7.5, the higher value is going to be 8 and lower value is 7. So the floor value will be 7. So the next print statement, we are going to work with a function called fabs. This will just print out the absolute value of minus 10.6, and next print statement will print the absolute value of minus 5. So it will just remove the sign and print it. And after that, we have the last print statement where we have a function to find the factorial. You remember in the previous chapter, we have written one complete program to find the factorial of a number. So you don't have to do that because it is actually coming part of Python built-in module. So if you know that this module exists, then you don't have to write the program. You can just finish the task with one single line. So this function factorial will find the factorial of 5 and the answer 120 will be printed out. But you have to be very careful when you attempt with the module functions, because sometime in the question paper it will be written like without using inbuilt functions you have to find the factorial of a number. In that case you have to write your own code to find the factorial. So now let us run this program. So our program is ready. So before running it, I will just comment this line. Okay, so now my program is not importing the math module, and inside my program I am trying to access the math module. So now when I run the program, it will give error. So I will save it and run it. So you can see I got an error. Okay, it says that name math is not defined and the interpreter don't understand what is this math. All right, so now I will just remove this comment. So now I am importing the math module and now everything should work properly. So now I will save it, I will run it. So now you see I got all the answers. So here you can see, as expected, we have the answers. A ceiling of minus 5.6 is minus 5. Ceiling of 5.6 is 6, and floor of minus 7.5 is minus 8, and floor of 7.5 is 7, and after that the absolute value of minus 10.6 is 10.6. So I told you the absolute value function will just remove the negative sign and print the result. Now the next print statement will remove the negative sign and print 5 as the answer. Now finally you can see the factorial function defined inside math module took the value 5 and it found out the factorial, which is 120, and returned the control to here. So this entire thing will be evaluated to 120 and now the print will print it to the result. So now let us continue. Now in this program also we will be continuing with math module. Okay, so here we are going to see some more functions called fmod, gcd, power, square root, and the trigonometric function sine. So now let us see each function one at a time. So the fmod is actually your modulo operator. So it will do 5 modulo 3. So the result will be 2. Okay, and whatever is the sign of the first operator, which is 5, that will be given to the answer. So if I have minus 5 modulo 3, the answer will be minus 2. But if I have 5 modulo minus 3, the answer will be positive 2 itself. So that is why I told you the result will take the sign of the first operand. So here you can see the result will be positive 2. Now the next print statement, we are modulo dividing minus 5 with 3. So here the result will be minus 2 because the first operand is negative. Now the third print statement will print again positive 2 because the first operand is positive. Now after that, the next print statement, you can find the greatest common divisor of 10 and 5. By giving the value to this function, it will return the greatest common divisor as the answer. Now we have the POW function here, 4.52. This function will find the result of 4.5 raised to 2 and print the value. Now after that we have square root of 25. So this will find the square root of 25 and the result will be printed out. Now we can also print the square root of floating point number, so it will find the square root of 10.5 and it will give the result. We can also print the result of sine, cos, tan. All these functions are defined inside math module. So we are just trying to print the result of sine 0. You should understand the value that you give here should be in radians, okay, not in degree. So sine 0, the result will be printed out. So now let us run this program and see the results. So now our program is ready. I will just execute. So we have the result. So you can see the first three F modes, right? It returns 2, -2 and 2. And why the second result is -2? Because in the second print statement you can see the first operator is negative. Now after that, the next one, the greatest common divisor of 10 and 5, because you know the result is 5, so you can see the answer is coming as 5. And after that, when you raise 4.5 with the power of 2, you will get the result 20.25. And you find the square root of 25, that is 5. And you find the square root of 10.5, the result is 3.24 something. And sine 0 will give the result as 0. So now with this program, we are going to stop the math module. In the next slide, we are going to start with random module. Now before we go to random module, if you want to find out the entire functions listed inside math module, you can give help. In quotes, you can give the module name. So here I want to check for module math. So after that, you can press enter. You have to do it in the terminal, right? So I will just increase this so that you can see it. Okay. And now I will press enter. You can see this is the description of math module. So you can see this is where it starts, right? So the name of the module is math. You can see the description. This module provides access to mathematical functions as defined in C programming standard. So C is another programming language which was developed in 1980s. It is considered as the basic programming language for all other programming languages. So they have designed this mathematical module according to the standards defined in C programming language. So here you can see these are all the functions: a cos h, a sine h, a tan. It goes like that. It's a big list. So here you can see the factorial which we have used, fabs which we have used, floor we have seen it now, f mode we have used it. It goes like that, right? So it's a big module, right? A lot of functions are here. So you can see power, sine we have used it, square root, all these things, right? So here it ends. So for any module, you want to check how many functions are there, or maybe before you write a function yourself, I would recommend you to check the built-in modules, because maybe in built-in modules it is already done, then you don't have to program it yourself. Like the example I have given for factorial, right? You don't have to write the program. It is already there, coded, ready for you by the Python built-in module. You just have to use it. You just have to import it and call it. You will get the result. Now we will go to the next built-in module. Now this program is used to demonstrate the function inside a random module. So first of all, you should import the module called random. I have many functions inside random. You can see the first function is called random itself. There is another function called randint. There is another function called randrange. Okay, so we'll be studying about these three functions which is defined inside our random module. Now if you call the random function inside the random module without any arguments, now in that case, it will return a value between 0.0 and 1.0, right? And the value returned will be random. So we cannot predict that this number is going to be printed as a result. So first time when you run it, maybe the answer will come as 0.6713569, a big number. You see this number 0.671 something is between 0.0 and 1.0. Now you run this statement again. Next time you might get 0.413 something. So that is why I told you the result will be random. Now we go to the next two print statements. There we are going to study randint. Alright, so here you can specify between which range of numbers you want random numbers to be printed. So if I give the range between 1 and 20 and you run the first statement, the result will be maybe 11. Okay, next time when you run it may be 13. Next time you run it may be 3. So the value that is returned will be always between 1 and 20. Okay, based on the arguments that you give for the function randint defined inside module random. Now the next print statement, the only difference is that the range is given in negative numbers. So -10 to -5. So any value between them will be printed as the random value. Now after that we have something called rand range. Now here you can specify either one argument or you can specify two argument. Either way it will give the result. If you give one argument, then it will assume the range between 0 and 6. So it will assume that the first value is 0 and it has to stop at 6, and it will give the random value between 0 and 6. And here you should use only positive value. So with rand range you cannot use negative value, it will give error, right? But with rand int you can have negative value and positive value. Now the last print statement, you can use rand range with two values. So the difference is that the start value will be 10 and the stop value will be 20, and rand range will produce a number between them each time you run it. So now let us run the program and see how this function works. So now let me execute the program. So here you can see the first print statement will print a random number between 0.0 and 1.0. So you can see this is the random number I got. So when I run this program again, after explaining all the output, you can see the entire output will change because these are random numbers. Next time when I run, I should not get the same result. Now after that, the next print statement over here, it will print a random number between 1 and 20. You can see we got number 9. Now next print statement will print a random number between -10 and -5. So randomly it selected -10 from the list. Now after that, next print statement is trying to print random numbers from range 0 to 6, right? So it has selected 0, the first number itself. It is random, it's not like it is selecting the first element, okay? It is random. Next time when I run, you will see the 0 will be maybe 4, maybe 5, maybe 3. It will change. Now the last print statement selects a value between 10 and 20 and it has selected 11. So now let me run this program once again. All 5 output is getting changed each time you run. So based on the requirement of your program, you have to select which random function inside random module will suit your purpose, and you can use that. So now we go to the next module. Now this program we will use to demonstrate the functions of statistics module. So this is a third built-in module that we are going to study. So the first line, I have to import the module with name statistics. So here I will be using 3 functions inside statistics module, which is a function called mean, median and mode. And mode I will use for numerical values and strings. In the first print statement, I will find the mean, that is the average of all these numbers. So it will add 2 plus 34 plus 56 plus 78 plus 90 divided by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 divided by 5. Whatever is the result, that will be printed out, x dot y. Okay, so that will be printed out. Now median will find out which value comes in the middle, okay, in the given list. So here you can see if I take 56, two values, 2 and 34 is less than it, and 78 and 90 is greater than it. So 56 is the middle value, so that will be printed as the result. And mode function will identify which value repeats the most in the list. So here you can see 2 is repeating 3 times, so that is the most frequently occurring element in this list. So that is the mode value, so 2 will be printed as a result. Mode can also be used with strings. So in this list you can see the word in is repeating 2 times, so the result will be printed as in. That is the mode value. So now let us run this program. So now let us execute it. So here you can see the result. So the average of these 5 numbers is identified as 52. Now the median of these 5 numbers is 56. I already discussed with you, so that is printed out. Now the mode of all these numbers is 2 because 2 is repeating the most amount of time, so that is printed out. And the mode of the string values, the answer is in because in is coming twice. Now next we are going to study about from statement. Okay, now it is used to load only specific functions from a module. I'll explain to you what is the advantage of doing that. Now how can you do that? You write from, after that you write the module name, after that you write the keyword import, followed by that you write the functions which you want from this module. So only these functions will be imported to your program, not the entire module. So in this example, you can see I am importing only two functions from math module. So I will write from the module name, which is math, then import the first function that I am importing is floor, and the second function that I am importing is square root. And after that, I can simply call this function with just the function name. So that's the second difference. I don't have to write math.floor to access this function. Okay, so and similarly here, I don't have to write math.sqrt to access this function. Why? Because you particularly loaded those functions from the module. Now if you just use import math, so in this case entire functions inside math will be loaded to the program, and after that if you want to use the function, you have to use the module name followed by the function name. So now let me explain to you why you have to specifically load functions from a module. Now I'm just going to give an example when the from statement is actually advantageous for us. So we have a module here. Now the name of module is calc.py. Now inside this module I have defined four functions: add, multiply, subtract and divide. Assume that each of these function has 10 lines inside it, right? And altogether calc.py has 40 lines of code. Now I want to write a Python program, and the name of the program is program.py. Now in this program, I know that I require only this one single function which adds two numbers. So the other three functions is not required for my program's working. So if I write import calc, and inside my program if I use the function add, my function will work for sure, no problem with that. The issue here is that this entire calc module, which has 40 lines in it, will be loaded to my program. So my program size will increase by 40 lines of code. But if I know that I require only this one single function in this module, why I have to load all other functions? Right? It is simply increasing the size of my program. So in that case, I can use the from statement. I can write from calc import add. So when this statement is executed by the interpreter will not load the entire 40 lines. It will select only the function add and bring it to my program. So my program will have only the 10 lines of code which is actually required for adding two numbers. The other functions will not be imported. So by selectively importing the functions which you require inside your program, you can reduce the size of your source code, and it actually will take less amount of memory for your program to run. So you should understand this program may not be running inside a computer which has a large amount of memory. Maybe it is running inside a phone, or maybe it is running inside your TV where it has a very limited memory. So we have to be very careful in importing the functions, right? Now we have seen that in math module at least 20 to 25 functions are defined. So if you require only one or two functions, why you have to import the entire module and simply increase the size of your program? So it is always logical to use from statement and then selectively load the functions which you most require inside your program. Alright, so with this we finished the theoretical part of chapter 7. In the next video we will be covering many programs related to function, and we also have program where we will write our own module, import it to our program and make the functions work which are defined inside the module. Okay, so see you in the next video. Bye. So now we are going to start with the introduction to strings. We have studied about strings when we studied different data types in previous chapter, right? And string was listed under sequence category of data type. So what is a string? It consists of one or more characters. Now what can be a character inside a string? So here you can see characters can be any letter, it can be any digit, it can be a space, or it can be any special character like hash, at the rate, exclamation mark, dollar, ampersand, right? Anything. So every button that you see in your keyboard can be converted to a character. Now the characters are represented with Unicode values inside Python. So that's an encoding scheme just like ASCII. So when you press a character, the corresponding value, that is a Unicode for that character, will be read by the Python interpreter, and the interpreter understands the particular character. Now a string can be enclosed in a single quote, it can be enclosed in a double quote, or it can be enclosed in a triple quote. Now I have used the triple quote for writing comments in the previous chapter, right? So you should understand, even though it was represented as comments inside those programs, actually they were strings, right? But as it was not assigned to a value, it was just excluded as comments because memory is not allotted for that. And then the program continued with the first statement after the doc string. Okay, so now let us continue. So this is the example of string. Okay, so here I have four variables: str1, str2, str3, and str4. Now into the first variable I am trying to enter a string which has some characters inside it, lens learn, and it is enclosed in single quotes. This is a legal way of inputting a string into a variable, right? You can also use double quotes, so this is also allowed. A string can start with 3 single quotes and it can also end with 3 single quotes, right? A string can also start with 3 double quotes and it can end with 3 double quotes, right? Now we use the last 2 types of string input when we have to enter multiple lines as input. So if I have 5 sentences and you have to convert this entire 5 sentences into a string, then you can give 3 double quotes and you can end it with 3 double quotes. So this entire 5 lines of characters will be taken as a string. So we can see the next 2 examples, string 3 and string 4. We actually copy 2 lines of characters into this variable, right? So here you can see lens learn, comma, welcome you to learn Python will be stored into this variable called string 3. And for the next variable, string 4, again the same content, lens learn, welcome you to learn Python will be stored into string 4. If you want to check the value of string 3 and string 4, you can use print statement, right? You can just use print str3. It will print this entire 2 lines. So now we go to the next slide. Now when you are working with a string, you should have a clear understanding of indexing, because by using indexing you can access one single character inside a string at a time. So indexing, you can see here, it's a technique used for accessing each character inside a string. Okay, so the first character in a string will be available at index 0. So you should be very clear with this. Always the index starts with 0 and then it goes 1 2 3 4 like that, and the last character always have index n-1, where n is the length of the string, because we are starting with 0. So now if the total string has n characters in it, then the last character will be available at position n-1. Okay, so that's pure max. So when we see the example, you will understand what is the concept of this n-1. Now negative indexes can also be used to access the characters inside a string. Now the negative index goes from -1 to -n. Now index should be an integer, so this is very important. You cannot give index value as 2.5 or 1.3, right? These are floating point values. It is not allowed. It should be always an integer, but it can be positive, it can be 0, or it can be negative number. We don't have a problem. And we have an inbuilt function called len, which will actually find out the length of the string that you give as input for this function. Okay, so now let us see the example of all of this, and then it will be clear to you. This slide talks about the example of indexing. Okay, so here you can see the string that we are considering is this lens learn. So now let us understand how many characters are there in this string. So L is the first character, then you have E, that is the second character, then N, then Z. After that you have a space. Space is also a character. It has a separate Unicode. So that is a fifth character, which is a space. And after that you have the next L, that is 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So now my string has a total length of 10. Okay, or for example, my string has a total length of 10. You can say the length is n, so the total length is 10. Now let us talk about the indexing. So as far as with indexing, it always starts with 0. So the first character L is available at index 0. The next character is available at 1, then 2, 3. Now the space is available at 4. After that, the next L will be 5, 6, 7, 8, and the last character N is available at 9. So now you should understand the index value ranges from 0 to n minus 1, because you see the value of n is 10. So it ranges from 0 to n minus 1 is 9. So that is what you can see here. Okay, now the same thing is represented in this box. You can see here L, E, N, Z. Then this is your space character. Okay, so even though there is nothing to print, you should understand it has a Unicode value and it is seen as a character inside the string. Okay, then you have LEARN. So the positive indices is what we have discussed now. Okay, so the indices starts at 0, 1, 2, 3 up till n minus 1. So it goes up till 9. Now we can also work with the negative indexes to print the string. Now you will be confused, like already I have positive indexes to print the string, then why we require this negative indexes, right? See, sometimes if you know how to work with negative index, you can reverse the string just by providing the negative indexes, and for some questions you can write really smart programs if you know how to work with the negative indexes. Now the negative indexes is very simple to understand. The last character of the string is represented with -1. Okay, you cannot give 0 here because 0 is already used for the first character in positive indexes, so you cannot use that there because it will confuse Python. So 0 is already used, so I have to start with -1. So -1 represents the last character in the string, -2 represents the character before the last character. It goes all the way back up till -10, which represents the first character here. So here you can see the length of the string is 10. So as far as negative indexes is concerned, it ranges from -n to -1. So you can see there is a small difference, right? The positive indices range from 0 to n minus 1, right? But negative indexes go from -1 to -n, not n minus 1, because here you see it goes from -1 to -10, but positive index goes from 0 till 9. So that is what written over here. The positive index range from 0 to n minus 1, negative index range from -1 to -n. So please take a note of this. Multiple choice questions can come by changing the logic and to confuse you, right? Now we go to the next slide. So here we have a program just to print the value of string based on index values. So we are picking the characters from the string and we are printing it. So the last two lines I have commented here. Why? Because it will give error, right? So when we run the program, we will remove the comment and we will see what's the problem. So we have a string called lenz. Okay, so I have a variable str and the content of variable is lenz. So the index value 0 points to L, E comes in position 1, n which comes with index value 2 and set comes with index value 3. Now if you work on the negative value, -1 will point to set, -2 will point to n, character E will be available at index -3 and character L will be available at index -4. So now let us start the program. So first the string len set is stored into the variable str. So the first print statement, it will print the length of the string value stored inside variable str. Okay, so this will print value 4. Right now the next print statement, it is trying to print the character available at index 0. So here you can see the character available at index 0 is L. So here it will print L. Next you are trying to print the character available at index 1. So it will print E. Next print statement, it will try to print the character at index 2. So n will be printed. And the next print statement will print the character available at index 3. So set will be printed. Now this print statement will not give any error. So first it will add 1 and 2 together. So value 3 will be generated here. Now string 3 will print character set again. Now the next print statement, this print statement will give error. You are trying to print the character available at index 4. You can see this string doesn't have an index 4, right? So you are trying to print something which is not available. So in this case, you will get an error. But sometimes in the question, they can change this 4 with -4. Now in this case you can see -4 actually points to L. So in that case this is not an error. You will get the output as L. Okay, so be careful about that. Now the last print statement also will give error. Why? Because I have given a float value in the place of index. So that is not allowed. You can give only integer values over there. Right? So now let us run this program and see the output. So now our program is ready. I'll just execute it. The first print statement is actually printing the length of the string str. So here the variable str is storing the string length, and you can see here it has 4 characters, right? So the length of the variable str is 4 because it has 4 characters inside it. And now you can see str0 will print L, str1 will print E, str2 will print n, str3 will print z, and the last print statement is also str3, right? Because 1 plus 2 will evaluate to 3. So again z will be printed. Now I have commented the last 2 lines because they are going to give error. So first I will uncomment this print statement. Now I will save the program, I will execute it, and now you can see I got an error because string index out of range, right? Because a positive string index stops at 3. Now I am trying to print 4, which is undefined, right? But if I change this to -4 and I save it and I execute it, this will not give any error because -4 is pointing to L. You can see L is printed out. Now the last print statement I will uncomment, I will save the program, I will run it. Again you will get error, right? Saying that the string index must be integer. So that's a mistake you have done. You have made it a floating point number, which is not acceptable. So now let us go back to the program. Now here we are going to work with negative indexes. So when you want to work with the negative indexes, start from the end of the string, okay? So the last character will have index -1. The character before that will be -2, then -3, and the first character L will be available at -4. And first I am going to print the length of str, so this will print 4 because this string has 4 characters inside it. In the second print statement I am printing the character available at -1, so this will print set, -2, so this will print n, -3, this will print E, -4, this will print L, and if you try to print -5, that will give error. Okay, so now let us run the program. So our program is ready, let us run it. So you can see it is printing in one line because my print statement are ending with a space. Okay, so we are printing set NEL. So I just reversed the string. You can see the actual string is len set. I have printed set NEL, and the first print statement prints the length of the string, which is 4. Okay, so now if I copy this print statement again and I paste it and I try to print the character available at -5, if I save and run the program, you can see again we'll get error because there is no character in variable str at index -5. Okay, so you should be very careful when you apply the index values. It should always point to the characters inside the current variable. Okay, otherwise your program will give you error. Now this program will work properly if your program actually have another character here. For example, if I give a, so -5 will be now pointing to a. So this time your program will work fine. Okay, so here you can see set NEL and -5, the last print statement has printed a. Okay, so depending on the length of your program, you have to identify what are the correct index value to extract the character that you want. Okay, so now let us continue to the slide. Now this is the last program for this video session. Now this program is to demonstrate that string is immutable. What you mean by immutable is that you cannot change a string once it is created. So the content of the string cannot be changed after it is created once. So that is why it says it cannot be changed later. Now error will be shown if you try to change the content. So I have just commented these 3 lines, that is 1, 2, and 3. We will discuss these 3 lines when we run the program. Right now we will just stick to the 3 lines which is uncommented. I have created a variable str and lenslearn is stored into it. Okay, so this is our string and it is stored into a variable str. Now I will print str3. So what will be printed? So here L is having index value 0, E is having index value 1, N is having index value 2, and Z is having index value 3. So if you print str3, it will print out value set. And after that, what happens in this line? I am trying to assign a new character s to str3. So what I'm trying to do, I'm trying to delete this set and I want to write there s. So the string should become lens learn, but this line will give error. Why it is giving error? Because string is immutable, right? So once a string is created inside a variable, you cannot change individual characters. So now let us run this program and see the output. So our program is ready. Let me run it. So now you see you're getting an error. Okay, at this line str3 equal to s, right? Why? Because str object does not support item assignment, right? You cannot assign value s into the variable str with index value 3 because it is already created with this character combination and you cannot change it later. Now let us go back to the slide. Now this is the same program that we have run now. I have just uncommented the previously commented lines and I have commented these 2 lines. And now let me explain to you how you can assign a new value to a string variable. So here you can see lenslearn is stored into a variable str. So what happens in the memory? It will take up a small piece of memory and inside the memory it will write lens learn and there will be a variable str pointing to it. Okay, and the id value provided to this str may be 71,653, something like that. It's random. When we run the program we will see some number will be there. Now if you want to change this string that is being assigned to str, you can do that. Right, so in this line you can see I am trying to enter a new string learn Python into the same variable str. So this will not give any error, it will work perfectly fine. So now you will be having a confusion, then why we are saying string is immutable? Because now I can assign a new string into the old variable str. This concept will be clear when you work in the memory level. So right now this is a situation. Now when this statement is executed, you see this is a new string. So a new area of memory will be taken. Now inside that it will write learn Python, that is the new string, right? And now this variable str has to store learn Python. So what happens here is that this str will be destroyed, okay, and a new str will be created that will be pointing to learn Python, and it will have a different ID value, something different than 71,653. Now you will have another doubt, what happens to this lens learn? So now Python understands there is no variable which points to lens learn. So Python will just delete this memory unit also. It will be freed. But if another variable is pointing to it, then it will be kept in the memory. You can actually assign a complete string into the same variable, but in this case the old variable is destroyed and a new variable is created. So still I can say string is immutable. So you can assign a complete string to the same variable, that is allowed, but if you try to change one character, for example this O to I, then it will give error. Okay, so that is the essence of this program. Now with this we'll wind up this session. So we'll continue strings in the next session. Bye. In this video we'll be studying about different string operations possible in Python and how to do a string traversal using for and while loop. Now there are 4 operations that are allowed on strings in Python. So the first one is concatenation, the second one is repetition, the third one is membership, and the fourth one is slicing. Okay, so we will see each one of them in the subsequent slides. Now concatenation operation is used to join 2 strings using plus operator. Now the next one is repetition. The string can be repeated many number of times using a star operator. After that we have membership operator, where you can check whether string 1 is available inside string 2 using 2 operators in and not in. And the last one is slicing. Now slicing means to cut. Okay, now using slicing operator you can cut and get substrings from the main string using the appropriate index value. Now let us study how to concatenate 2 strings. Now this program will help you to understand the concatenation operation. So I am storing the first string lens into str1 and the second string learn to str2. Now when I use this plus operator, these 2 strings will be joined together without any space. The string available inside str3 will be lens, immediately followed by the next string learn. Now after that you are just printing the value of str3, so you will see the combination of these 2 strings in the output. So now let us run this program. So now I'll execute the program. You can see the result is coming without any space between lens and learn. Now if you want a space between them, then you have to explicitly add a space character with another concatenation operator plus. Now here you are joining lens followed by that a space followed by learn. Okay, so now let me save and run the program. So here you can see now you have the space between lens and learn. Okay, so using plus you can actually combine many strings together and you can build a big string. So now let us go back to the slides. Now this program is used to demonstrate the repetition operator, that is the star. Okay, so I am storing the string lens into str1 and after that I am multiplying this str1 with 4. This will create 4 copies. So this will create a string with lens coming 4 times. Okay, and this will be stored into str2. And now when you print str2, you can see this will be printed as the output. So when I run the program, you can see lens is coming 4 times. So if you change this 4 to 10 and you execute again, you can see the word lens will be printed 10 times. Okay, so now let us continue. Now this program will demonstrate the membership function. Now there are two membership functions that we are going to study. First one is called in and the second one is called not in. And this membership functions will return two values. Either it will give a false or it will give a true. Similarly, not in also can give a true or a false as the answer. So now let us start the program. Now the string lens learn is stored into str1, another string learn is stored into str2, and another string hi is stored into str3. Now here I am trying to print the output of this operator. Now in the first print statement, I will check whether str2 is in str1. So str1 is lens learn, okay, and str2 is learn. You can see in lens learn we have the substring learn, right, which exactly matches with string 2. So this will give true as the output. So in operator will check whether str2 is available inside str1. Okay, so if it can find it, then in will return true. Now next I am asking the membership operator in to find str3 in str1. So str3 is high. Now if you search through str1, you can see there is no string combination called HAI available in str1. So this will return false, right, because in operator could not find HAI inside string 1. Now after that I am just printing a sequence of star just to separate the output. Now I am trying to work with not in. Not in is just the opposite of in. So now I am trying to find out whether str2 is not available inside str1. But here you can see str2 is actually available inside str1. So the result is going to be false. Now next I am trying to find out whether str3 is not available inside str1. Now str3 is high and it is not available inside lens learn. So this will give the result as true. So now let us run this program. Alright, so I'll execute it. So here you can see the first print statement is printing true because learn is in lens learn. Okay, because str2 is learn and str1 is lens learn. Right, so in operator could find the string learn inside lens learn. So that is why it is giving as true. Now the next print statement, it is trying to find high inside lens learn. Now you can see there is no high inside this pattern of characters lens learn. So this print statement will return false. Okay, so similarly you just reverse the logic. You will get the concept of not in, and you can see the first print statement of not in is printing false and the second print statement is printing true. Okay, so we'll continue with the next program. So here we'll be studying about slicing operation on strings. So we have a string lens learn. It is stored into the variable str1. I have just created this table to understand the characters and the index value for each of those characters. Okay, so this below row represents the index values. Alright, so now let us see the output of the first print statement. So here I am trying to print the value of str1 by slicing with index value 1 and 4. You know the word meaning of slicing is to cut. Okay, so basically that is what slicing is going to do. Now in this example, I am going to use slicing operation with index value 1 and 4. Okay, so starting at 1 and ending at 4. So this operator will give the output starting at E, because you can see at index 1 you have E, then continuing to index 2 and to 3. So E, N, set. Okay, so basically your slicing operator cut this much. Now you should understand, even though we have given the end index as 4, actually the slicing operator will cut at 3, not at 4. Okay, at 3. If you want the fourth character also to be included, you have to give here 5. Okay, so whatever value you give over here, only one less than that will be actually used by the slicing operator. So the answer for the first print statement is going to be en set. Okay, now we go to the next print statement. Now here we have to print the value of str1 starting at index 4. So now you can see this is where index 4 is. So the output will start with L. Then you have to go up till index 9. You can see here we don't have index 9, right? We have only up till index 8. So index 9 is not part of this string, but your slicing operator will not give any error. Okay, so what it does is that if you give an index value which is larger than the string, then it will automatically stop at the last index. Okay, so here we know that last index value is 8. So now it will print only from str14 to str18. So it will not give any error. So please note that. So the output of this is going to be LEARN, right? Starting from 4 up till 8, it will print, and it will not go to 9 because it understands the string has finished. So it will stop over there. Now for the third print statement, you can see we are going to start slicing operation at 3. So we will start from here, and it has to go all the way up till 20. Now we know that the maximum index value is 8, so you cannot go up till 20. So here the same rule applies. Your slicing operation will not give any error. It will start at index 3 and it will stop when the string is finished. So now the output of third print statement is going to be set LEARN, and it will stop. Now the fourth print statement, this is, I would say, an invalid entry, right? Here we are giving the start index value as 8 and the stop index value as 2, right? So in this case, the slicing operator cannot come in the reverse direction. So, but don't worry, your Python interpreter will not give any error, but it will just give you an empty string. So nothing will be printed in the output. So it's always better. The first value should be lesser than the second value. Now after that, we have two examples where we give only one value inside the slicing operation. So let us see how it works. Now the fifth print statement, you can see first I have given a colon. After that I have given 7. So the first value is missing here. So automatically the slicing operation will assume value 0 here. Okay, so this will work from 0 to 7. So now it will start from here and it will end at 6. Okay, not at 7, it will end at 6. So the answer for this print statement is going to be LEN set LEA, and it will stop. And the last print statement, you can see here the second value is missing. If the second value is missing, then slicing operator will take it as end of string. So here in this print statement, the output will start at index position 1, so E, and starting from there until the end of the string, it will print out. So N set LEARN. Okay, so now let us run the program and see the result. So now we have our program ready, so let me run it. So here you can see we got the exact output as we have discussed, and in between we have an empty string over here. Now why? Because of this print statement at line number 7, it will return an empty string. Okay, so that is why you are seeing an empty string over there. The rest of the output is in accordance with what we have explained now. So let us go to the next program. Now the next program also we are going to demonstrate additional concepts with the slicing operation. We have taken the index value, both positive and negative, because we have some examples coming with negative indexes. And the string is the same string we have studied in the previous program. It's let's learn. Okay, so now let us start. Slicing operator can take 3 values, right? X, Y, and Z. Now for the first 2 values, we have seen more examples in the previous program. So this is the starting index and this is the ending index, and this Z, the last value, that is a step. So it's optional actually. If you want only, you can use that. So the first print statement, we have an example where we are using 3 values, okay, 0, 9, and 2. So the operation of first 2 values we already know. So this will start slicing at 0. So we are taking the positive indexes, so you have to see only this part. So the output will start at n. It has to go up till 9. So here you can see the actual string stops at index 8, so it will go only up till 8, and then it is saying that it should print with a step value of 2. Okay, so after printing 0, it will jump 2 indexes. So 0 plus 2, it will go to index 2. So now it will print n. So e will be skipped. Okay, after that it will add another 2 to this index value. It will go to 4 and it will print l. Okay, now after that it will add again 2. It will go to 6 and it will print a. After that again it will add to the index. It will go to 8 and it will print the output. So based on the step value, it will jump through the indexes and print the characters accordingly. So this will be the output of the first print statement. Now let us go to the second print statement. Okay, so here the slicing starts at index 1. Okay, you have to see only the positive index now, index 1. So e will be printed out. It has to go up till 9, so you can understand now this will go up till end of the string. And now I have to add a step count of 3. So to index value 1, now I will add 3. So it will jump to 4. Okay, so this is index 4. I will print L. Then from 4, it will add again a 3. So it will go to 7. It will print R. Okay, so after that if you add 3, you know that you will go beyond the length of the string, so it will stop. So ELR will be the output of the second print statement. Now we go to the third print statement where we are going to work with negative numbers. So now we will work with the index value in the lower row. Okay, here I have to start my slicing operation at -6. So I will start from here and I have to go up till -1. Okay, so now I will not go up till -1. I will go only one value before that. So I will stop actually at -2. Okay, so everything in between this will be printed. So the output of the third line is going to be set LEAR. And the last print statement, you can see I didn't write the first value and the second value. So the first value will be taken as 0 and the last value will be taken as the end of string. Okay, so which means I will start from beginning till the end, and then I have put -1 here. So this will actually reverse the string. So what will happen here is that it will start printing from the last character. So the output will be n. After that it will print the next character before it. Then it will print A, E, L, set N, E, L. So this is actually the reverse of the string that I have stored in str1. So please take a note of this slicing operation, because in many questions, for example, when you are asked to write a program, maybe a question can come to check whether the entered string is a palindrome or not, or maybe the question can ask you to reverse the string and print, right? So this is a very shorthand method. If you know how to work with the slicing operator to reverse the string, with 3 or 4 lines of code, you can actually reverse the string and print it. Okay, so we have more programs coming in the last part of the video for this chapter, and we will use this operator again then. Okay, so now let us run this program. So now our program is ready. Now we got the same output as we have discussed before. You can see the last output where we got the reverse of the string lenslearn, okay, by using the slicing operation : ::-1. So now we'll continue with the slides. Now this is a small program just to make you understand how to traverse a string using a for loop. Now the next program that we are going to discuss is again to traverse the string using while loop. Okay, so here we have a string called lenslearn, so that is stored into str1, and how you can take one character at a time from this string using a for loop and print it to the output. Okay, so in many cases you have to extract one character at a time, and based on the question you have to do something inside it, right? So the first part is that you should know how to take one character at a time from a string and do something. So this is a simple program where you will take one character and after that you are just going to print it. So now you can see our for loop starts here. For this is your control variable ch in str1. So str1 is lens learn, so first character L will be loaded into ch. Now it will get into the for loop, it will print the value of ch, so L will be printed, but still the cursor will wait in the same line. Now the control will go back to 4. Next time E will be loaded into ch. Okay, I will print the value of ch, so E will be printed. Now the cursor will move to the next position. Again the control will come to for loop, n will be loaded, z will be loaded, and finally when the last n is loaded and printed out, your for loop will exit. So the output will just print the same string that you have entered. Okay, but you should understand the idea of this program is that for loop took one character at a time. So inside for loop you can write any other logic to do something else with individual characters. Okay, so that examples we will see in the further program. So now let me just run this program. Alright, our program is ready, so now I'll execute it. You can see it is printing lens learn because there is a space in between. If I remove that space and you give two single quotes together, I can save the program, I will run it. You can see the output is same as what I have given as the input. Okay, so now let us continue to the next program. Now this is the last program for this session. So this is also about string traversal, but this time we will be doing it with a while loop. Okay, so let us see how it works. Now lens learn is stored into str1. So this is the variable which stores the string. So first I'll create a variable I with initial value of 0, and while loop will work until this condition is true. Okay, so now it is checking whether value of I is less than length of str1. So here you see what is the length of str1. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. So that is the length. So I will work from 0 to 8. Okay, so that will perfectly match with the index value. So you should know, even though the length is 9, the index value runs from 2 8. Okay, so that is why we have taken less than 9 and starting with 0. Now I will print str with the index value as I. So right now the value of I is 0, so we are printing str0. Now what is str0? That is L, right? So in the output you will see L. Now I will increment the value of I to 1. Now the control will come back to while. I will check whether 1 is less than 9. It's true. I will come inside. Next time I will print str1 with the value of I. So now the value of I is 1. Now str1, so in index value 1 I have E, so that will be printed. Now the value of I will be incremented to 2. The control will go back, so 2 less than 9, it's true. I will come inside. This time I will print str1 with index value 2. So with index value 2 I am storing n, right? So n will be printed. This will continue until the value of I is 8, right? So when the value of I is 8, I will reach here. So I will have printed lens LEARN, right? So after that the value of I will become 9. Okay, so then I will check 9 less than 9. This is false because I have printed the entire string, so the while loop will stop and my program will terminate. So now let us run this program. So now the program is ready. I'll just execute it. So here you can see I got the complete. So here you can see I printed the entire string by taking one character at a time. If you want to print without any space, just like the input, you can remove the space between the single quotes. You can save the program and run it. You can see you will get the same output as this string that you have given in the input. Now with this we'll wind up the video. In the next session we'll be studying about built-in functions in string. Now this is going to be the third session with strings. Okay, so here we will study about built-in function and string handling functions. Okay, now built-in functions are functions which are already available with Python, okay, to perform string manipulations. So if you want to do something with built-in functions, you just have to know the name of the function and you just call it. It will do the job for you. Okay, so these functions are already available with Python. Now you can always write your own functions to do something on the strings. So those kind of functions, we call it as string handling functions. Okay, so users can also define their own functions to perform various operations on strings. So that is called as string handling functions. Okay, so we will have a few examples of built-in function and string handling function in this session, but you should know total built-in functions for string in Python comes to a large number, right? So we cannot cover all the built-in functions defined with Python in this video. So whatever functions we feel is the most important, we have included that in this session. Now the first program is a very simple program. We have a string learn stored into str1. You should understand the first word is completely capitalized and the second word is complete small letter. Okay, so we purposefully did that as input because we have to work on string built-in functions like lower and upper. Okay, so the first print statement is going to print the length of str1. So here it's going to be 1 2 3 4. You have to count the space also, so that is 5 6 7 8 9 10. Okay, so the length of this string will be printed as 10. Now the next print statement I'm going to use, now when you are working with some of the built-in function, you have to use it with variable name dot function name. Okay, so you can see str1 is the variable which stores the string learn. Okay, so now str1 dot lower. So what this function lower does is that it will convert the entire content of str1 into lowercase or small letter. So the output is going to be learn. Okay, so the first word will be converted to small letters. Okay, now you can understand the third print statement, what it is going to do. Now we are utilizing the built-in function called upper. Okay, so it will convert the string inside str1 to uppercase. So the output is going to be learn. Okay, so now let us run this. Alright, so our program is ready. Let me run it and you can see the result. Okay, so the length is 10. The lower function will convert the string completely to small letter and the upper built-in function will change the input string completely to capital case. Okay, so let us continue. Now in this program we are trying to demonstrate two built-in function which is called as count and find. Now count can take three values as input, which is the string, the start and the end index values. And find also can take an equal number of input, a string which it should find and it should start at this index, okay, searching for the string, and it should end at this index value which you provided over here. Now if you do not give any indexes, then by default the start will be taken as 0 and the end will be taken as end of the string. Okay, so it is not mandatory that you have to give the index values. So we have here a big string, okay, with some characters which is stored into str1. Now the first print statement, I am trying to count the number of occurrences of e. So here you can see I didn't specify the start index and end index. Okay, so now it will check starting from index 0 till the end of the string, whatever index value you have it here. Right, so basically it will search how many e's are available in this complete string. So you can see you have 1 2 3 and 4. So the output of this print statement is going to be 4. The second print statement, I'm going to count how many combination of these characters are there in the string str1 starting with index 3 and ending at index 14, not at 15, okay, 14. So it will search for LEA starting at 3. So now you can see this is index 0 1 2 3. So we are searching starting at Z, going all the way up till 14. So now you can see this E comes with index value 14. So we are checking whether between this character combination I can find how many times LEA. You can see LEA come here one time. It keeps on searching. This is LEN, and we have another LEA, but A is outside of the range, so that will not be counted. So the output of this print statement is going to be 1 because it can find only one LEA between the 3rd and 14th index of string stored in str1. So now I will go to the next print statement. Now here we are going to see how the find operator works. Okay, so there's a difference between count and find. Okay, so count will give the total count of the substring, okay, that is available inside the main string. Okay, but find will just identify whether it is in there or not. Okay, and if it is there, it will return the starting index value. Okay, so let us see how this print statement works. So in the first print statement with find, you can see I didn't specify any index value, right? So automatically it will start with the first character, it will go up till the end character. Now I am trying to find out whether there is a character combination LE. Okay, so it will start to search from the first character. Now you see the first character accidentally happens to be L itself. The second character happens to be E itself, right? So now find can stop because it has found the combination LE inside the string. So the first character match for this LE was found at index value 0. So this print statement will print answer as 0. It means that at position 0 or at index 0, I have found LE inside the string. Okay, so now we go to the next print statement. Now here I have to find LE starting from index 2 to 16. So here I have index 0, 1, 2. So I am starting my search only at this position, right? And it will go all the way up till 15th index value, not at 16th, okay, 15th. So let me count. So now we can see this A is coming as the 15th index. Now between the string, I have to find the occurrence of LE. Now my search will start and you can see the first occurrence of LE happens here. Now what is the index value of this L? So index value 2, you have character N, index value 3, you have Z, index value 4, you have L. So the output of this line will be 4, indicating that at the 4th index value, I have found LE. Now the last print statement tried to find out the character combination PP inside str1. Now you can see when you search for PP inside the whole string, because I didn't give any index value here, there is no character combination PP available inside the string, right? So actually the find has failed to identify this character combination inside the string, in which case find will return -1. So when you see -1, you should understand this character combination is not available inside the string. So now let me run this program. Alright, our program is ready. Let me run it now. So here you can see we have the output. So the first count built-in function will identify how many E's are there in this string. You can see there are 4 places in which you have E. That is why the first output is printed as 4. Now LEA is coming between index 13 and 14 only one time. You can see only this LEA will qualify, so that is why 1 is printed as a result. Now I have to find LE in the entire string. I identify LE in the 0th index itself. That is why 0 is printed out here. Now in the 4th print statement, I'm trying to find LE between 2 and 16. So my search will start from Z until this A. And in between this is the first place where I identify LE. So this L comes at index value 4. That is why it is printed out here. And the last built-in function find cannot identify PP inside the string. So it is returning a value with -1 saying that PP is not available inside str1. Okay, so now let us continue. Now in this program, we are going to study about 3 more built-in functions for string, which is called isLower, isUpper, and replace. Now we have kind of a big string stored into the variable str1. The first 2 built-in function, isLower and isUpper, this will return either true or false depending on the input string. So now let us see the first print statement. I have called isLower with str1. Okay, so str1, that's a variable name, dot isLower. Now isLower function will check whether the content of str1 is completely in small letter. Okay, if it is completely in small letter, then this function will return true. Now the content of str is completely small letters, right? So this will return true. Now the next print statement, I am going to check with function isUpper. So now isUpper will check the content of str1 whether it is completely capital letters. Now here you can see this is completely small letters, so this is going to give result as false. Now next we are going to study about the third built-in function in this program, which is called replace. Right, by the name of this function itself you can understand what it is going to do. So this replace function will replace lens inside str1 with whatever you write on the right side. So that is just capital case lens. So this will print the result as LENZ. Then the rest will come without any change. Now after that again you have another occurrence of LENZ in smaller case, so that also will be changed to capital letter. Followed by that you will have LARN. So this will be the output of this replace. Now this is another way in which you can call a replace. Now here I am trying to replace all the occurrence of E with 2 star characters. Okay, so the output is going to be L. After that I have an E over here, so instead of E 2 stars will be printed. Then I will have NZL. After that again I have E, so again 2 stars will be printed. ARN space L, again you have E, 2 stars will be printed. It goes like that until the string finishes. So now let us run this program. So let me execute it. So here you can see the output. The first print statement is coming true because actually str1, because the content of str1 is completely in small letter. The second print statement is coming false because it is completely in small letter, and isUpper is checking whether it is completely in capital letter, right? So that is why it is coming as false. Now you have the replace function, which will replace all occurrence of small LENZ with capital LENZ. So here you can see it replaces 2 occurrences inside your string. Okay, and the last print statement will replace E with 2 stars inside the string that you have provided. So the output will look something like this. Okay, so now let us continue. Okay, this program we are going to continue with the built-in functions for string. We are going to see join, partition, and split. So here we have str1, which is storing lens learn twice. And we have str2, which is storing 3 star sign. Okay, so that is stored into str2 in the first print statement. And now you please be very careful here. I am calling this built-in function with variable str2.join, and the parameter is given as str1. Now just to understand how the output is generated, I will just explain to you logically how it works. Okay, so first it will print str1 with some spaces between each character. Okay, so LENZ, LEARN, then again LENZ, LEARN, like that. And in between each of these characters I will add str2. Now what is str2? That is 3 stars. So after L I will add 3 star. After E I will add 3 star, after n 3 star, after Z 3 star, after L 3 star. It goes like that, right? And after this N I will have 3 star, then a space, then 3 star, then L, afterwards again 3 star. So you can see here it will join each character in str1 with characters in str2. So you should clearly understand using which string you have to access the built-in function and which string should be provided as the parameter, right? So if I just invert it like str1 dot join, and in bracket if I write str2, then output will be different. So in this case str2 will be written with spaces, right? So the first star will be printed, I will put a big space, second star will be printed, I'll put a big space, third star will be printed. So str2 is printed, and in between this str2 characters I will input this entire thing, that is str1. So I will write here lens learn, lens learn. Then here also I will write lens learn, lens learn. So this will be the output of str1 dot join str2, and this will be the output of str2 join str1. Okay, so you should clearly understand which string value should come first and which string value should be given as the parameter for the function. Okay, so based on that the output will be different for join. So now we'll go to the second print statement. Now here we are going to work with partition. Now when you work with partition, always understand the output will have 3 strings. And that's how you understand the difference between partition and split. Okay, so always remember, if you are using partition, the output will have 3 strings. So here it says partition str1 by using the word learn. So str1 has this character combination. Now the partition function will check to identify where it can find the first occurrence of learn. Okay, so here you can see this is the first occurrence of learn inside the string. So what partition will do, it will create 3 strings. The first string will be all characters before learn. The second string will be the learn itself, which we used for partition, and third string will be everything to the right side until the end of the string. So that is why the output will come like lens, that is the first string. After that you will have learn, that is the second string, and after that you will get lens learn as a third string. You can see there is another learn over here, but this learn is insignificant. It will not be used. That is why I told you the first occurrence of learn will be used to partition the string. Okay, and you see here we got 3 strings as the output. This is the first string, second string, and the third string. Now in the third print statement, you can see I am asking to partition str1 using the word hi. Okay, so here we have a problem. If you search through this entire string, you will not find hi. It is not there. Even though partition cannot find hi inside the string, you will get 3 strings as the output. Okay, so how is that? The first string will be this entire string itself. Okay, so that will be lens learn, lens learn. So that will be the first string. Now the second string will be an empty string, and the third string also will be an empty string. I will go to the fourth print statement where we are using split. Now you see I haven't provided any parameter to split. So in this case the split will work with spaces. So wherever you see a space inside str1, that much part will be cut into a separate string. Okay, so how many strings will be coming as the result of split, we cannot say. It depends on the input. So now in the first print statement I am using the white space as the delimiter to cut the input string into smaller strings. Okay, so now this split function will work on str1, it will just start from here. It will proceed to the right side to identify a space. Now when it sees a space, it will just cut it over there. So the output of this print statement will be two strings. So this will be the first part, this will be the second part, right? So you will have lens learn and lens learn separated as two different strings. Now the last print statement, we are using split, but this time I am asking to split not with spaces but with character E. Now split will start from here. You can see I see the first E over here, so it will be cut like this. Then it will continue again, you can see an E, it will cut like this. It will continue here again, you can see it will cut E in the beginning and the end. It will go like that. Again you can see an E, it will cut like that. So how many strings we are going to see in the output? Now we should know in the output E will not be printed as a separate string. Okay, only the strings to the left and the right side of E will be printed in the output. So the first string is L, which is on the left side of E. Next string that will be printed out will be NZL. Okay, NZL. Followed by that you have ARN space L, ARN space L. So that will be the third string. Then again you will have NZL. Followed by that you have ARN. So this will be the output of the last print statement. So now let us run the program. So let me execute it. So here you can see the output is coming according to our explanation of this program. Okay, so now let us continue. Now that we have gone through some built-in functions related to string, now we will see some examples of user-defined functions. Okay, so these functions are defined by ourselves, and we will run this function and produce the output that we want according to the question. So now we are required to write a program to find the number of occurrences of character using user-defined function. So when you see this, you should understand you have to write the function yourself. So we are trying to find how many times a character is coming inside a string. So now my program, my interpreter will start here, the first line of my code. It finds that this is a function definition, so it will skip the body, it will come to the next line, and here I have to enter a string. So here if I enter a string called hello, and in the next line I am asked to enter a character. Now if you enter the character as L, my program should find out how many times the character L is coming inside the string. So the answer is 2 because L is coming 2 times. So let us see how it finds out. So after I have entered the string hello and L, the control will come to this line where I will call my function char count, which is defined over here. Now I am sending the value of S and C, so the variable S now have value hello and variable C now have value L. Okay, so I am sending these two values to the parameters. So now str1 will have value hello and ch will have value L. So inside my function I have to find whether L is available inside hello. Okay, so let us see how it does that. So first I have a variable called count with initial value 0. Next I have a for loop with control variable char. It takes each character from str1. So right now the value of str1 is hello. Now the first character capital H will be loaded into char. Now inside for loop, okay, I have an if condition check. I will check whether char is equal to ch. The value of ch is L. Okay, and right now the value of char is capital H. So I am checking whether capital check is equal to L. Now this is false. So count will not be incremented. I will again come back to for loop. I will load the second character E to char, and then I will check whether E is equal to L. Again I will get false. I will not increment the count. I will go back to for. Next time L will be loaded into char. So now I will check whether L is equal to L. So right now it is true. I will come into the if loop. The count will be increased by value 1. So now I have 1. So it means that I found out the character one time inside the string. Now the next L will be loaded into char. So again I will check whether L equal to L. It is true. Again I will increment the value of count. So it will become 2. So now this count indicates that the character L was found 2 times inside the string. Now the last value O will be loaded into char. I will check O is equal to L. Now this is false, so count will not be incremented. I will come back to 4. Now the entire value inside the sequence string is completed, so for loop will exit. I will return the count value. So right now the count value is 2, so that will be returned. The control will come back to function call. The value 2 will be loaded into the variable freq. Okay, it stands for frequency. So how many times L was available inside hello? That is a frequency, right? Value 2 will be loaded into the variable freq, and then I will print the frequency of occurrence of C, that is character L, is 2. Okay, so that will be the output. So let me run this program. Okay, so our program is ready, so let me run it. Now it will ask for the string. I will enter hello. Okay, so I press enter. Now it will ask for the character that it has to search inside the string. So I will enter L. I'll press enter. So now it says that the frequency of occurrence of L is 2 times. Okay, so let me run the program again, and here I will give the same string hello, but this time I will ask to find how many times E is there. Okay, so you can see it will print only 1 time. Okay, because this if condition will be true only 1 time, so count will become only value equal to 1. Okay, so now let us continue. Now this is going to be the last program for this session. Now here also we will create a user-defined function called replace, and the job of this function is to replace all the vowels in the string with a star. Okay, so if I input the string as lens learn, it should replace the vowels in this string, which is E. Again I have E and A. Okay, so these 3 characters in this string should be replaced with a star. So the output should be like L star N set L, then I should have 2 stars R N. Okay, so let us see how the program does that. So now the word lens learn is stored into st1, and the next line I am calling my function replace, which is defined over here. So the content of st1 is sent to the parameter str1. So str1 now have the string lens learn. Now we are creating another string str2 with no characters in it. Okay, so this is an empty string. Okay, now after that I am starting my for loop. Now inside my for loop I have this much content, and finally I will return the content of str2. So I will just write str2 over here. Now the first character inside str1, which is L, will be taken into the control variable char, and the if condition check inside for loop, you can check here. We are using an operator called in. Now this condition check will evaluate to true if the value inside character is available inside any of these characters given on the right side. So on the right side I have given all the vowels in small letters and the same vowels in capital letters also. So now we will start to run the program. So first I will take L into control variable char. So now I will check whether L is in AEIOU small letter or AEIOU capital letter. You can see this is not available in the string combination on the right side of it, so this will evaluate to false. Okay, so in that case I will go to else, and there I will just concatenate the current character to the string. So right now string doesn't have anything. You can check here, this is a empty string. So right now the value of character is L, so that will be added to string. So now L is stored inside str2. Now the control will come back to 4. So now I will load the second character E into control variable char, and then I will check E in AEIOU. You can see we have E inside this combination, right? So this will return true. So in this case, now I will execute this statement, str2 is equal to str2 plus star. So here you can see we are not adding E to str2, we are just adding a star. So star will be added in place of E because E is a vowel. So now again the control will come back to 4, then N will be loaded into char. I will check whether N is available in this combination. It is not, so this will evaluate to false. The control will come to else. There I will add N to the value of str. So after this star, N will be added. After that set, L will be added once you go forward in the for loop. Again, once you get the next E, this if condition will evaluate to true. In that case, I will add a star. After that, I will load A. When I load A also, you can see this if condition check will evaluate to true. I will add another star. After that, for R and N, this condition will be false. So I will go to else. I will just add the characters as such. So now you can see you got the output that you want. So now once the for loop is finished, I will return the content of str2, which is this, and the control will come back to function call. Now the value will be loaded into st2. So now st2 has this character combination, and then finally you will print the replaced string is st2. Okay, so now let me execute the program. So now our program is ready, so let me run it. Now I will enter the string lens learn, and I'll hit enter. Now you can see the out wherever you have a vowel, it is replaced with a star. Okay, so E and A is replaced with 2 stars. So in this way you can write your own user-defined function which accepts strings and finds the solution for the problem in hand. So now let us begin with introduction of a list. So list is a ordered sequence of different elements. Now when we studied data type in the previous chapter, you remember there are 3 types of sequence data type defined in Python, right? The first one was string, which we studied in the previous chapter, and in this chapter we will study about the next sequence data type called list, and in the next chapter we will study the third type of sequence, which is called tuple. So our aim is to study list, okay, in this chapter. So a list can have element of different data types unlike a string. So that's the fundamental difference between a string and a list. Okay, so inside string all we can have were characters. Once you work with the list, you will understand list can have integer values, list can have floating point numbers, list can have words inside it or complete sentences inside it, list can have individual characters inside it, right? So list can actually combine different types of data types inside it. Okay, now list is represented by a square bracket. So list starts with a starting square bracket and it ends with a ending square bracket. Now here you can see we have an example for list. So this list is actually stored into a variable called list1. This list on the right side, it has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 elements inside it. Okay, the first element 2.3 is a floating point number. The next element 5 is an integer. You can see the last element is a string. So that is why I told you inside a list you can have different data types. Okay, so that is what we have studied here. So inside a list you can have all the different types of data types, and it is even possible to have a list inside another list, because you see list is also a data type. You can also have a tuple inside a list. So those kind of examples we will study in the advanced topic. So right now let us understand inside a list you can have many elements with different data types. Okay, so now let us continue. Now here we have some examples of list. So here again, see, the first list I'm going to create is with variable list1. Now the list that I'm going to store into list1 has only integer values. Okay, it has values 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. After that, this print statement will print the content of list1, and the output you will see the list is printed out. Now here I am going to create another list, list2. Now how many elements does list2 have? Okay, so here you can see this is the first element, which is L. This is the second element, which is a character E. This is the third element, which is character N. This is the fourth element, which is character Z. It goes like that. So here it has 9 elements altogether. And after that, if you print list2, it will print the individual elements of this list. This will be the output. Now the last list for the slide, list3. Now in here we have a combination of different data types, right? We have an integer value 23, 45.8 is a floating point value, and high is a string. Now all these three can be clubbed in a list, and it is stored inside the variable list3. Okay, so here you can see this is an example of mixed data types. And after that, if you try to print list3, you will see the result like 23, 45.78 and high. Now let us continue to the next slide. Now how you can access elements of a list. Now you should understand list, string and tuple. All these three belongs to sequence data type in Python. So they have striking similarity. So in the previous chapter, we have studied about how you can work on a string. Now, if you remember that properly, then working with list is going to be really easy for you because the method is same. So for example, if I have a list called list1, now inside here, if I store some values, maybe 10, 11.3 and a string called high, okay, and I close the list. Now how we can access this? Now you see the position value, I would say 10 is the first element, 11.3 is the second element, and high is the third element. But inside Python, the position value is stored in something called as index value, and always the index value starts at 0. So this is why I told you when you work with string, if you understand this concept very well, it's going to be really easy now. Okay, so the index value of the first element will be 0, index value of the second element is 1, and index value of the third element will be 2. So here you can see if the length of the list is represented as n, for example, n is 3 here because we have 3 elements, then index value will go from 0 to n minus 1. Okay, because if n is 3, you can see the index will start with 0, and 3 minus 1, the index value will stop at 2. We can also work with the negative indexes. This is also same like string. The last element in the list is available at negative index minus 1. Okay, the element before that is available at minus 2, and the first element is available at minus 3. So you should understand the positive index starts with 0, goes to n minus 1, but negative index starts at minus 1 and it goes up till minus n, because you see here it is minus 3 itself when n is equal to 3. Okay, so that's a small difference, but that's why I told you, if you understand the concept of index in string, this is the same thing that we are discussing now. So now let us read the theoretical part. Now it will be clear to you. Now indexing is used to access element in the list, same like string. Index ranges from 0 to n minus 1, where n is the length of the list. So that is what I have just discussed now. List 0 represents the first element in the list. List n minus 1, where n is the total length of the string, represents the last element of the list. So if n is 3, you can see list 1 of 0 represents the first element, and list 1, if n is equal to 3, that is 3 minus 1, that is 2, represents the last element. Now negative indexes ranges from minus 1 to minus n. Now with negative index, list minus 1 represents the last element in the list, that is high in our example, and list minus n represents the first element in the list, that is 10. So now let us continue. Alright, so now we have a small program to show how the index value works with list. So we have a list called list1, and these are the values which is stored into the list. So I will just write the index value on top. So 34 is available at index 0, 5.6 is available at index 1, and we have a string length. So this complete thing will be taken as one element, so that is available at index. But if you take the length of this string, the length of the string is 3 because it has 3 elements, but index will stop at 2. So first I am trying to print the length of the string using the built-in function len. So the answer will be printed as 3 because it has 3 elements. Next I am trying to print list1 at position 0. So this print statement will print the result as 34. Next print statement will print the result as 5.6. And after that, if I try to print the value available at index 2, it will print lens learn. And finally, I have commented this line because I don't want any error when you run this program. But if you uncomment it and if you try to print list1 at index value 3, you see our list stops at index 2. So if you try to access index value 3 over here, that is illegal. You are trying to move out of the boundary of the list. So this line, if you attempt it, it will give error. Okay, so now let us run this program. So program is ready. First I have just commented this line because I don't want to see any error in my program. So let me run it first. So here you can see the answer is coming properly. 3 is the length, and this 3 are the elements inside the list. Now I will just uncomment the last line. So I'm trying to print list with index value 3, and you know there is no element inside list with index value 3. So now I will save it and run it, and you can see we have the error. Okay, list index out of range. You're trying to move out of list, which is not permitted in Python, and it is giving error. So now let us continue. This is the same program, but now we are trying to access the list element with negative indexes. Why we are working on negative indexes so much is because of 2 reasons. First, if you want to reverse a list or reverse the string, you always remember we need to have an understanding of negative indexes, right? And also there can be chance of many multiple choice questions using negative indexes. Okay, so you should be clear about it. So here also we have the same list. I will write the negative indexes now. So the last element will have index -1. Before that element will have -2, and the first element will have index -3. Okay, so negative index goes from -n to -1. So you can see the length is 3, so it goes up till -3. Now once you print the length of the string, you will get the same value as result because it has 3 elements inside it. Now if I try to print the list with index value -1, this will print length learn because that is available at index -1. So the output is going to be lens learn. Now the next line will print 5.6. Immediately after that, it will print 34. Now I have commented the last line. Here you can see I'm trying to access index -4. Now -4 is not available here. There is nothing. There I'm trying to move out of the boundary of the list. So this line, this print statement should give me error. Okay, so now let us run the program. Now our program is ready. I'll just run it. You can see we get the output as expected. 3 is the length, and first I am printing the value available at -1. So you can see here, first I will print lens learn, and after that 5.6 and 34. So now let us remove the comment from the last print statement. So now I'm trying to print an index value which is not available inside my list 1. So I will save it. I'll try to run it. Now you see again you got an error. List index out of range. So when you give the index value whether positive or negative, you have to be very clear that you are referring to a value inside the list, not outside of it. Okay. Now we are going to discuss one of the most important advantage of list when compared to other data types, right? Because list is mutable. Now what do you mean by mutable? You might have seen the movie called X-Men, right? So in that movie you can see there are some human beings who got some special power because they were able to mutate, right? So they were able to change from human beings into something different, like a superhero, right? So that is called as a mutation or a change. So list can change after you have created it. So you can see list is like our X-Men, right? It can change its contents after you have created it. So here you can see I have created list 1, okay, with this value. So it has an integer, it has a floating point number, and it has a string to the end called hi. Now after that you just write list 1, it will just print the output like this, or else you can give it inside the print statement also, it will print the result. Now after that I want to change this hi to hello. So in most cases, for example with string and with tuple, if you try to do this, it will give error, right? If you try to change an individual value inside string, it will give error. We have seen that in our previous classes, right? But list doesn't have that problem. You can change individual values inside the list after you have created it. So here you can see I can give like this, list 1 with index value 2, I can give the new value as hello. So here this is index 0, this is index 1, this is index 2. So when I say index 2, I am trying to overwrite this hi with hello. This is accepted. But if you try the same thing with a string, it is going to give error. For example, if I have a string called lenz, so L is available at index 0, E is available at index 1, this is 2, and this is 3, and after that, so this is string 1, okay. So after that, if I write string 1 with index value 0, if I try to change it to capital L, this will give error, okay, because string is immutable. But here the advantage of list is that list is mutable, you can change it. So when you do this, list will not give any error, hello will be copied into the position of index 2, and after that when you try to print the value of list 1, you can see it is printing 23, 45.78 and hello. So the value has changed, it can mutate, right? You can change it. So if you want to store a collection of information inside the program which is supposed to change many times as your program proceeds, it's always recommended that you make it a list. So with this we'll wind up this session. In the next session we'll continue about list. In this video we'll be studying about various list operations and how to do list traversal. Now we'll be studying about the following operations on list. The first operation that we'll be studying about, now the first operation that we'll see is concatenation operation, the second is repetition, the third is membership, and fourth is slicing. By seeing these 4 operators, it should be clear to you now that list works almost the same way as string, right? Because with string also we had all these 4 operations which we have studied in detail in previous sessions, right? When we studied about the data types in Python, you remember we have studied about sequences. Now under sequence there are 3 data types that is defined in Python. The first one was string, the second one is list, and the third one was tuple. So you should understand all these 3 has some striking similarity. So which means that if you're good with string operations, you can apply most of the techniques that you study with string directly over list. And the same technique also works with tuple. Now we are going to start with list. In the next chapter we will study tuple. So some of the concepts that we are going to see will repeat in all the 3, right? In string, in list, and tuple. So now the first operation, concatenation, you can see this is done by using a plus operator. Now if you have a list called list1 and you concatenate it with list 2. So this will create a big list with all the contents in list 1, comma, all the contents in list 2. It will just join the content of list 1 to list 2 and produce a bigger list. So that is the job of concatenation operation. Now we should understand we can use concatenation operation only between two lists. Okay, so on the left side you should have a list and the right side you should have another list. If you try to concatenate a list, for example list 1 with a string value, for example string 1, then this will give an error, right? You cannot do this. So now we can see this is concatenation operation is used to join two lists using the operator plus. Now we can only join a list with another list. Okay, so please be careful about that. Both sides the operand has to be of same data type. Now next is repetition. Now repetition is used to replicate the given list n number of times using star operator. So if you write list 1 into 6, then it will repeat the content of list 1 6 times and it will create a big list. Now under membership operation there are two functions defined. The first one is called in and the second one is called not in. Now these two functions can give true or false based on whether a value is available in list or not. So this function will check if an element, that's a value, is present in a list using in and not in operator. Just keep in mind that in operation can either return a true or false and not in also can either return a true or false. After that we have slicing operation. Now we have discussed this in detail in string. So this is used to cut a list into smaller pieces based on the index value that you provide inside this operator. So it is used to get a portion of list using the correct index values. So now let us see each of them in detail. Now we will study each operator by taking an example, then things will be clear to you. So this program is used to demonstrate the concatenation operator or the plus. So I have created list 1 with these elements. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4.5 and high. So that is stored into list 1. 6, 7, 8.99. Hello, this is the content of list 2. After that I am concatenating list 1 with list 2. Okay, so what will happen? It will create a big list with all the values of list 1 in the beginning. So 1, 2, 3, 4.5 and high will be there. After that it will put a comma. Then it will continue with the element of list 2. So it will have 6, 7, 8.9, 9 and hello. And now this big list will be stored into list 3, and afterwards when you print list 3 you can see the result will be as shown here. So now let us run the program. So now our program is ready. Now let me run it. So here you can see this is the output of list 3. As expected, you can see the initial part is copied from list 1. Afterwards you have a comma and then you have list 2. So this is how you can combine two lists to create a bigger list. Okay, so now let us continue. Now in this program we will study how to use a repetition operator or the star operator. So we have a list called list 1 and inside list 1 I have two strings, okay, lens and learn. So two elements are there in this list. The first element is word lens and second element is word learn. Okay, so this is stored into list 1. After that I am using the repetition operator with value 3 on list 1. So now it will repeat the content of list 1 3 times. So it will create a list with lens comma learn, then it will put a comma, again it will add lens comma learn, again it will put a comma, again it will add lens comma learn and it will stop. Now this big list will be stored into list 2 and afterwards you can print list 2 and see the result for yourself. So now let us run this. Okay, so our program is ready. I'll just execute it. Now you can see list 1 is getting repeated 3 times and it is stored into list 2, and when you print list 2 this is the result. Okay, so let us continue now. Now in this program we try to demonstrate the membership operation with list. Now I told you there are two operations discussed in this. The first one is in and the second one is not in. So in can return true or false, and not in can also return true or false. Now let us see the program, then it will be clear to you. First I have created a list 1 with 2 words inside it, lens and learn. So that is stored in the list 1. Now in the first print statement, let us see what's the result. So here we have the membership operation in, and now in is checking whether word learn is in list 1. So here you can see in list 1 we actually have this word learn. So in will return true. So that will be the output of this print statement. Now in the second print statement, you can see I am checking whether the word hi is in list 1. Now you see inside list 1 I have only lens and learn. There is no word hi, right? So this will return false. Now this I have just printed to separate in and not in. Okay, so third line is not important to us. Now the fourth print statement, here I am checking whether the word learn is not in list 1. So that's a reverse logic. So I am checking whether learn is not available inside list 1. But you see learn is available. So this not in function will return false. Now the last print statement, it is trying to search hi whether it is not available in list 1. You see this is true because hi is not in list 1. So this will return true. This membership operation is not used inside a print statement. It will be used inside an if condition check. We have such examples coming, then you will clearly understand how this membership operation can help to solve some problems really easy. So now let us run this program. So program is ready. So let me just run it. So here you can see this is the output. So first in membership operation is checking whether learn is available inside this list. So you can see it is available here. So in will return true. So that is why the first print statement is printing true. The second print statement, it is checking whether hi is available in list 1. It is not there, so it is printing false. Now not in is a reverse logic. So if it is finding learn inside the list, then not in will give false. If it can't find out, for example hi, if it can't find out hi inside the list, then it will give true. So that's the last true statement getting printed out. So now let us continue to the next program. Now this program is used to demonstrate the slicing operation. I do understand slicing operation is a little bit tricky, but if you understand the concept of slicing operation in strings very well, then we are just going to repeat the same method over here, right? There is no difference at all. Before we go to the slicing operation, let us first fix the index value for the elements inside list 1. So the first element 5 is available at index value 0. The second element 7 is available at index 1. The third element 8.9 is available at index 2. Then fourth element G is available at 3, 67 at index 4, 21.4 at index 5, and the last word lens is available at index 6. The total length of this list will be 7 because we have 7 elements inside it. Okay, so I will just write it here. Total length of this list is 7, but the index will start from 0 to 6. So now let us see how the slicing operator works on this list to cut this list into smaller pieces. Okay, so the first print statement, let's see how it works. Now here I am saying that the slicing operator has to cut starting from 1. So it will cut from here, okay, starting from 7, starting from index value 1, and it should end at index value 7. Now we should understand, if I give value 7 here, the actual slicing operation will be done at 6, one value less than what you give here. So it will just slice it over here, okay, and then the output will be a new list. It will have only values like 7, 8.9, G, 67, 21.4 and lens, okay, from list 1 to list 6. Now let us see the second print statement. Here I want to start at index value 5. So now slicing operator will start from here. And then I'm asking to go up till index value 11. But you see, we have only index up till 6. there is no index value up till 11. But don't worry, slicing operator is not going to give any error. It will just go to the last value of the list and it will stop automatically. So the output of this print statement is going to be 21.4 and the word lens. Okay, so this list will be created with 2 elements. Now in the third print statement, we have the index value given as 6 and 2. So here you see the first index value is bigger than the second index value. This is not valid inside slicing operation, but it is not going to give you any error. The output is going to be an empty list. Nothing will be inside it. Now the fourth print statement. So here again, see the first element or the first number inside the slicing operator is missing. I have given only the second value, which is 5. So if the first value is missing, it is assumed as value 0. Okay, so now the slicing operator will start at 0 and it will end at 4. So this print statement will print the result as 5, 7, 8.9, G and 67. So this will be the list created by this slicing operation. Okay, and the last print statement, you can see I have provided only the first value. The last value is missing. Now in that case, the last value is taken as end of list, the last element inside the list. So now the slicing operation will start at index 3 and it will go all the way up till end of the list. So this will create a list like G, 67, 21.4 and lens. That is the last element, so it will stop over there. So this is the list that is created by this print statement. So now let us run the program. Now our program is ready, so let me run it. So here you can see this is the output that we have got. It is according to the output that we have discussed in the slide, so I'm not going to explain it again. But you see the print statement in line 6 where we give index 6 and 2. Right, so I told you this is not a valid entry, so that is why you got a empty string over here. So the rest of the output is evident. So now let us continue to the next program. In this program also we are continuing our study with slicing operation. So here also we have the same list 1, but the slicing operation is different. So I'll just write the index value. Alright, so now let us see the first print statement. Now here you can see inside the slicing operation I have given 3 values. Okay, 0, 5 and 2. So 0 is the starting index where the slicing should start. So I will start from here. And 5 is the ending index where the slicing should stop. So it will actually stop at 4, not at 5. Okay, as we have studied before. And what is this 2? 2 is the step value. Okay, so here you can see that's a step size. So when you fix the step size as 2, so the output list will be created like this. So initially it will take the first value in the list, so 5 will be printed. Next it will add 2 to this index value. Okay, so 0, it will add 2 to this index value, so you will get 2. So now next the value at index 2 will be printed, which is 8.9. So right now you are at index 2. Now you will add another 2 to go to the next index value. So 2 plus 2, that is 4. So now you will take the value at index 4, which is 67, and will be written to the output list. And now you see you reach the end of the slicing operator. Now it will finish. So this is the list created by this slicing operation. It is not mandatory that you should give a step value. If you don't give this value, it is assumed as 1. So that is why in many of the examples we never give the third value. Slicing operation was actually assuming or taking the default value 1 for its operation. Now we will go to the second print statement. Now here we are going to work with negative indexes. So in that case I have just written the negative indexes for this list starting from the right side, -1, -2, -3 up till -7. So this value 5 is available at index -7. Here the slicing operation has to start at -6. So it will start at here, -6, and it has to go up till -1. So it will not go up till -1, one value before that. So it will slice here. So actually the value that we are going to see is between -6 and -2. So this will produce a list with value 7, 8.9, G, 67, 21.4. Now in the third print statement, we are using the slicing operator with 3 values. You can see here there are 2 colons and followed by that 2. So the first 2 values are default values. So the first value, the starting index, the default value will be taken as 0. And the second value, that is the ending index, the default value will be taken as end of list. Okay, and you see the step value is 2. So now you can start at the beginning of the list and it will go up till the end of the list. Okay, and every second term will be printed out. So in the output, 5 will be there. After that it will be 8.9. After that it will be 67. After that it will be lens. Okay, now the list has terminated. So this will be the output of the third print statement. Now the last print statement, this is used to reverse the order of a list. We have studied this when we see the string also, and during the program when I teach you how to find the palindrome, I have told you this is an easy way to reverse the string. By using the same mechanism, you can reverse the list also. The step value is -1. Alright, so -1 means it will start from here. So this will be the starting point and this will be the ending point, and it will add -1 to each of the index value to go backwards. So the output of this slicing operation will be lens, because that is available at -1, that is a starting position. Now it will add -1 to this index value, so that is -1 -1. So the answer is -2. Now we'll take the value available at -2, 21.4. Now it will do -2 with the step value -1. So the new index value is -3. So I will take the value 67, then G, then 8.9, then 7, then 5. Okay, so this will be the output of the last print statement. So if you give the slicing operator like this, then it will reverse the list and produce a result. So now let us run this. So let me execute the program. So here you can see this is the output that we are getting as expected. Now we can see the last print statement. You can see the content of list 1 is completely reversed and it is printed over here. So now let us continue. Now this program is for list traversal using a for loop. We have a next program coming where we will study how to traverse list using while loop. Okay. So here our aim is to just print the element of list one by one using for loop. Now there are 2 options. Now this is your first option, which is more elegant and small, and you can also get the same result by our second option, where you will be picking one element from the list and printing it. Okay, so now let's see the first option, because this is really simple and elegant. You can just write for item in list 1, because you remember when you study for loop, I can write here a sequence or range function. So now we are concentrating on this sequence. I told you list is a sequence, string is a sequence, and tuple is a sequence. So you can use a list over here. Okay, so it is valid. So now what for loop will do, it will take the first element from list and it will load into this control variable item. So 5 will be loaded into item first, and then it will print the item. So 5 will be printed. The control will come back to 4 again. It will load the next element into item, then it will print it. So 7 will be printed below that, and after that it will load the third element, which is 8.9, and it will print it. So 8.9 will be printed. It will print up till last element in the list. So this is the first method where you can take individual elements from the list and print it. Or there is another way. So here I will work with the range operator. So range operator will take the value of length of the list. So here you can see the length of the list is actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And the index value goes from 0 to 6. So right now I am asking the range operator to work with length of the list. So the value is going to be 7. So if I write the range function with value 7, I didn't give the start value, right? So the default start value will be taken as 0. Then the step value default is 1. So it will keep on adding 1 to create the subsequent terms. So the next value will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. It will not go up till 7, it will stop at 6. So here you can see this range perfectly matches with the index value of a string or of a list or of a tuple, right? So that is why by default the Python creators have made the range operators to work like this, to start at 0 and stop at one value before the value that you provide inside the range. So this value will perfectly match with the index value of list, tuple and string that you're using inside your program. So right now the range operator works with value 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now the first value 0 will be loaded into I, and after that I am printing the value of list I. So first I will print the value of list 1 with index value of I. So the value of I right now is 0, that is index 0. So it is trying to print the value at index 0. So 5 will be printed out. Next time value 1 will be loaded into I. So now I will be trying to print list 1's value at index 1. So at index 1 you have 7, so that will be printed out. Now 2 will be loaded into I. So right now I will be trying to print the value available at index 2. So 8.9 will be printed. It will print up till the last word length, okay, and it will stop. Both of these methods can be used to print individual elements in a list using for loop, and I would say the first method is much more better and elegant. But if you want to work on the index value to create some kind of intuitiveness into your program, then you have to go with the second method. Now just to make things clear, let me just run this first method for you. Alright, our program is ready. I'll just run it. So here you can see my print statement is printing each elements inside the list until the list is finished. Okay, so the second method also will work properly. You can try it yourself. Now we will go to the next program where we will study how to work with while loop to extract individual elements in a list. Now as discussed, we are trying to traverse a list using while loop. So this is the same list. So this content is available inside list 1. Now with while loop, we have to work with index values. All right, so the index value I just write here 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. So now I will check whether I is less than length of list 1. Now what is the length of list 1? It is 7, right? Because it has 7 elements inside it. So this while loop will work as long as value of I is less than 7. So right now the value of I is 0 and we have our output here. So now I will just check this condition whether 0 is less than 7. It is true, right? So I'll come inside. Now inside while loop I have two statements. Okay, I'll come inside and then I will print the value of list 1. The current value of I is 0. So I'm trying to print list 1 value with index 0. So with index 0 the value is 5. So that will be printed out. Next statement will increase the value of I by 1. So the value of I will be changed to 1. Next I will check whether I is less than 7. It is true. I will come inside. I will try to print list 1 of I. So right now the value of I is 1. So now I will print the value 7, which is available at index value 1. Now the value of I will be increased to 2. Now I will check 2 is less than 7. It is true. I'll come inside. I will print the value of list 2. So 8.9 will be printed. This will continue up till the value of I reaches 6. When it reaches 6, I will print length, right? After that, I will increase the value of I. It will become 7. Now the control will come to the while loop. I will check whether 7 is less than 7. Now it is false. So the while loop will finish. So now you can see we have done printing the entire content of the list. Alright, so now let us run this. So here you can see the while loop is printing all the content of list 1. So that's all for this session. In the next session, we will see the built-in functions with a list. Okay, so see you in the next session. Bye. In this session, we'll be studying about built-in functions with list. Now, just like in strings, in list also we have a set of built-in function that comes along with Python. So built-in functions are functions that are already available in Python to perform various operations on list. It is very important that you know at least the important built-in functions, right? Because many operations on list can be done with built-in functions much easier than you writing your own code to achieve the same thing. Now, some of the examples of built-in function in list are len, which finds the length of a list. Then we have append, insert, extend. The list goes on. Actually, there is a big number of built-in functions which can work on list, so we will not be able to cover everything, but whatever is necessary for our course of study we'll see now. Now, before we start with built-in function, we just have to understand there's a concept called as nested list. Now, we have studied about nested loops when we study the chapter for flow control. Now, nested loop, you remember, you can write a for loop. Okay, so inside the for loop, you can have some statement. Now, inside one of those statements can be another for loop, and you can have a for loop inside another for loop. So this situation was called as nested loops. Okay, so now you apply the same thing to list, you will get nested list. So list within another list is called as a nested list. So now we will see this example, list 1, which has a nested list inside it. To make you understand it clearly, I have highlighted it in yellow color. So list 1 altogether has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 elements. So here you can see 23 is available at index 0, 45 available at index 1. This entire list, which has value 1, 3, 5, 7 inside it, is available at index 2, then 34 at index 3, and 89 at index 4. So now if I write list 1, 3, you know the value of list 1, 3 is 34 because 34 is available at index value 3. But if I write like this, list 1, 2, then it is going to give me the entire content of this list. So the result is going to be 1, 3, 5, 7. But what if you have to extract individual elements of this list? You want to get this 3 alone or this 5 alone. Now in that case, you have to go with 2 indexes. So you see inside this index 2, again, we have a sub-index for each of the elements inside this inner list. So the first element is having index value 0. The second element is having index value 1, 2, and 3. And all of this index comes under index value 2. So you can consider it like a tree. So now if you want to access this value 3, then you have to give 2 index value to list 1. Okay, so the first value will be the position of inner list, which is index 2. Second index, you have to give it in second square bracket. And you can see inside this inner list, 3 is available at position 1. So you have to give 1 over here. This will return value 3. So similarly, if you want to get this value 7 out of list 1, then you have to give list 1 with index value 2 and subindex 3. Okay, so 2 and 3 will extract the value 7 from this inner list, and if you just print this value, you will get the output as 7. 2 indices are used to access elements of a nested list. Now for example, you can write like this, list I, j, where I stands for its place in list 1, so that is 2. Okay, so the inner list is available at position 2, and j stands for its place in the nested list. So if I am looking for value 7, 3 is the position inside the inner list. Okay, so that is the concept of I and j. Now we have list 2, 1, which will extract value 3 from list 1. Okay, so now let us continue. Now we have a set of programs which will demonstrate the built-in functions in list. Now we have 2 lists and a string initialized over here, right? So list 1 have these values inside it. Then we have a string So this is not a list, okay? This is a string, because you can see it starts and ends with a quote. We don't have the square bracket. So this is just a string, and length is stored into str1. And we have another list2 with some integer values inside it. So now let us see each print statement and let us see what is their output. So the first print statement is trying to print the length of list1. Okay, so you just count how many elements are there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So the output of this print statement is going to be 6. Now in the second print statement, I am trying to create a list from this string. Okay, you can see str1 is a string and it has a word inside it, learn. Now I am trying to convert the string into a list. So if you call the built-in function list with the argument str1, then it will create a list by taking each character as separate elements in the list. So it will take the first character L from str1 and it will be loaded as the first element in the list. Then it will put a comma. It will take the second character from str1. It will be loaded as the second element. Then it will take the third character, fourth character. It will go until this last character, until this n, and it will stop. So now we have a new list with each character taken as individual element from the string. And now we read the command over here. So this function list creates a list if a sequence is passed as argument. Any sequence can be given as input over here. So there are three sequences that we have studied in Python. We have string, right? Or we can have a list, or we can have a tuple. So I can actually give a string as input to here, or I can actually give a list itself over here. So now you will have a little confusion why I have to create a list from a list itself. So we have a special purpose. We'll see that later. You can also give a tuple inside here that will be converted to a list. Okay, so that is why it is written. You can give any sequence to the function list. It will create a new list from that sequence. Okay. Now the third print statement, I'm just calling the built-in function list with no arguments inside. In this case, it will just create a blank list. Nothing will be inside it. Now the next built-in function that we are going to study is append. Now you have to call append first by giving the name of the list, that is list1 dot append, and inside you can give the value that you have to append to the list. Append means join at the end. So you can see this will append a single element at the end of the list. So now we are working on list1. So this is list1. So once you call append, what will happen? It will put a comma and it will add value 50 to this list. Okay, so that's the job of append. You can join additional elements to existing list. So after you append, if you try to print list1, it will print 2, 6.8, learn 76, 45, 9 and 50. Now with the next built-in function that we are going to study is extend. Now extend also should be called with the name of list. So list1 dot extend, and then you can give the name of the list which you want to add to list1. Okay, so basically this is appending list2 to the end of list1. So if you call the extend function like this, which means I will call it with list1 and list2 is given as the argument, in that case, first it will take all the values from list1, put a comma, okay, list1, then it will add all the values from list2 and create a big list like this. Now if you invert the variable names like this, list2 dot extend, and inside the bracket if you provide list1, now what will happen? First it will take the content of list2, after that it will put a comma, then it will add the content of list1. So there is a difference in output when you interchange these variables, right? So based on the output that you require, you have to use the variables accordingly. After that, if I try to print list 1, you can see to list 1, I have joined the entire content of list 2. So now list 1 has grown in size, so that the entire content of list 1 and list 2 will be printed over here because we extend list 1 with the contents of list 2. The next statement, you can see we are calling a function called insert. Now here also you can see I'm trying to insert in list 1 at position 2. I have to insert this new element. Okay, so I will just write the content of list 1, that is 2, 6.8, and after that you have a word called learn. Then you have 76, then 45, something, it goes like that, right? It's a big list now. Now if I write the index value, 2 is available at index 0, 6.8 is available at index 1, learn is available at index 2, 76 is available at index 3, it goes like that. Now in this situation, if I am calling insert on list 1 and I am asking to insert this element, it can be anything, okay? It can be a number, it can be a floating point number, it can be another list also, there is no problem. So I'm trying to enter this word lens at index value 2. So right now at index value 2, I have a word called learn. So what will happen, starting from learn, the entire content will be pushed right side one index value, right? So now it will make learn, so 2 will be available here, it will be blank. It will make learn now coming under index 3. So 76 will be index 4, 45 will be index 5, and at position 2, it will enter the new word lens. Okay, so that is why I told you starting from learn, every element will be moved one position to the right. Okay, and at position 2, the new word will be inserted. And after that, if you print the list 1, you can see lens is added as the third element in the list. Okay, so now let us run the program. So program is ready, let me run it. So here you can see the result. Okay, so the first print statement prints the length of list 1. You can see it is coming as 6. The next built-in function list will convert this string str1 into a list. So here you can see it is converted, each character is taken and a new list is created. If I call the function list with no arguments inside, now in that case I will get an empty list. Now after I append value 50 to list 1 and then I print list 1, you can see now for list 1 value 50 is added. Now I am trying to extend list 1 by adding all elements of list 2 to list 1, and then you print list 1, you will get this as the result. So you can see up till 50, this is list 1, and after that I have just added list 2. Okay, so now list 1 is big in size, right? So that is why when I print list 1, I will get this. Now finally, if I try to insert the word lens at index value 2 to list 1 and then I print list 1, I will get this output. So here you can see at index value 2, I have added the word lens, and starting from learn, you can see starting from learn to end of the list, everything is pushed to the right side to make space for lens. Okay, so now let us continue. Now in this program also we are trying to continue our study on built-in functions on list. In this program we require only one list, okay, and some elements are stored into it. You can see it here. Now the first print statement, I am trying to count how many times the number 9 appears in this list. Okay, so here you can see 9 appear one time, and here also 9 is appearing the second time. So the result will be printed as 2. In place of 9, you can give a string, you can give a floating point number. It will just search, find it and count it and give you the result. Now the second print statement, I am trying to print the index value if 76 is available inside list 1. So here it will start to search inside the list, and finally when it finds 76, it will print the index value of 76. So here if I write the index values, that is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 76 is available at index value 4. So the output of this line is going to be 4. Now you should know the return index value will be of the first occurrence of 76, which means that if in this list, if I have another 76 coming over here at index value 7, now in that case, index 7 will not be returned. The index value of the first occurrence of 76 will be printed out. In the next statement, we have a reverse built-in function. It will just reverse the order of list. So the last element, 9, will become the first element, 45 will become the next element. Now the first element 2 in this list will go as the last element. After that, when you print list 1, you will understand the order of list 1 has reversed. Now in the next statement, we will study a function called remove. So this function will remove value 9 if it is available inside list 1. But here you should know it will remove only the first occurrence of 9. So if 9 is coming 3 times, only the first 9 will be removed. The other 2 9s will be available inside the list. So here you can see we have 2 9s, but right now we have just reversed it. So you can see this 9 will be coming as first 9, so that will be removed. And after that, when you print list 1, you can see the first 9 will be removed. Now the first part of our program is done. Now for the next part, we are going to study about a new built-in function called pop. Okay, so to understand pop, I will create a new list called list2. Okay, and it has some elements inside it. So I will just put the index values here. So the next statement, we are calling a function called pop with no arguments inside it on list2. Now in this case, this will remove the last element from list 1. Okay, so Python will be removed and it will be printed. Okay, so by using pop function, you can get one element from list at a time in an order starting from the last element. Okay, so first time when I call pop, Python will be removed. If I call pop again with list 2, 34 will be removed and it is also deleted from the list. Okay, and if I call pop again, 67.9 will be taken and it will be removed. It goes like that. So you can extract one value at a time from list using pop built-in function. Now in the next statement, you can see I have called the same function pop, but this time I have used an index value. Now if you use an index value, then pop will exactly take that value and then print it outside or just give it to you for processing. Now we are interested in the number stored at index value 2. So we are referring to 67.9. So pop will just take this value and push it out of the list. Okay, so this will be removed. 34 and Python will be moved one place to the left. Okay, to fill the gap, and you will be given with value 67.9 for processing. Right now I am printing it, so it will be just displayed on the screen. After calling pop function twice on list 2, and then if you try to print list 2, you can see it will have only 5 hello. 67.9 will not be there because due to this pop function it is removed. Then you have 34, and Python also will not be there because that is removed by the first pop function call. Okay, so now the list 2 will be having only 3 elements inside it because 2 elements we have popped out. So now let us run this program. So now we will just run the program and see the result. Okay, so now the first print statement is counting how many 9s are there in list 1. So you can see the answer is 2. Now next it is trying to find out the first occurrence of 76 in list 1 and print the index value. So here you can see 76 is coming here and is available at index value 4. So that is why 4 is printed out. Next I will reverse list 1. So now the content of list 1 is reversed, and after that I'll print list 1. You can see this is the reverse list. So here you can see the last 9 is coming as first 9 and the first 2 has gone as the last element. Okay, so the entire list is reversed. So we should know now this is the content of list 1. Now the next function, I'll try to remove value 9 from list 1. This will remove only the first occurrence of 9. Now it will check this content of list 1. It finds 9 in the first position itself. It will just remove it, and then this is the resulting list 1. So when you print list 1 after you remove 9, this will be the output. Okay, you can see the first 9 is removed. Now we start with list 2. So this is the content of list 2. Now first I will call pop without any argument. So the last element will be pushed outside of list. Okay, so Python is removed from the list and it is printed out. Okay, so you see Python here. Next I am trying to pop value available at index 2. So 67.9 will be deleted from the list and pushed outside, and it is printed. So 67.9 will be printed. After that you try to print list 2. List 2 will have now values 5, hello and 34 only, because 67.9 and Python was popped out while calling this function twice. So now let us continue. Now we are going to continue our study on built-in function with list. So here I have two lists. You can see list 1 and list 2. So now we'll start. Now the first function that we are going to study is sort. Okay, so this will sort the content of list 1 in ascending order. So it will pick the smallest value and put it as the first value. Then it will pick the next smallest value, 6.8, then 12, then 22, then 45. This will be the result if I sort the content of list 1. Okay, it is sorting in ascending order. So after that, if you print list 1, you can see this will be the content of list 1 now. Okay, so that will be printed over here. The next function that we are going to study is also used for sorting. So here you can see this is sorted. This is just sort. And there is one more difference. The first built-in function is called list variable name dot sort, but here it is just the function name sorted, and inside the argument you have to provide the list. Okay, now what is the difference between the first sort and the second sort? The first sort will sort the value and then overwrite list 1. So that is why I told you now the content of list 1 is changed like this. So when I print list 1, you can see here, when we run the program, you will see that list 1 content is changed permanently like this. So the earlier order is lost. But in the second option, now here you can see list 2 will be sorted, and the sorted value will be stored into a new list called list 3. So the content of list 2 will not change. So in this built-in function sorted, it will take the value of list 2, it will sort it. Okay, so first value will be 1, 3, 5, 7 and 9. So this is a sorted value of list 2. Now this will not be written over list 2. This will be stored into a new list called list 3. So now list 2 has the original content and list 3 has the sorted content. Now after you sort, if you print list 2, you will get result as 31957, and after that if you print list 3, you will get 13579. So we didn't change list 2, we sort it and write it to a new list, list 3. So based on your requirement inside the program, you can decide which sort function you have to use. Now the next three functions is trivial. You can see we have min, max and sum. Right, so min will return the minimum value from list 2, so the answer is going to be 1. Max will take the maximum element from list 2, so it will print 9, and sum will just add all the elements inside list 2, and whatever is the sum value, that will be printed out. Now let us execute this program. So you can see the result here. So the first function sort will sort the content of list 1, and then it will overwrite list 1. Okay, so that is why when you print list 1, you can see now the content of list 1 is sorted. So the order of elements which I stored in list 1 is lost, because now list 1 is storing elements in ascending order. Now if you don't want that to happen, then you can call the sorted function with the value in list 2. So the sorted function will arrange the elements of list 2 in ascending order, but it will not change anything in list 2. That new ordered list will be moved into list 3. So now you can see when I print list 2, you see the original content of list 2. You see 31957. So sorted function didn't change list 2. And then when you try to print list 3, you can see list 3 has the sorted content of list 2. So this is what I told. Based on your program's requirement, you can decide whether I will use sort or sorted. Now if you print the minimum value of list 2, the answer is 1. If you try to get the maximum value from list 2, the answer is 9. And if you want the sum of all elements from list 2, it will add everything, and the sum 25 will be printed out. So now let us continue. Now how to copy a list to another list. Now you'll be thinking this is an easy job. I just have to write list 2 equal to list 1. This will copy the content of list 1 to list 2. But we have a little problem with the memory allocation, because now list 1 and list 2 are not two separate copies. They are referring to the same single list which is stored inside the memory. Okay, this we have discussed in the first chapter when we were discussing about memory allocation for variables. So if I create list 1 with value 1, 2, 3, 4 inside the memory, inside the computer's memory, I will create an area for storing the list, and I will store the value 1, 2, 3, 4, and I will create a variable list 1, and that will be referring to this memory unit. So we have seen this before. Now if I write list 2 equal to list 1, what is happening? I'm not actually copying this entire content inside memory to another memory unit. It's not happening. I'm just creating another variable list 2, and list 2 is pointing to the same location. So here you see that we have only one copy of list in memory, even though we have two variables pointing to it. So the problem with this is that any change made to list 1 will automatically affect list 2, and any change made in list 2 will automatically affect list 1. For example, if I write list 1 dot 0 is equal to 10. So what is happening? I'm trying to change the value available at position 0 with 10. So I will just delete this one and write 10 over there. So I have just changed the element of list 1, but you see list 2 is also pointing to the same location. Now if you print the content of list 2 at position 0, you will get the value as 10. Okay, so that's the problem. You see here, any change made to either list will be reflected on the other list. But when you write your Python programs, you will have some special situations in which you actually want to separate this list into two different lists in the memory itself, so that any change I make to list 2 will not affect list 1, and any change I make to list 1 will not affect list 2. So how to do that? Now inside Python there are three methods to make distinct copies of list. Distinct means separate copies of list. You can either go with slicing operator, which will separate the list in the memory, or you can use a built-in function called list, which we have studied before, but anyway we will see this again. Okay, this will also create a new list, or you can import a library function called copy, and you can copy list to another place in the memory location. Okay, so now let us see the example, then you will understand it clearly. So here you can see there are three programs, right? All the three methods, that is through slicing, using the list function, or using the copy function, is mentioned over here. We will run any one. So maybe I will just run the first program and show the result after I explain all the three. Now if I write list 2 is equal to list 1, then list 2 will point to the same location. I don't want that. Okay, so in memory now I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and list 1 is pointing to it. Now what I need is that I have to create a copy of this list again in memory, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I want to point list 2 to it. so that if I change list 2 now, it will not affect list 1. And if I change list 1, it will not affect list 2. And we are going to study 3 methods for achieving this. Okay, so the first method we will see now. Now the first method is through slicing. So when I create list 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so it will create this memory unit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and list 1 will point to it. Next you see I am using the slicing operation without any values inside it. So the first value will be taken as 0, the last value will be taken as end of list. So the entire list will be taken and it will be copied into list 2, right? So slicing operator, it will not ask list 2 to refer to the same list. It will create a separate list in the memory and list 2 will be pointing to that. Now how do you understand that they are pointing to different location? So to make it clear, I am going to change the value available in list 2 at index position 1 to 20. So index position 1, right now I have 2. So I will remove this 2 and I will enter the new value 20 over there. After that, I am trying to print the content of list 1. You can see it will print 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. After that, when I print the content of list 2, it will print 1, 20, 3, 4, 5. So now it's clear that list 1 and list 2 are separated in memory, because when I change the content of list 2, it is affected only in list 2. So when you run the program, you will understand. So now the next way of doing the same thing is by using the list function. Right, so you create list 1. After that you use list built-in function with argument list 1. So it will take the entire content of list 1 and create a new list 2. Now list 2 will be separate in memory. So if you run this program also, you will see value 20 will be added only to list 2. The third method, you have to import a module called copy. Now we have studied how to import module in the previous videos, right? So you have to import a module called copy. After that you create list 1 and after that I have to call a function copy inside module copy. So that is why this copy is coming twice, because the module name and the function name happens to be copy. And inside the function copy, I have to give the argument as list 1. Now it will take the entire content of list 1. It will create a new list 2 separate in memory. And if I change the value 20 in list 2, it will be affected only in list 2. So now let us run this first program and see the result. So now let me run this. So here you can see the first print statement is printing the content of list 1. So list 1 has the original content 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And the second print statement is printing the content of list 2 where we change the value 2 to 20. So only in list 2, the value 2 got changed to 20. But if you change this program like this, so now you can see in this fifth line, I am just asking list 2 to refer to the same memory location where list 1 is there. Now both list 2 and list 1 is pointing to the same memory location. Now if I change the value of list 2, that will affect list 1. So now let us run this. You see both list 1 and list 2, the value got changed to 20 at index 1. Okay, so if you don't want this to happen, if you want them to be separate list, you can use any one of the technique that we have discussed now, either with list function or with copy function inside module copy or with slicing operator. So now let us continue. Okay, now we will discuss this program where we will send list 1 as argument to function, and inside function I will just increment the value, and then we will understand list 1 and list 2 were actually pointing to the same list inside the memory. Okay, so that is called pass by reference. Okay, I'm not passing the value, I'm passing the actual memory location to the function, and then if I change the values based on that memory, it will get affected in both the variables list 1 and list 2. Okay, so now let us start the program, you'll understand. So first I will see my function definition. Okay, so the name of the function is increment. It is expecting a list to this variable list 2. Now the control will come down here after the function body. Now there I will create list 1 with value 5, 15, 25, 35 and 45. Now in memory this list will be created and the variable list1 will now point to it, and the ID of list1 will be a random number, something like this, right? So assume that this is the ID that is obtained by list1, and after that I am trying to print the ID of list1. Okay, so here I will get the output as 171631516. Okay, that is the ID of list1. Now I will print the value of list1 before the function call. So before I go to the function, I am just printing the content of list1. So again, the value printed will be the same value that I have inputted here. So 5, 15, 25, 35 and 45 will be printed, and after that I'm calling the function increment with the content of list1. Now the control will go to the function call, and there a new variable list2 is accepting this list1. Now Python will create a new variable called list2, and it will also point to the same memory location. So now you should understand the ID value of list2 also will be the same number as list1. Okay, 171631516. Okay, it will be same because they are referring to the same memory location. So now inside the function I am printing the ID of list2. So here the output will be 171631516, and it will be same with list1. See, this is just a number that I am writing here. When you run the program, this number will be different, but what I am trying to say is that whatever be the number for list1 and list2, it will be the same. Okay, now I will go to my for loop. There I am trying to increment each of this value with 5. So now for loop will run from 0 to length of list. So here you can see length of list is 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, so now the range will go from 0 1 2 3 4. So that match perfectly with the index value 0 1 2 3 4. So first value 0 will be loaded into I. Now inside the for loop I will do list2 of 0, because the value of I is 0 now, is equal to list2 of index value 0 plus 5. So what is the value available at index value 0? Right, that's the first number, which is 5. So it will add 5 plus 5, so that is 10, will be stored into list2 of 0. So now it will remove this 5 and it will write 10 over there. Now we see list1 is also pointing to this, so this change will affect list1 even though we are changing the value using list2. That is a concept that you have to understand with this program. So now the next value 1 will be loaded into I. Okay, so now this will change. List2 of 1 is equal to list2 of 1 plus 5. So now what is the value of list2 of 1? That is 15. So 15 plus 5, 20 will be loaded into list2 of 1. So now 15 will be removed and 20 will be written there. So once this for loop is done, all the value in list2 will be incremented with 5. So now the new value will be 30, 40 and 50. Okay, so now after the for loop is finished, now the control will come back to the function call itself. Now I will print list after the function call. Now I am printing list1, not list2. I'm trying to print list1, but now when you print list1, you will see the result as 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Because you see list1 is also pointing to the same memory location, and whatever change list2 made to here will reflect in list1. So now let me run the program. You can see the result here. So let us go with each print statement. So first I'm trying to print the ID of list 1. Okay, so we can see the ID of list 1 is 63629,432. Next I am trying to print the content of list 1. So here you can see the content of list 1 is 515, 25, 35, 45, the same number that I have entered to list 1. After that I call the function increment with the argument list 1. So now the control will come to function increment. Now inside that, first I will print the ID of list 2. So now you can see the ID of list 2 and ID of list 1 are same. So now you should understand list 2 didn't create a new list at all. It is using the same memory location of list 1 by pointing to it. And after that I will increment the value of list 2 by 5. Okay, so when I say list 2, you should understand it is same as list 1. There is no difference. Now the control will come back to the function call. And after that, I will print list after the function call, and I print the content of list 1. The content of list 1 got changed to the new value. So now it is clear that even though I changed the content of list 2, I was actually changing the content of list 1 also, because both of them was referring to the same single list stored inside the memory. Okay, so now let us see the next program where we can separate the list and work on them individually. So here we are trying to create a new list with new memory allocation inside the function, and then we are going to work on that. So we will not be changing anything in the primary list. Okay, so here also we have the same increment function. Now I will come down. Now first I will allocate list 1. So here you can see in memory I have allocated list 1 with all the elements. List 1 now points to it, and for example we say the ID of list 1 is now 71635. So now the next statement, I'll try to print the ID of list 1. So here it will be printed 71635. Okay, the ID of list 1. Now I'll print the content of list 1 before I call the function. So here the output will be 2410997. Okay, whatever is the content of list 1 will be printed. Then I will call the function increment with list 1. Now the control will come to the function definition. So here I create a new variable list 2, and now list 2 points to the same list. Now if I print the ID of list 2, you will see it is same as list 1. So this will print 71635. But next line I am trying to separate the list. Now we already have studied 3 methods for doing it. You can do with list function as mentioned here, or you can use the slicing operator, or you can go with the copy function defined inside copy module. Okay, so here we will use the list function itself. So now list function will recreate list from the elements of list 2, and it will create a new list, list 3. But here the advantage is that list function will allocate a new memory unit. It will copy the same value, but this is going to be a different list. And now it will create a new variable list 3 that will be pointing to the new list. Now the ID of this list 3 will be different from list 2 and list 1, right? Because it is pointing to a different memory location. So now maybe the ID is 81675. So now next statement, I'm trying to print the ID of list 3. So here it will print 81675, a different ID when compared to list 1 and list 2. Now inside the for loop, I am trying to find the square of each value. So it will read the value one at a time. So first it will read list 3 of 0, and then it will multiply this value with itself. Okay, list 3 of 0 into list 3 of 0. So right now list 3 of 0 is 2. So 2 into 2, 4 will be stored as the new element inside list 3 0. So the first element will become 4. Now the next time value 1 will be copied to I. Okay, so this will become 1, 1 and 1. So list 3 of 1 is 4. the second element in the list. So 4 into 4, so the answer is 16, is stored as the new element into the same location. So here it will be 16. So basically it will read each element in the list, it will multiply it to itself. It is trying to find the square of each of the terms. So the next value will become 100, it will become 81, and this will become 7 into 7, 49. So this is a new list. And after that I will print the squared list 3. So this will print out the current value of list 3, which is 4, 16, 100, 81 and 49. Now our function is finished. The control will come back to function call, and now I'll go to the next line. I am trying to print list 1 over here. Now you see I worked on a separate memory location, so inside list 1 nothing is changed. List 1 has the original values. Now if you print list 1, it will just print 2, 4, 10, 9 and 7 because the values are not changed. So now let us run this program. So now I create the list 1. First I am printing the ID of list 1. So you can see this is the ID that I got. Now then I'll print the content of list 1. You can see the same content that I have inputted to list 1 is printed here. Next I will call the function increment. So the control will come to the function. Now inside function I'm trying to print the ID of list 2. So now you see list 2 and list 1 has same ID. They point to the same location. Now if I try to work on list 2, it will change the content of list 1 also. So that is what we have studied in the previous program. But now what I did, I created a new list 3 with the function list. This will create a copy of list 2 in a separate memory unit, and list 3 will point to the new memory location. So how do you understand that? You print the ID of list 3 and you see the ID of list 3 is different when you compare with the ID of list 2 and list 1. So now list 3 is pointing to a different location in memory, and after that you find the square of each term. So here you can write actually square list. Okay, so now I'll just execute it again. So now you see the ID values have changed because I have executed again. Now our list is getting a different memory location, but still the idea is same. You understand, list 1 and list 2 have same ID, list 3 has a different ID. So that's the point. Okay, so memory location will change each time I run it. Now inside the for loop, I will just find the square of each term, and after that I am printing list 3. So here you can see the square of list. So this is a new content of list 3. Okay, 4, 16, 181 and 49. Now the function is finished. Now the control will come back to the function call, and then it will continue. Next I am printing the content of list 1, and when I print list 1, you can see list 1 data is not changed at all. With this we'll wind up this session. Now we are going to start with part 1. Here we are going to introduce the data type called tuple. Now let us discuss about tuple. So tuple is an ordered sequence. So now you understand tuple belongs to sequence data type. Now in the first chapter, you remember under sequence there are 3 types of data types defined in Python. The first one was string, the second one was list, and the third one is tuple. So in the previous chapters we have already studied string and list, and now we are going to study about tuple. So what I want you to understand is that string, list and tuple belongs to the same family of data type called sequence. So if you understand all the operations that we have done on string and list, then tuple is going to be very easy for you, because we are going to repeat the same concept over tuple. And almost all the built-in functions which we have studied with string and list works the same way with tuple. So now again, if you read, you can understand tuple is an ordered sequence. Now this also we have discussed before. What do you mean by ordered? Tuple preserves the order of elements that you have stored inside it. If you make an entry of some numbers into tuple, for example like 1, 10, 6 and 7. So this tuple has 4 elements inside it. Now you see this element 10 belongs to the second position or index number 1. So each time if you access the element at position 2, you will always get value 10 because tuple preserves the order in which data is stored inside it. Now the next statement, it can have elements of different data type inside it. We have an example coming. Now the elements that you are going to store inside the tuple is finally enclosed in a round bracket, right? So you have to use this bracket for creating a tuple. Now when you study list, you remember we use square bracket for creating a list. If you use a round bracket, you will be creating a tuple instead. Now you see this example. Now this variable tuple1 is going to store a tuple because on the right side you can see we are creating a tuple. You see the bracket, right? This rounded bracket. So now the interpreter understands what it sees to the right side of this assignment operator is a tuple, and the entire elements in the tuple will be copied into variable tuple1. So now let us see the content of this tuple. So here you can see we have a float value as the first element, 2.3. Then we have an integer 5. And after that you come again here, we have a string called hi inside it. We have a list with 2 elements inside it, 40 and 50, and also we have a small tuple inside this master tuple. Okay, so this thing is another tuple. Okay, and this tuple has 2 elements inside it, 21 and 45. Now if you ask me how many elements are there in tuple 1, you can see I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This entire list will be taken as the 6th element. This entire tuple will be taken as the 7th element. So altogether I have 7 elements inside tuple 1. Okay, so now let us continue. Now in this slide we are going to study some more examples related to tuple. So here I am creating a new variable tuple1, and to this variable I am going to assign a tuple, and this tuple has only integer values inside it. Now in the next statement you can see I am creating a new variable tuple2, and inside there I have a mix of data types. So first you have a string, then you have an integer, then you have another string, and then you have a float. Okay, so this is also valid. This tuple will be stored into variable tuple2. In the third statement, I am creating a new variable tuple3, and it is storing this tuple inside it. Now this tuple have a list element within it. So this is a list and it has 2 elements inside it. Now in the last statement, I am creating a new variable tuple4 for storing this tuple, and inside this tuple I have a subtuple with 2 elements, 100 and 200 inside it. Okay, so all these tuples are valid. So that's why tuple can have any data types inside it. So it can have a string, float, integer, or another list or another tuple inside of it. Okay, so now let us continue. Now here we are going to study some additional features of tuple. Now if you have a special condition where you have to assign a single element into a tuple, so you have only one number or one element to be stored into a tuple, then how you can do that? So in this case, so this is kind of a special case. Okay, so in this case, element should be always followed by a comma even though you don't have another element inside it. In this example, I want to create a tuple with only single value inside it, which is going to be 50. So if you simply write like this, tuple1 is equal to in round bracket 50, here the problem is that interpreter will consider this value as an integer, and then this integer value will be copied into tuple1. So which means the data type of tuple1 is going to be int. It is not going to be a tuple. So if you want to make it a tuple, simply put a comma after this so that interpreter understands this is a single element tuple, and now tuple1 will be created with data type tuple. Okay, so this is the right way to input a single value into a tuple. Now in the next feature, if you create a sequence separated by comma and you forget to give any parentheses or brackets at all, now in that case, that sequence will be taken as a tuple by default. What I mean here is that if you want to store value like 20, 16, 15 and 100 into a sequence variable, so here I will give a variable name as sequence. So here you can see I didn't give any bracket. So if I give a square bracket, then interpreter clearly understands I want to create a list. If I give a round bracket, then interpreter clearly understands I want to create a tuple. But here I forget to give, or I didn't give any bracket at all. In this case, interpreter is going to consider it as a tuple, not as a list, as a tuple. So by default, if you don't provide the bracket, then those elements will be stored inside the computer as a tuple. So in this example, you can see I didn't give any bracket for this sequence 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Interpreter will take the default data type as tuple and load it into this variable sequence. So the data type of this variable sequence is going to be tuple if you don't give any bracket. So if you want to double check that, you can just print the value of sequence seq. Okay, so in the output it will come with rounded brackets. So now you can understand inside the memory it is actually stored as a tuple. Accessing elements in a tuple. This is going to be really easy for you because we have done the same thing for string and for list. So indexing is used to access element in a tuple. Index ranges from 0 to n-1. Okay, so we know this because the first element is going to get index 0, second element inside the tuple will get index 1, and the last element inside the tuple will always have n-1, provided that n is the length of the elements inside tuple. Now tuple 0 represents the first element in the tuple because 0 is the position given for the first element, and tuple n-1 represents the last element of the tuple. You can also have negative indexes, same like string and list. Negative index starts from -1 to -n. So the last element will have index value -1. The value before that will have index -2, -3. It goes all the way up till, and the first element will have index value -n if you're going to work with negative index. And here you can see tuple -1 represents the last element of the tuple, and tuple -n represents the first element of the tuple. So when we take example program, we will clearly understand the concept of index, and using index how we can access individual elements inside a tuple. This is going to be our first program to demonstrate tuple indexing. So here I've created a variable tuple1 which stores this tuple inside it. So let us see how many elements are there in this tuple. And if I write the index value over here, the first element 34 will have index 0, the second element 5.6 will have index 1, and the third element, which is a string called lenslearn, will have index value as 2. If you want to access individual elements inside tuple, you have to use the name of the tuple variable, and inside square bracket you have to give the index. So whether you are working with a string or a list or a tuple, when you want to work on the index value, always remember you have to give the square bracket. Okay, because index value works with square bracket only. Now with the first print statement, I am trying to print the value inside tuple1 at index position 0. So you can see at index position 0, the value I have is 34. So this print statement will print value 34. The second print statement will try to print the value available at position 1. So that is 5.6. So that will be printed out. The third print statement is trying to print the value available at index position 2. So that is this complete string. So here the output is going to be the string that you have stored over there. Now after that I'll print some stars. Now in the next two print statement I'm going to use negative indexes. So with negative indexes, always remember the last element is going to be -1. The element before that is -2, and the element before that is going to be -3. So these are the negative indexes for this tuple. Now in this fifth print statement, I'm trying to print the value available in tuple1 at index position -1. So here you can see -1 points to the string lenslearn. So here again the output will come as lenslearn, and the last print statement will try to take the value available at index -2. -2 points to 5.6, so the output is going to be 5.6. Of course, you don't require all this explanation because I know that if you understand string and list properly, this is the same repetition, right? It's working the same way. So now let me run this program for you. Now program is ready. I'll just run it. Now you can see the result matches exactly our discussion. So the first three print statements are taking value based on positive indexes. You can see the result is coming here. And after that, I'm printing some star just to separate the output. So that is printed over here. Last two print statement, print value based on negative indexes. You can see it is working on the same tuple and same result is coming out. So now let us continue. There is one fundamental difference between tuple and list. List is mutable, which means you can change it, but tuple is immutable. Once you create it, which means once you store value into a tuple, after that, you cannot change individual values inside a tuple. It is not allowed. So now let us see, contents of a tuple cannot be changed after its creation. Okay, so here you can see the example. I'm going to create a new tuple called tuple1 with these values inside it, 23, 45.78 and high. And after that, inside my program, if I give this line, it will give error. So what happens here? I'm trying to change the value available at index position 2. So this 23 is available at index 1, 45.78 is available at index 1, and high is available at index 2. So in this statement, I'm trying to put a new value hello into this position of high. So I am trying to delete this high and write there hello. This operation will give an error because tuple is immutable. You cannot change a tuple after you have created it. So this will display the following error message. So the error that is shown is type error. It will show tuple object does not support item assignment. This we have already seen in the first chapter. But there is an exception. That is why I told you in the first place, list is mutable, tuple is immutable. Now we will take a special condition where inside our tuple we have a list. So now in that case, that list can be changed. Okay, but tuple cannot be changed. Now let us see with an example. So if an element inside tuple is of mutable data type, example a list, it can be changed without any error. When you see this example, you'll understand. I have created a new tuple, tuple1. Now inside here I have some integer elements, and the last element inside the tuple, you can see it is a list. And I told you before, list is mutable. So now let me put the index value. So the first element 1 is available at index 0, second element is available at index 1, the third element is available at index 2, fourth element at index 3. Now you see, as for this tuple 1, this entire list is actually available at the fourth index position. Now you see, inside this fourth index position, I have a list. Now list will also create another index value for storing individual elements inside it. So the first element 10 will have index value 0, and the second element 20 will have index value 1 inside this sublist. So now if you want to access this value 10, then you have to write like this. Tuple 1 at index value 4. So now I am referring to this list. You can see index value 4. Now inside index value 4, I want to access index value 0. So inside 4 at index 0, now I am accessing value 10. And after that, if you want to store a new value into this position, I can do that. I can put 50 over there. So now this 10 will be deleted and 50 will be accepted in this place. Why? Because we were not changing the tuple. We were trying to change a list which was inside the tuple, right? So changing the value of list is allowed. So in this case, you will not get any error. Now if you want to change the next element 20 to 50, you can give this index value, okay? 4 and 1. So now we are referring to 4 and index value 1. So now we are going to change this 20 to 50. So this 20 also will be changed to 50 without any problem. So here the output, you can see the last element is changed to 50. Now let us go to our programming environment and create a small tuple and try to change its value, and let's see how it works. Now I'm just going to type my program in the shell itself, okay, because it's not a full-fledged program. I just wanted to understand some concept, that's it. So I have created a new tuple called tuple1 with its values 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. Now let me try to change this 3 to 10. Okay, now for that I will give tuple1. Now I have to provide the index where the value 3 is available. The second element 3 will have index value 1, so I will give index 1, and to this position I want to store the new value 10, and when I press enter you can see I got error. It says tuple object does not support item assignment. So this is why I told you you cannot change the value inside an existing tuple. So now I just want to print the ID of tuple1. So now we can see this is the representation of memory location where tuple1 is storing value 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6. So now I am going to create again a tuple1, okay, with different value 5, 7, 2, maybe 20. So now when I press enter, what is going to happen? I told you many times tuple is immutable, right? And we tried to change the value of a tuple and we got an error. So right now I'm trying to change the entire tuple with new values. So what is going to happen? So now when I press enter, you see I didn't get any error. Now you will have a confusion. Then how we can say tuple is immutable? You can see earlier I have tuple1 with these values, and now you can see I have just changed the values assigned in tuple1. But you should understand this tuple1 and this tuple1 are completely different. Even though they have the same name in memory, they are two different things. That is why Python says tuple is immutable. I actually created a new memory location, and in there I store 5, 7 to 20 as a new tuple. It is not like rewriting the old tuple, it is a complete new tuple, and the name of this tuple happened to be same as the tuple before. So now to make it clear to you, I will print the memory location that is given to tuple1 now. Now you see the ID value has completely changed. So that is why we say tuple is immutable. So with this we'll wind up this video. See you in the next session. In this session we will be discussing about different operations that you can do with tuple in Python. Now the operations allowed in tuple, you can see the first type of operation is concatenation, then repetition, membership operation and slicing. So this is why I repeatedly tell you all these operations we have studied with list and string. So we are just going to repeat it. The only difference is that right now we will be working with tuples. Now with concatenation operation, you can join two tuples together by using the plus operator. It is also used for extending an existing tuple. Okay, so in this way you can extend or you can add more values to the tuple. Now under repetition operator, you can repeat the tuple element as many number of times by using the star operator. Now with the membership operation, you can check if an element is available inside the tuple or not by using either the in operator or not in operator. And finally the slicing operation, I told you this is cut. Now using the slicing operation, you can cut a tuple into smaller pieces and you can extract the exact portion of the tuple that you want to work on. So now let us see the examples for each one of them. So the first program will demonstrate how concatenation operation works with tuple. So in the first two statements, I have created two tuples, tuple1 and tuple2, with these values inside it. Now in the third statement, I am trying to create a new tuple, tuple3, by concatenating or joining the elements of tuple1 and tuple2. So tuple3 will have all the elements in tuple1, 1, 2, 3, 7.5 lengths, comma, then all the elements in tuple2, 6, 7, 8, 9 and learn. So after that, when you print tuple3, you will see the entire content of tuple1, comma, tuple2 will be printed out. When we run the program, we'll see that. Now in the next statement, I want to add a new element to the end of an existing tuple. So here you can see to the elements of tuple1, finally I am concatenating with a single element tuple. I already discussed with you, if you want to make this as a single element tuple, after the element you have to give a comma. So don't forget that. So if you don't give a comma, this 100 will be taken just as an integer. Then we will not get the intended result. So now the content of tuple 1 is 1, 2, 3, 7.5 and length. And after length, value 100 will be added by this statement and it will be stored into tuple 1 itself. So after that, when you print tuple 1, you will get the result as 1, 2, 3, 7.5 length and after that 100. Now you can also concatenate multiple elements to a tuple. In the next statement you have an example for that. So here you can see to the elements of tuple 1 you are just joining 30, 40 and 50 to it, okay, as a new tuple. So now the content of tuple 1 will be 1, 2, 3, 7.5 length and 100 is already there because we have added it, and after 100, 30, 40 and 50 will be added. And in the final statement, when you print the value of tuple 1, you will see the content of tuple 1 just like this. Okay, so now let us run the program. So now our program is ready. Let me save it and execute it. So here you can see the first print statement is printing tuple 3, where we have combined tuple 1 and tuple 2 to produce tuple 3, right? So now when you print tuple 3, you can see it has the content of tuple 1 and tuple 2 inside of it. Now in the next statement, I'm adding 100 to existing tuple 1. And after that, when I print tuple 1, you can see now tuple 1 has all the elements inside it plus 100. And finally, I am adding 30, 40 and 50 to tuple 1. So now tuple 1's values are extended. You can see it goes to length and up till 100. And after that, 30, 40, 50 are added to it. Okay, so now let us continue. This program is used to demonstrate the repetition operation with tuple. I have created a tuple with variable tuple 1 and with these values. There are two strings inside it, length and learn. And after that, in the next statement, I am creating tuple 2 by repeating the value of tuple 1 3 times by using this star operator. So now when you print tuple 2, inside of tuple 2, you will have length, learn, and after that again, length, learn. After that again, length, learn will come. So which means the value of tuple 1 is repeated 3 times and stored into tuple 2, so that when you print tuple 2 you will get this result. So now let us run this. So now let me execute it. You can see the result. Length, learn is coming 3 times. If you want to repeat this 5 times, you just have to change this 3 to 5, save and execute. You can see now it will repeat 5 times. So now let us continue. Now in this program, we will study how to work with membership operation on a tuple. So here also we have tuple 1 with these 2 words inside it, length and learn. Now in the first print statement, I am trying to print true or false based on this operator in. So in will check whether value learn is available inside this tuple length learn. So here you can see this is positive, right? This word learn is available inside tuple 1, in which case this entire thing will evaluate to true and print will output that value to the screen. Now the next print statement, it is checking whether string high is available in tuple 1. You can see high is not available. So in this case, I will get the result as false. Now the fourth print statement, we are going to work with not in operator. So if you understand the in operator, you just reverse the logic, you will get not in operator. So first I'm going to check whether string learn is not in tuple 1, right? But you can see it is there. So in which case not in will return false because learn is actually available inside tuple 1. In the last print statement, it is checking whether the string high is not available in tuple 1. So you can see this is true. High is not available inside tuple 1. So this print statement will print the result as true. So now let us run this. So now our program is ready. So let me execute it. Now our program matches our discussion, right? The in operator, first it identifies learn is inside this tuple. So it is returning true. And in this print statement, you can see not in was actually trying to find out whether learn is not available inside tuple 1, but it actually found it there. So not in will produce the result as false. So now let us continue. Now with this program and with the next program, we will be studying about slicing operator. We already studied slicing operator with string and with list. So if you understand that concept very well, thus we can finish it in no time. So before we start, let me write the index values for this tuple. If you try to find the length of tuple 1, so if you give the function len with tuple 1 as the argument, it is going to find the length of this tuple with value 7. So now let us see how the slicing operator creates the output based on this print statement. So the first print statement, it will cut tuple 1 with index value 1 to 7. It will start cutting at index value 1, but the higher index, it will stop cutting one value before what you have written here. So if you write 7, it will actually cut from 1 to 6, not to 7. Of course, we had the same discussion when we study string and list. Okay, so it will cut it over here, that is with index 6. So the output is going to be 7, 8.9, G, 67, 21.4, and lens. Okay, so that will be the output of this slicing operation. Now we go to the next print statement. Now here, I want to start cutting at 0. So it will start at the very beginning, and then it should stop until the length of tuple 1. So you can see the length of tuple 1 is 7. So you can go from 0 to 6. So which means that is this entire tuple. So this print statement will print full tuple as the output. Now the third print statement, I am trying to cut tuple with index value 6 in the beginning and 2 after that. See, this is kind of an illegal entry, okay, because I'm trying to start cutting at 6 and go up till 12 with positive values is not allowed. So here you can see if the first index is bigger than the second index, then the output is going to be an empty tuple. So this is what you get for this print statement. Now with the fourth print statement, you can see inside the slicing operator, the first value is missing and the second value I have given as 5. So if the first value is missing, it is assumed as 0. So this is equal to 0 colon 5. In this case, I will start cutting at 0 and I will go up till one value before 5. So I will stop it at 4. So the output of this print statement will be 5, 7, 8.9, G, and 67. And the last print statement, here you can see I have given the first value, but the last value is missing. Now in this case, last value will be taken as the end of the string. So now we will start cutting at index 3, and from there it will go to the end of the string. So the output of this print statement will be G, 67, 21.4, and string lens. So now let us run this. So now let me execute it. You can see the output exactly matches our discussion, right? So here you can see when you give the first index value bigger than the second index value, the middle print statement at line number 7, you can see the output is coming as a blank tuple. The rest of the output I already discussed. So now let us go to the next program. Now in this program also we are continuing our study with slicing operator. Now before we start with the program, let me write all the positive indexes on the top and negative indexes below the tuple. So now let us start. Now the first print statement, you can see actually the slicing operator can take 3 values inside of it. But if you don't provide the last value, it is assumed as 1. But here I have changed the value to 2. So let us see what happens. Now I am slicing tuple 1 starting at index 0. So it will cut at index 0 and it should go up till length of tuple 1. So if you find the length of tuple 1, it is going to be 7. So now it will cut up till 6. So basically it takes the entire tuple, and now you see we have a step size of 2, which means when you slice this tuple, I don't want all the elements inside it. I will start from the first element, so 5 will be printed, okay, and after that it will add 2 to the index value of 5. So 0 plus 2. Now I will come to the value which is stored at index value 2. So after 5, 8.9 will be printed. Then I will add again 2 to the existing index value 2. So I will jump to 4. And now I will print value 67. After that, from 4 I will jump to 6 and I will print the value lens. So that is going to be the output of the first print statement. Now we will discuss about the second print statement. Now here I want to slice tuple 1 by using negative indexes. So negative index also works the same way. So first it will find out where I have to start cutting. So -6, it will cut over here and it will go up till one value before -3. So here you can see this is -3. So one value before, at -4 I will stop cutting. Okay, so the output of this print statement is going to be 7, 8.9 and G. Slicing operation should be familiar to you. I didn't provide any start value, I didn't provide any stop value, and the step value is given as -1. So this trick we have used to reverse a list and a string, and it works with tuple also. Now the output is going to be the reversed version of tuple 1. So the first value, if I don't provide anything over there, will be taken as 0, and the second value will be taken as the length of the tuple, which is 7 in this case. So now the slicing operation will start at 0 and it will go up till 6. So we are taking the entire tuple, and now using the step size of -1, I will traverse the tuple in reverse order and I will print it. So the output is going to be lens. Last element will come as the first element, then 21.467 G. It will go all the way, and the last element is going to be 5 because that was the first element inside tuple 1. So now let us run the program. So our program is ready, so let me run it. So here you can see the result is coming exactly as we have discussed in our explanation, right? Now with negative indexes, when we use -6 and -3, you can see the slicing operation starts at -6 and it goes all the way up till -4, one value before the stop value that you have given over here. And tuple with ::-1 will reverse the tuple, and here you can see the result. Okay, it starts with lens, it print all the values in reverse order until the last element 5. So with this, we'll wind up this video. In the next session, we'll be studying about built-in functions for tuple. Bye. In this session, we will study about different built-in functions which can be used to handle tuple inside your Python program. So now let us start. We will initially see this program where we will demonstrate some of the built-in functions defined in Python for handling tuples. So initially, I have created a tuple. The name of the variable is tuple1 with some integer values as shown here. And the first print statement, I'm calling the built-in function len to find out how many elements are there in tuple 1. So now if you count, you can see there are 6 elements inside this tuple. So this print statement is going to print 6 as the result. The second print statement, I have just called a built-in function called tuple without any value given as argument. In this case, this will return an empty tuple, right? So it will create a tuple without any value inside it. Now the third print statement, we are calling the same built-in function tuple, but at this point of time, I am giving some argument value inside it, right? So here you can see I have given a string inside built-in function tuple. So this built-in function tuple will create a tuple with each character inside this string as separate element inside the tuple. So the tuple will look like this. The first element will be A, then a comma will be there. The second element will be E. The third element will be I, right? It will go like that. So this will be the resulting tuple. Now in the fourth print statement, you can see again I'm calling the inbuilt function tuple, but this time the argument is a list. You can see the square bracket, right? It's a list with 4 value inside it. So what this function will do, it will convert this list into a tuple. So the result will be 11, 12, 13 and 14. So in this way, you can convert a list to a tuple by using the inbuilt function called tuple. Now in the next print statement, we are trying to create a tuple by using the range function. Now when we call range function with argument 5, the result is going to be 0, 1, 2, 3 up till 4. These are the values that is generated by this range function. Now over on top of this value, a tuple will be created by this function. So the output is going to be a tuple with values 0, 1, 2, 3 and 4. So that will be printed out. And in the last print statement, I'm calling the inbuilt function count on variable tuple1 to find out how many times the value 20 is appearing inside this tuple. So you can see in tuple 1, value 20 is appearing 2 times. The last print statement will print the result as 2. So now let me run it. So now you can see the result. The first built-in function len will identify total number of elements inside tuple 1. So here you can see we have 6 elements, and that is why the print statement prints the result as 6. In the next statement, you can see I'm calling built-in function tuple with no arguments inside it. A blank tuple will be created. So you can see here without any value, a blank tuple is printed out. Now in the 7th statement, I'm calling the tuple function to create a tuple with this string. Okay, so the string is AEIOU. So based on this string value, a tuple will be created, and you can see the output over here. Now in the next statement, I'm calling the tuple function to create a tuple, but this time the input is a list. So based on the values in this list, a new tuple will be created and it will be printed over here. Now in the next statement, you can see using the range operator, I will be generating some values over here. So it will be from 0 to 4, and on top of that value, you have to create a tuple, right? So this tuple function will do that, and then you will get this tuple as the result. And in the last print statement, you can see the count built-in function will count how many times 20 is coming inside tuple 1. So here you can see 20 is coming 2 times. So the result is 2. So now let us continue. Now in the first print statement, I'm calling built-in function called index with the tuple 1, and this function index will return the index value of 18, which is stored inside tuple 1. So here you can see we have the value 18 over here, and the index value for 18 is 4. So this print statement will print the result as 4. Why? Because value 18 is stored inside tuple 1 at index value 4. In the next statement, you can see I'm trying to sort the value inside a tuple. So for that, you can use the inbuilt function called sorted, and you have to give the tuple which you have to sort as the parameter to it. So now this sorted function will sort the content of tuple 1. So once you sort it, you can understand the first value will be 2, the second value will be 10, and after that you will have 18, 23, then 57, 78, and finally 100, right? So this will be the result. But there is a small twist to it. Output of this sort function will not be a tuple. It is actually a list, right? So even though you give this tuple as the input for sorted function, the output that you get is a list with a square bracket. And you also should know that the value of tuple 1 will not be changed. It will just create a sorted list. The value of new sorted list will be loaded into list 1. After that, if I try to print the value of tuple 1, you will see the same value that you see over here, right? Because value of tuple 1 didn't change. And after that, you can print the value of list 1. You will see this as the output, okay? The sorted values. So please remember that when you call this function sorted over a tuple, the result will be a list. If you want the result as a tuple itself, you can use the typecast function. So when I run the program, I will show you how to do that. Now after that, I have 3 more print statements. Here we are using built-in function, which is really easy for you. Men will identify the lowest values inside tuple 1. Right, so the result is going to be 2. Max will store the highest value stored inside tuple 1. So here you can see the answer is going to be 100. So that will be printed out. And the last print statement will add all the elements inside tuple 1. Okay, and the result, whatever it is, for example, X, that will be printed out. So now let us run this. So now our program is ready, so let me run it so you can see the result. So first you can see the built-in function index will identify What is the index value for value 18 stored inside tuple? So you can see 18 is coming at index value 4, and that is printed out over here. Next, I'm calling sorted function over tuple 1. So the values inside tuple 1 will be sorted and the resulting list will be stored into list 1. After that, I am printing the content of tuple 1. You can see tuple 1 remains the same. It starts with 57, goes until 100, right? So the value inside tuple 1 is not changed by using the function sorted. So sorted function will just sort the values and store the result into a new list, which is called list 1. The next print statement, I am printing list 1. You can see the content of list 1 is sorted. And how do you understand this is a list? You see, this is square bracket, right? So what you have here is a list, and what you have above is actually the tuple. And after that, I am trying to print min, max, and sum of tuple 1. You can see the result is 200 and 288. When I explain this program, I have told you that if you want to sort a tuple and store the sorted result as a tuple itself, we can actually do it. Now for that, you have to do something in this statement. Okay, so this is where you are sorting it. Once this sorted function creates a list of sorted elements, you can use the typecasting function called tuple and put this entire thing inside it. So now what happens in this statement, sorted will take all the values from tuple 1, it will sort, it will create a list. Now this tuple typecasting function will convert that list back to a tuple again, and it will be stored into variable list 1. List 1 is just a name, you don't have to change it. So after this, when you print list 1 will also have rounded bracket, which means now it is a tuple. So now let me just save it and run it. You can see the result. Now tuple 1 is a tuple, and after you sort, you again create a tuple. Now let us go back to our slides. Now with this program, we will learn some new technique how to assign values using tuple variables. So tuple can be used to pack and unpack values together. Okay, so we will understand that when we reach here. Now we will start. In the first statement, you can see I am assigning two variables n1 and n2 with initial value 10 and 20. So you can do this in one single statement. So value 10 will be copied into n1 and value 20 will be copied to n2. And after that, if you print the value of n1 and n2, the result will come as 10 and 20. Now in the next example, you can see this is where you can pack a set of values into a tuple, and later you can unpack this tuple into individual variables. Right, so let us see how that is done. Now here you see, if you want to store the name, roll number and subject of a student together, you can store this value as a tuple into a variable record. So this record now has three values inside it, Psi, 45 and CS. Later in your program, if you want to separate them into individual variables, this is why I told you you can pack and later you can unpack it. So if you want to unpack this tuple into individual variables, you can do like this. You just have to write three variable names, name, role and subject. Then you have to just put an equal to, you have to assign this to a tuple called record. So now what will happen? The first value inside record will be stored into name. So Psi will be stored into name, 45 will be stored into role, CS will be stored into subject, and now you can use these variables individually to process Psi, 45 and CS with whatever logic that you want. So you can see in the next line, I'm just printing name, role and subject. In the output, it will come as Psi, and then you will have a space, after that 45, then you will have a space, and after that it will be printed as CS. When you unpack your tuple, you have to be very careful. The number of variables that you give on the left side should exactly match the number of records inside a tuple. So if you write like this, name, comma, role is equal to record, this will give an error. Why? Because inside record you have three values, right? You have Psi, you have 45 and you have CS, and to collect these values there are only two variables over here, so this doesn't match. So that is why Python will give error. So when you want to unpack a particular tuple, you have to make sure that on the left side of the assignment, that is equal to, you have to give equal number of variable names separated by comma. In the next example, you can see you can also provide expressions inside a tuple. So first the mathematical expression will be evaluated, and then the answers will be loaded into the corresponding variables on the left side of the assignment. So here you can see you have n1 and n2, and on the right side I have 10 plus 20 comma 40 plus 50. So here first this mathematical expression will be evaluated, and the result 30 will come over here. After that this expression will be evaluated, value 90 will be coming over here, and after that value 30 will be stored into n1 and value 90 will be stored into n2, and after that when you print the value of n1 and n2, the result will come as 30 and 90. So now let us run this. So now we have the program ready, so let me run it. So here you can see the first print statement. It is printing value of n1 as 10 and n2 as 20. You can see that's the first line printed out. Now in the second print statement, you can see I am unpacking the values inside record tuple, and each value is loaded into name, role and subject respectively, and after that when I print name, role and subject, you can see the result is coming as Sai, 45 and CS. Now in the last example, I am adding 10 plus 20, 30 will be stored into n1, 40 plus 50, 90 will be stored into n2. After that when you print n1 and n2, you can see the result 30 and 90. Now just to show you, I am going to remove one variable name from here. So now you see we are expecting an error. So what is the problem here? The record tuple has 3 elements inside it, and once you unpack it on the left side, there are only 2 variables to receive that value. And so the number of variables and the value in statement 6 doesn't match. Okay, so now let me save it and run it. You can see you got an error. So what it says, too many values to unpack. So LHS should have same number of variables. LHS is left hand side. So for this assignment, left side you should have equal number of variables to handle all the values on the right side. So you should give one more value here, name, to put a comma. Okay, and now if I save it and execute it, it will work properly. So now let us continue. Now with the help of this program, we are trying to learn the concept of nested tuple. So what I mean by nested tuple is that we have tuples inside another tuple. Here in this program, we are storing the roll number, the name and total mark for each student. So here you can see I am storing a record of 4 students for Geeta, Ram, John and Samir. So the first number 20 is the roll number. After that you have the student name, and after that 95 is the total mark that Geeta has scored. So similarly we have 21 Ram 87, 22 John 94, something like that. So our aim in this program is to print the value stored inside this tuple called student tuple. That is why I have named it as ST. So the output of the program should come like this. Okay, so I should have roll number, then name, then mark, and under this you should print like 20 Geeta 95, then 21 Ram 87, 22 John 94 and 23 Samir 75. This is the output that we want this program to give us. So let us see how that is done. So now let me write the index values for elements inside student tuple. As far as student tuple is concerned, this entire subtuple is the first element. 21 Ram 87 is the second element. It goes like that. So for this entire subtuple, the index value is 0, and for Ram is stored in index value 1. For John, the record is stored in index value 2, and for Samir is stored in index value 3. Now if you come into the element at index value 0, you again see a tuple inside it, and it has 3 elements. So we have the concept of subindex. Okay, so 20 is available at subindex 0, Geeta is available at 1, 95 is available at 2. So similarly, I will write the index value of the other 3 people. So now before we start, one last thing. If I want to access this value 87, how can I do that? I have to write st, that is the name of the variable. Then I have to write the first index value. You see, the value 87 is coming at index value 1 inside student tuple. So the first level of index for accessing 87 is going to be 1. And now inside that subtuple, 87 is available at position 2. So the next level of index, you have to give position 2. Now if you print the value of this, the output will be 87. So with this index value pair, now we can access any element inside this subtuple. So we will be using that to print this result. Okay, so now let us start. Now the first print statement is going to print a roll number. So here you can see roll number will be printed. After that, I have written a /t. This is a special character combination for printing a tab space. When you press the tab key on your keyboard, you can understand it will move 8 spaces to the right. So now when you see a tab space, 8 spaces will be left out. After that, name will be printed. So name is printed to the output. Again, you have a /t, so space will be printed. And after that, I will print mark. So this first line is completely done. Now using this for loop, I'm going to print roll number, name and mark accordingly. So now let us see how it is done. I have used a range operator here to work with 0 to length of student tuple. Okay, now what is the length of student tuple here? It has 4 elements. This entire thing is treated as one element. Okay, so you have 4 student record inside st. So length of student tuple is 4. So this is 0, 4. So range operator will produce value 0, 1, 2 up till 3. So now the first value 0 will be loaded into I. So now I have the print statement which actually prints each student record one at a time. Okay, so my first aim is to print the record of Geeta. So now let us see how it is done. So right now you should know the value of I is 0 because 0 is loaded into I. So now let us see this. Print st of the value of I is 0. Okay, so 0, 0. So now what is 0, 0? 0, 0. So that is 20. Okay, so value 20 will be printed. After that, I have /t, so space will be given. Now I am trying to print st, value of I is 0, and after that I have 1. Now what is 0, 1? 0, 1 is Geeta. So now Geeta will be printed. After that I have /t, again 8 space will be printed. Now I am trying to print st, value of I is 0, subindex 2. Now the value available inside student tuple at position 0, 2, you can see at 0, 2, we have 95. So now 95 will be printed. Once the print statement is done, the control will come back to 4. Now the next value 1 will be loaded into I. So right now the value of I will be 1. So I will just change this. So now we will be printing st1 of 0, st1 of 1 and st1 of 2. So now we can see 1 of 0 is 21, 1 of 1 is Ram and 1 of 2 is 87. Right, so in the next line it will print 21, Ram and 87. Now again the control will come back to 4, 2 will be loaded. This time we will be printing 20, value available at 21 and value available at 22. So now 22 John 94 will be printed, then for loop will work for the last value 3 and then 23 Samir and 75 will be printed. So now let us run this. Okay, so now let me run it. The first print statement will print roll number, name and mark. Okay, so you can see roll number, name and mark, and after that all 4 student records are printed by this print statement inside for loop, right? So for loop will work 4 times from 0 to 3 and it will print out each student record one at a time. So now let us continue. In this session, we will introduce the concept of dictionaries in Python. Now, a dictionary in Python is actually a mapping between a set of keys to a set of values. Now, it consists of key-value pair. So you can see each data entered into dictionary should be of this form. You should have a key, then you should have colon, and after that, you should have the value which is stored for this key. So this pair of key and value is called as an item inside dictionary. When you create a dictionary, you should always make sure that the key value that you enter into the dictionary should be unique, which means the same key value you should not repeat in another place. And the key value that you use should be of immutable data type, like a number, a string, or a tuple. So now you understand all data types are immutable data type except 2 different things, right? Except list and dictionary, which we are learning now. So this point essentially means that a key value should not be either a list or another dictionary. Now the item in the dictionary are not ordered, which means you store a student record as the first record, but when you print it back from the dictionary, maybe that student will be printed as the second student or as the third student. So dictionary doesn't preserve the order in which you make the entries into it. Now the items in the dictionary, items means a key value pair in the dictionary, are separated by comma and are enclosed by curly brackets. So now we have a sample dictionary. The name of the dictionary variable is called dict1, and on the right side you can see I have created a dictionary. Now how do you understand it's a dictionary? You can see it starts and ends with a curly bracket, and now the data that you enter into dictionary 1 are in pairs. You can see this is Sam and 95 together. So this is called as an item, and the first value before the colon is called as key, and the second data item after the colon is called as value. Okay, so that is why we have studied you have to enter an item into dictionary as key followed by colon, then value. So in this dictionary you have 3 items. So the first item belongs to Sam, second item belongs to Sita, and the third item belongs to Said. So now let us continue. So if you want to create an empty dictionary, there are 2 different ways. The first method is this. You can write the variable name dict1. After that, you just have to give a blank and empty dictionary inside 2 curly brackets. Alright, so this will create a blank dictionary or an empty dictionary called dict1. You can also create an empty dictionary by the second method. Okay, so we have the variable dict2. Now I'm creating a blank dictionary using built-in function. Okay, so the name of the function is dict. And after that, as it is a function, always will use a round bracket. Now in the third statement, we are creating a dictionary with some values inside it. Okay, so this we have already seen in the previous slide. So we have created a new dictionary called dict3, and it has 3 items inside it. The first item belongs to Sam, second item is Sita, the third item is Said. And if you check the third item, Said is actually the key and 92 is the value associated with this key. So now let us continue. Now here we are going to study how you can access items inside a dictionary. Now when we study string, list and tuple, you remember you can access individual elements inside those sequence by using the index numbers. Alright, so if you want to access the first element in list 1, you can write list 1 and inside square bracket you can give 0. So this will pick the value available at index value 0 and give it to you for processing. Here in dictionary, we don't have the concept of index values. We access the value by using the key, which is the first element in an item. Okay, so now let us see how it is done. Keys are used to access items in a dictionary rather than their relative position or index. So you should understand, with dictionary we don't have the concept of index value. Each key is actually seen as the index that maps to a value. So if you want to represent this dictionary in another way, just to make you understand, okay, so this is just an example, you can consider it like this: 97, 95 and 90, and you can see the value Sam, Sita and Said are the key value with which you can access this 97, 95 and 90. So if you want to learn this dictionary with a similar concept of a tuple or a list, and you assume that this key value like the index value, you should understand this is completely hypothetical. I am using this as an example to make you understand this thing very clearly, right? So just consider this key value like your index, and using this key value Sam, you can access 97. Using this key value Sita, you can access 95. Using this key value Said, you can access value 90 stored inside it. Conceptually, you understand the index value of dict1 are the key values. So now if you want to access this value 95, how you can do that? So here you have to give dict1 inside square bracket. Don't use curly bracket here. So you already know that a list works with square bracket, a tuple works with round bracket, a dictionary works with curly bracket. Whether it is a list, whether it is tuple, or whether it's a dictionary, if you are trying to access individual elements from it, you have to work with either index value or the key. In that case, always you have to use the square bracket, whether you are working with list, tuple or dictionary. For example, if this is list 1, tuple 1 and dict 1, if you want to access the first element in list 1, you have to give list 1 in square bracket index value 0. If you want to access the first element in tuple 1, you have to give tuple 1 in square bracket index 0. You see, even though tuple actually uses a rounded bracket, when you work on index value, always you have to give square bracket. Now if you are working on dictionary 1, and if you want to access the first element, you don't write 0 over here. So that is what I told you, dictionary doesn't have the concept of index value. You have to write the key in here for the first value stored inside dictionary. So assume that if the first value is Sam colon 97, then you have to write Sam inside square bracket. So here also we have the concept of square bracket for accessing elements inside dictionary, and this will return value 97 because that is the value attached to Sam. So now if you want to access this 95, you have to give dict1 in square bracket, you have to write the key Sita, and as this is a string, you have to write it inside single quotes. Okay, so don't forget that. So this will return the value stored for this key Sita. So 95 will be printed out. Now if you try to access dict1 by using John, and you can see there is no key inside dict1 with this value John. So in that case you will get an error saying key error John, because we tried to identify the key called John inside dict1 and we could not find it. So that is why we are getting this error. Alright, so now let us continue. Now in this program we will study how you can access and how you can change the value inside a dictionary. Now we already studied there are only two data types which are mutable, which means you can change after you have created it. One is list, which we have studied in the previous chapter. The other one is dictionary. So in here, in this program, we will try to show the content of dictionary can be changed after its creation. So let us see how we can do that. In the first statement, you can see I am creating a new dictionary called dict1 with the values given on the right side, Sam, Sita and Samir with their respective marks. Now, if you want to add a new key value pair, which means a new item to dictionary, you can do that. Now the next statement, I am going to add a new key John with value 88. So if you write dict1 inside square bracket, you give a new key value called John. You can see John is not there inside the dictionary. So now you are trying to insert John colon 88. So when this statement executes, now what happens in the dictionary? It will put a comma. It will add a fourth item with John as key and 88 as its value. And then here the dictionary will stop. After that, when I print dict1, you can see dict1 now has 4 items inside it: Sam, Sita, Samir and John with their respective marks. So this is how you can include a new item into an existing dictionary. Now sometimes you might have to change only a value inside dictionary. You don't have to add a new item. In that case, what we can do? Right now Sita is having marks 95. I want to change it to 96.5. So how can I do that? So it's very easy. You just have to write dict1 with key Sita and you put equal to and give the new value that you want to store for this key. So now as dictionary is mutable, dictionary doesn't have any problem changing the data. It will remove 95 for Sita and it will write 96.5 in that place. After that, when you print dict1 again, you can see Sam 97, Sita 96.5, Samir 90 and John 88 will be printed out. So now let me run this. So now the program is ready. I'll just run it. You can see the first print statement. I am printing it over here. I have added new item John colon 88 into dict1, and after that when I print dict1, you can see now the first print statement is printing and you can see that as last element John 88 is entered into the dictionary. I am trying to change the value stored for key Sita. Right now you can see the value for Sita is 95. I want to change it to 96.5. So this statement will do that. When I print dict1, you can see now the value for Sita is changed to 96.5. So now let us continue. Now in this program, we will learn how to work with membership operation with dictionary with in and not in. We already have studied in and not in with tuple and with list, so this is going to be the same thing. First statement of the program, I have created a dictionary called dict1 with the same set of values. Okay, Sam, Sita and Said with their marks. Inside the first print statement, you can see I have given the key value Sam and I am checking whether this key Sam is available in dict1. You can see Sam is available. So this will print the result as true. Now the next print statement, I'm trying to see whether key value John is available in dict1. You can see if I go through the entire dictionary, you can see there is no John present inside this dictionary. So the in membership function will return false. Now, as I have told you before, in and not in works on the reverse logic, right? So wherever you get true in, it is going to be false for not in. Okay, so now in the third print statement, I am checking whether Sam is not inside dictionary 1. But you can see Sam is actually there. So this will return false. The last print statement is checking whether John is not in dictionary 1, which is true, because if you check dictionary 1, you will not find John. So this will return true. So now let us run this. So now let me execute it. You can see here the first print statement is returning true because Sam is there inside the dictionary. The second print statement is returning false because John could not be found inside dictionary. Now after that, I have printed some stars just to separate the output of in and not in. After that, I am checking whether Sam is not in dictionary, but it is actually there. So this will return false. And next I am checking whether John is not in dictionary. That is true because John is actually not in dictionaries. So now let us continue. In this program, we will study how to traverse a dictionary or how to read one item after another from an existing dictionary. So this program will demonstrate dictionary traversal using for loop. And actually in this program, we have used two different methods to traverse the same dictionary. So in the output you will see the element of dictionary printed twice. So first I have created my dictionary called dict1. You can give any name over here, it is just a variable name. And after that I have created my dictionary with 3 student records inside it. So in the first method for loop, we can see the control variable is the key, and the value of this key should be taken from dict1. And after that I will be printing key followed by colon, and after that I will print the value available at this key. So now let me write the variables that I am going to use. I will write key, and I will also write dict1, and in bracket what you should have here is the value of the key. So now when I get the value I will write it over here. So now we can see in dict1 I have 3 student record. So the for loop will select the first item, which is Sam97, and it will load the key. You can see here the key is Sam, okay, and 97 is the value. So now the key will be loaded into this control variable key. So right now the value of key is Sam, okay, and here I have my output. So now I will print key. So Sam will be printed onto the output, and after that I will print a colon. So colon will be printed, and after that I will try to print dict1 of key. So dict1, so what is the value of key now? Sam. So dict1 of key is dict1 of Sam. So now what is dict1 of Sam? That is this value, right? So now 97 will be printed. So now you see I have just printed the first item to the output. Now for loop will proceed to the next key value in the dictionary, and Sita will be loaded into key. So right now the value of key is Sita, and inside the for loop I will print the value of key, okay. So now Sita will be printed with a colon, then dict1 of Sita. So right now it is not Sam. Inside the square bracket I have Sita. Now what is dict1 of Sita? That is the value associated with key Sita. So 95. So now 95 will be printed. Now again the last time the for loop will take the last key element, Saith, and load it into key. Okay. So now in the output Saith will be printed, colon, 90, and the for loop will stop. So this is the first method. So now we will see the second method. Now here you can see in this for loop there are 2 control variables, key and value, and in here I am calling an inbuilt function items on dict1 to collect one full item from dictionary at one time. So this function dict1.item will select the first item from dict1. So item, as you remember, is actually this complete pair. Sam and 97 is actually item 1 inside this dictionary. Sita 95 is item 2. Saith 90 is item 3. So now you can see dict1.item will take the first item as one unit. The key Sam will be loaded into variable key, and 97 value will be loaded into variable value. And now inside for loop it's very easy. You just have to print key. So Sam will be printed, then you will print a colon. See, you don't have to print this colon. I am just printing this colon so that in the output will match as it is stored inside the dictionary. It's not necessary that always you have to put a colon between these 2 values. So now you are printing Sam, and after that colon, and after that you are printing the value 97. Okay, so now the control will come back to 4 again. Now dict1.item will select the second item from dictionary. So now Sita will be loaded into key, 95 will be loaded into value, and after that you will print the key. So now Sita will be printed with colon, and after that 95 will be printed. Control will go back to 4. Again dict1.item will select the last item from dict1, that is your dictionary. Now Saith will be loaded into key, and 90 will be loaded into value, and that will be printed out. So now it's a choice. You can either use the first method or the second method to access individual items from dictionary and work on the value that is stored inside it. Okay, so now let us run this. Alright, so our program is ready, so let me run it. So here you can see the first method has collected all the items from dictionary, Sam, Sita and Seth, and it has printed out. The second method also collected the same records from the dictionary. Okay, and if I change this quotes to star, then it will just, the output will just change here. You can see now it is printing star between them. So that is why I told you it is not mandatory that you always have to use a colon in between them. So that will be all for this video session. In the next session, we will be studying about the built-in function for dictionary. See you there. Bye. In this video session, we will be studying about built-in functions related to dictionary and some dictionary manipulation programs. Now in this program, we will be demonstrating some built-in functions with the dictionary and their output. So the first statement, I have created a new dictionary with variable dict1 and we have stored 3 student records inside it for Sam, Sita and Seth. Now in the first print statement, I am trying to print the length of dict1. So now len will check how many items are there inside dictionary. Okay, so here you can see Sam 97 is the first item, Sita 95 is the second item, Seth 90 is the third item. So now this print statement will give result as 3 because dict1 has 3 items inside it. So that is the length of dict1. Now the next print statement, I am creating an empty dictionary. So I already told you this is a built-in function which can be used to create an empty dictionary. So after creating an empty dictionary, if you print it in the output, you will see the output like this. Okay, 2 curly bracket with nothing inside it. Now the next 3 print statement, you can see I am calling built-in function with dict1 keys, values and items. By seeing this name itself, you can clearly understand what it does. dict1.keys will extract only the key element from dict1. So it will extract Sam, Sita and Seth. So the result is going to be Sam, Sita and Seth. Now in the next print statement, you can see I am trying to extract only the values from dict1. So here the values will be printed out 97, 95 and 90. Now in the next print statement, I want the complete item. Okay, so this will return a list of tuples with key value pair. Okay, so each tuple will have Sam, 97. The next tuple will have Sita, 95. The third tuple will have Seth, 90. Okay, it will return tuples with key value pair. Now after that, in the next statement, you can see I am using an inbuilt function called get with the key Sita. This is another way to extract the value available at key Sita. So this will print 95 because the value stored for key Sita is 95. You can also get 95 by writing like this. dict1 in square bracket, you can give Sita. Okay, this method we have already seen in the previous session. Now in the next print statement, you are trying to get the value stored at key John. Now if you check the entire dictionary, you can see there is no key with name John. So this will return none, which means that get function could not find a key stored inside dict1 with name John. Now in the next statement, you can see this is how you can delete an item from a dictionary. So if you call the function del, del stands for delete, and after that you can give the name of the dictionary dict1 and then you provide the key, then it will delete both the key and the value from the dictionary. So that is why I told you it would delete the entire item from the dictionary. So here it deletes the item with key, it's not John, with key value Sita. Okay, now after that, if you print dict1, now dict1 will have only 2 items inside it, Sam 97 and Seth 90, because we have deleted Sita 95. If you want to delete an entire dictionary, you can do this. You just write del and provide the name of dictionary dict1 without any key value. This will delete this entire dictionary from the memory. So now let us run the program. So now I will just increase the size of the output window so we can see everything. So now you see the first print statement is trying to print the length of dict1. So it has 3 elements inside it. So that is why the output is coming as 3. Next print statement, I am creating a blank dictionary, an empty dictionary, and printing it out. So you can see the dictionary is coming like this. 2 curly brackets with nothing inside it. In the next print statement, you can see we are trying to extract the keys from this dictionary, and here you can see we have done that. You can see the key are Sam, Sita, and Said. In the following print statement, we are trying to extract only the values from this dictionary, and you can see in the output only the value 97, 95, and 90 is printed out. In the next print statement, I am trying to extract the entire items from the dictionary. So now you can see dict items. You can see Sam 97, Sita 95, and Said 90 is extracted as tuples. You can see they are enclosed in round brackets, right, as pairs. And after that, I am trying to get the value stored for key Sita. Okay, so you can see the value for Sita is 95, and that is printed out. After that, I am trying to get the value stored for key John from dict1. Now it will return as none because it could not find out the key John inside dict1. After that, I am trying to delete item which have key Sita. So this is the entire item which has key Sita. So this entire thing, Sita and 95, both of them will be deleted from dict1. After that, when I print dict1, you can see only 2 student records are there, Sam and Said, because Sita is already deleted. And finally, if you want to delete the entire dictionary itself, you can call del function with the variable name of dictionary, which is dict1. It will remove the entire content of dict1. So even Sam, Said will also be removed from memory. Alright, so now let us continue. So in this program also, we are continuing our study on built-in functions in dictionary. So first statement, I have created a dictionary dict1 with the same student record as we have used in the previous program. Okay, Sam 97, Sita 95, Said 90. In the next statement, you can see I have created a new list. Okay, so the name of this list is list pair. So that is just a variable name. You can give any name over here. Now you can see inside this list, I have 3 elements, and each of those elements is a tuple. You can see it is using a rounded bracket, right? And inside tuple, I have values given in pair. You can see John 87, Hari 91, and Dia 89. So how do you understand it is a list? Because you can see it is starting by a square bracket and ending with a square bracket. And inside this list, there are 3 tuple elements. Now why I create this list is because if you create a list just like this, you can convert this list completely into another dictionary by using an inbuilt function. So that is what we are going to study in the next statement. So here you see I'm calling a function called dict. Now we have used this function dict before to create a blank dictionary. You remember, if I give dict without any arguments inside, this will produce a blank dictionary. So right now I'm going to give an argument which is a list. Okay, so this is the actual list over here, list pair. So what this dict function will do, it will convert John 87, Hari 91, and Dia 89 into a dictionary, and it will store into this new variable dict2. So after that, when you print dict2, you will see the output will come with a curly bracket, and after that you will have John colon 87, then you will have Hari colon 91, you will have Dia colon 89. This is a much easier way to convert a list in which the data item is provided in pairs. And also you can see the explanation here. This function dict will create dictionary from a sequence of key value pair. So here you should understand any sequence can work over here. Okay, it can be a list, it can be a tuple. Okay, you can change it. So if you want to create a list of list, it is possible. You can put this John 87 in square bracket, Hari 91 in square bracket, Dia 89 in square bracket. So what happens here is that inside this big list, I have smaller list with pair values inside it. This list also works perfectly. Dict function will readily convert it into a dictionary. So what I mean is that for this function dict, the input that you give here can be a list, it can be a tuple, but the content inside this list or tuple should be in pairs. Then only dict function can read them in pair and convert them into key value pair and store it into the variable that you provide it on the left side. Okay, and after that when you print dict2, you will get this result. So now I have two dictionaries in this program. The first dictionary is dict1, which has the records of Sam, Sita and Seth. Now I have a new dictionary dict2 with value John, Hari and Dia. Now if you want to combine them or append them or maybe join them together, you can use this built-in function called update. So if you write dict1.update and as an argument you provide dict2, so now dict2 will be joined to dict1. So which means after dict1, I'll put a comma, then you will have John 87, then you put a comma, Hari 91 and Dia 89. So now dict1 will increase in size by joining the value available in dict2 inside of it. So after that, when you print dict1, you can see there will be 6 student records inside it, starting from Sam until Dia. Now if you want to remove all the contents of dictionary 2, you can call this inbuilt function clear. Clear will remove all the contents inside dictionary 2. So right now dictionary 2 has 3 student records inside it, John, Hari and Dia. All these 3 items will be cleared from dict2, and once this function is finished, what you have in your hand is a blank dictionary with name dict2. And after that, when I try to print dict2, you will see a blank dictionary is getting printed out. So now let me explain to you what is the difference between del dict1, which we have studied in the previous slide, and dict1.clear, which we have seen an example here with dict2. So dict1.clear will remove all the records from dict1, but it will keep that dictionary as a blank dictionary. So dictionary is not removed, only the data is removed. But if you use the first inbuilt function del on dict1, it will remove the data and also the dictionary. So after that, dict1 is non-existent. It is not even present in the memory. So that's a fundamental difference between delete inbuilt function and clear inbuilt function when you work on dictionary. So now let us run this program. Okay, so our program is ready. So let me execute it. You can see the result. I have created a dictionary called dict1. I have created a list called list pair. Now inside this list, I have each element as a tuple. Okay, and inside each of this tuple, I have a pair of data, John and 87. Now using this list, I am going to create a dictionary by the help of inbuilt function dict. And now the newly created dictionary will be loaded into variable dict2. After that, when I print dict2, you can see the first result over here. After that, I will update dict1 by adding the items of dict2 to dict1. And after, when you print dict1, you can see now dict1 has 6 student records inside it. Now the first 3 records were already there in dict1, and after that the next 3 records are actually coming from dict2, which got appended to dict1. Now after that, you call the clear built-in function on dict2, so this will remove all the content inside dict2. So John, Hari and Dia is removed from dict2, but clear will keep the dictionary as a blank dictionary, only the content is removed. So after that, when I print dict2, you can see the blank dictionary is printed out. So right now there is no content inside dict2 because we have cleared it.